Chapter 11 Mouse in the House. If one was to ask any academy child, even one still studying in the civilian academy, who Konoha's most famous ninja team was, it was a bet even Senju Tsunade would have had trouble losing that the answer would have been the Detsu no Sannin, the legendary three ninja who had faced down and won the grudging respect of Hanzo the Salamander, one of the greatest and most powerful ninja of his generation. However, as with all things ninja-related, the smallest deviation in the query would have resulted in a completely skewed answer. If one was to ask the name of the most competent three-man cell the village hidden in the leaves had ever produced, the combination of Oro Akimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade, one a traitor, one a sage and one a deserter, would not have garnered all that many votes. Instead, that title would have gone, had no choice but to be gifted to Konoha's winning hand, the original Ino Shikacho formation who, even as clan heads and officially retired from active service, were still feared throughout the elemental nations and had a mention in virtually every bingo book of note. On paper, the reason for the team's success was simple. Quite aside from being good friends who would lay down their lives for each other, the trio of shinobi had skills that complemented each other and made a whole much greater than the sum of its parts. Far too many times for the enemy countries to count had one of their ninja been so focused on dodging the shadows of the Nara that they walked literally into an overlarge fist or other limb, or were stabbed in the back by an inattentive comrade as the Yamanaka worked his mind-manipulating magic. The real truth behind their teamworking genius and high success rate, however, as with all things relating to ninja as a whole and the shinobi world in general, was that Ino Shikacho were virtually peerless in a field that all ninja knew of but very few indeed, took the time to master. Under the guidance of their former sensei, a man who freely admitted each of the trio had surpassed him by the time they reached Chunin, Akimichi Chuza, Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku had buried both themselves and their true abilities in layer upon layer of carefully crafted deception. Even their reputation, usually something quite detrimental to a ninja as it may provide enemies with clues as to how they fought, had been honed into just another weapon in their arsenal. The enemy knew they were the winning hand, knew that of course the Akimichi was the most skilled in hand-to-hand combat and the Yamanaka was weakest against it, so if they could only attack the blonde shinobi all would be well and they would be heroes in their own land. The few that actually survived long enough to even get that far in their plan without getting snared by Shikaku's shadow or crushed by Chuza's fists were therefore very unpleasantly, and quite often fatally, surprised to learn the hard way that contrary to their opinions Inoichi was far from an effeminate fop and was in fact viciously proficient in the martial arts, especially when he attacked with his mind at the same time as his fists to keep knocking his opponents off balance. The same worked true in reverse of course. More than one fortress who had warning of their coming had sealed down all walls and windows, lit every room so that not even a trace of darkness remained and had sentries on hand with orders to kill any animal within a country mile of their stronghold, fearing it might be a harbinger of a Yamanaka's mind. They did all this, too so many precautions, and then completely ignored the fact that the last merchant they allowed to hurry in through their sealed gates was a little on the portly side. Only when the emergency was long over and all had been restored to calm normality did they realize something was missing. They had been trumped by the winning hand and, worst of all, had been left with no idea as to how the dreaded threesome had pulled the trick off. It was such a simple routine that it worked even in their home village. Everyone knew the stereotypical Akimichi was large, slow, and had about as much hope of sneaking in somewhere quietly as Madogai did in winning a fashion parade, so when a few of Konoha's citizens noticed Akimichi Chuza entering one particular apartment block in the downtown area of Konoha, they immediately assumed that he had business with one of the patrons, or he was merely running some kind of errand that required him to visit such an irrelevant building. Because he was an Akimichi and therefore a frontline fighter who protected the brains of his team, the idea that he might be going in there to do a little snooping simply never occurred to them. Fingers, even Chuza's chubby fingers, were still trained as all ninja hands were and therefore were able to pick the simple lock with little more than a minute's effort, a few well-applied and twisted metal rods and a dash of the universal lubricant, mild profanity, granting him access. Pushing open the door of the Jinchuriki's apartment, Chuza looked around before letting himself in, making sure Naruto wasn't paranoid enough to set minor traps such as hiding cereal flaked under the door mat that would get him caught. No, not yet at least. As the door swung shut behind him, the Akimichi thought about putting a word in the youngster's ear next time their paths crossed but, overall, shook his head and thought better of it, and perhaps that's for the best. He needs some semblance of normality in his life rather than living like a ninja the whole time. Now then, let's see what else this mouse has got stashed in this little hole of his. Though he knew he was technically breaking the law, he didn't think there would be a jury in Konoha that would convict him. After all, Naruto had broken into his home, it was only right he repaid the favor, and he wouldn't be stealing anything while he was at it either. Pacing through the small place with a deceptively light tread for such a big man, the Akimichi clan head ducked around to see not just how Naruto was living, but also if there was anything he could potentially offer the Jinchuriki for the services he was offering. Chuza was a long way from stupid, but then again, being on a team with Nara Shikaku could make anyone look a dunce. The way he saw it, his clan, perhaps more than any other, were vulnerable from an external attack such as the one the mouse had demonstrated for two reasons. Not only did they have no way of actively picking up such a potential infiltration such as the Inuzuka's Ninken or the Byakugan, but also as they imported and exported a lot more food and the products needed to create such visceral finery, they had a lot more potential loopholes, or mouse holes, as the case may be, for a crafty ninja to run through and strike at the clan. To get these particular holes closed off as soon as possible, the Akimichi needed a top-rate service and, to get that, he needed to pay a top rate to the scurrying Jinchuriki, to make sure he could offer Naruto something he truly wanted and therefore come first in the Uzumaki's little list. Chuza felt his little bending of the rules was well justified to keep his family and clan safe. To that end he was here on a hunt of his own and, as his well-seasoned nose led him to the most important room of the apartment, he found himself entering the kitchen of the apartment and gazing around him with a veteran's eye for what should and should not be present. In all honesty, he was slightly surprised. He knew, as all the clans did, that Konoha's Jinchuriki lived alone and was a boy only 7 years of age, far from the pigsty. He was therefore expecting the room, in fact the whole apartment, was relatively clean. Though today's breakfast implements were still soaking in the sink and there were a few crumbs on the countertops, nothing was too messy and, his connoisseur's eyebrow rose in appreciation. The foodstuffs in the cupboards were stocked and the items neatly arranged, easy for even a child of Naruto's height to grab with the aid of a chair. You can tell a lot about a man from his kitchen. It was an old Akimichi proverb that Chuza had taken to heart and it hadn't led him astray yet, and from this, opening the cupboards and, after looking past the stacked ramen cups, took in the varied and, in some cases, rather exotic ingredients held within them, he made his first assessment. I would say that Naruto-san enjoys good cuisine. I wonder why, and how, would his stipend cover this much? Ah, maybe this. The small red-bound book he located in one of the kitchen drawers under a roll of cling film had such a distinctive aroma around it he didn't even have to open it to know what it was. Will shed a little light on the situation. With that, Akimichi Chuza flipped open the first page of the fledgling cookbook Uzumaki Naruto was drafting under the experienced eye of Ichiraku Tuchi and gathered an idea of what his newest informal employee already knew about his clan's most sacred art. It was an interesting little flick-through if he was honest with himself, though once or twice the Akimichi head chef had to steel himself away from adding a few suggestions for certain dishes into the margin of the book as he read it. From what he could see, Naruto was learning to cook, a big plus in his book, and had obviously been pointed in the right direction by an as yet unknown figure. The Jinchuriki wasn't being stupid and diving in at the deep end trying to create something amazing from scratch. An idea that he knew from bitter experience had a remote possibility of working, but more often than no led to nothing but a foul-tasting mess and tears of frustration for the soot-blackened cook. Instead, it looked like the orange-clad would-be shinobi had been given a few relatively simple but flexible recipes and was adding his own twists to them as he went along. The first dish in his collection, for example, something as simple as boiled rice, was a meal about as easy to make as possible but could easily be peppered up by some of the ingredients and suggestions scribbled in at the bottom of the recipe. Replacing the handwritten ledger exactly as he'd found it, and a little happier in himself now that he had a chip he could use for bartering with the new infiltrator, the big-boned clan head made to leave only for a second flash of color from the kitchen table to catch his eye and, ducking to make sure he couldn't be seen out the window by any curious passers-by, he found himself a second later glancing at a similar book to the one he'd just put down, though the title gave him pause for a moment. The Book of Faces? What does he mean by that? Are these people he knows, from his training ground walks for instance? Curiosity piqued, the Akimichi opened to the first page and read the entry. Name, Burakueru Hashi. Face, shoulder-length light brown hair, small, dark brown eyes, looks like a mole when he squints. Occupation, senior civilian academy student, 11 just going on 12 in November. Synopsis, just failed ninja selection and feels bad for letting his parents down, wants to surprise them by learning to play an instrument, something his mother was interested in but, due to young marriage and family, never had a chance to really go for. Mostly happy-go-lucky but determined when he starts trying to learn, sometimes tries too hard. Job, koto lessons at Bells and Whistles Music Store, WED PM 17 to 1830. Cost 120 ryo per session. A low rumbling noise, something between a laugh and a gasp of astonishment, rose up through Chuza's stomach as he flipped through the rest of the book to see other such characters, each one as varied and different as the first person and each, it seemed, with their own part to play in the opera that appeared to be Uzumaki Naruto's life. Masks, every single one of these is an individual mask, How often could he have actually walked past the mouse in the street, even bumped into one of these individual false personas and just not realized it? It was a sobering experience to physically see a suspicion confirmed. Glancing at the book on last time before closing it, Chusa shook himself down and made a mental note not to underestimate the Jinchuriki again, for all that the Uzumaki appeared to be nothing more than a cocky little kid with an unusual henge and a knack for worming his way into places he shouldn't have been. This book, the information in it and, more than that, the possibilities this information merely hinted at were enough to tell him that this perception was as false and potentially dangerous as the idea that his former team was simply a collection of a brain, a mindwalker and a meat shield. This child, he's been if not raised then at least honed by shinobi. I knew he called Enko-san a sensei and this looks like her work. Unlike Inoichi who had worked with her in the past, Chusa knew of the snake mistress only by reputation, but this looked like it had her fingerprints all over it, for however long he'd been her student. Naruto had picked up at least the basics of deception and looked to be applying them to the village as a whole. Through these false faces people didn't see him, didn't know it was the hated fox brat they were speaking to and therefore simply treated him like one of their own, providing him with services they'd have rather cut their own arms off than give to the Jinchuriki as long as he could pay for them. The cunning little bugger. Despite himself, Chusa was somewhat impressed, even in the teeth of the village's scorn, which as far as I can see he doesn't deserve. He's learning and growing. Playing the kodo with another gruff chortle, the large ninja once more left all as he'd found it and made to depart. Well, that might be something else we've got to put on the table, if Chimeheim could find her old handbells again and Naruto doesn't open his mouth like he did with Tsum-chan. Actually, he had been about to leave, but the memory of what had happened some 3 nights previously, a sight in his mind that still made him laugh and blush slightly even now, as there was no denying Inuzuka Tsum was an attractive woman in her own rough and tumble way, made him pause and, with a slow smile seeping across his face, retrace his steps towards the one room in the house he hadn't had a peek into yet. Just a glance into the Jinchuriki's bedroom, the lair of the mouse as it were, was enough to let the Akimichi know in no uncertain terms exactly how he'd managed to trip the much older but woefully underprepared clan head some 3 days ago. Lines sharp as kunai, wicked wit and saucy contemplations, the ultimate shinobi jokebook, a KO punchline to go with every KO punch. Well, this explains a lot. Even from where he was stood in the doorway, Chusa could see all the jokebooks, as well as something that looked like a picture novel of human anatomy, appeared relatively new but had been already well thumbed. Having been on the receiving end of the Uzumaki Swit himself, though thankfully not to the same extent as Inoichi, Hayashi, and especially Tsum had been skewered, the sight of so many potential one-liners and jokes that Naruto had doubtless memorized made Chusa shiver and make a mental note to once more pre-warn his wife prior to the Uzumaki showing up unexpectedly as he had at Inoichi's place earlier in the week. Not that Chimeheim didn't have a sense of humor, of course, but from what he'd heard the Yamanaka was still trying in vain to grease his way back into his wife's good books following the second recent scare Naruto had given him and, more importantly, someone close to him. And better than anyone else, phantom pains tingling in various parts of his well-proportioned anatomy, Chusa realized he'd seen enough and left the apartment as soundlessly as he'd arrived, not leaving a single trace of him ever having been there as he ducked back into the street and went back about his business. I know how much a blade as sharp as Chimeheim's to the vulnerable bits can hurt. XXX. What was officially the worst week of Yamanaka Inoichi's life had begun following the exposure of several experimental interrogation tools that had been stored in his bedroom to all his friends, leaving to them drawing their own completely erroneous but hilarious, for them, conclusions. Luckily damage control had been run and, fortunately, it had become an unspoken law between the clan heads that what had happened in the Nara kitchen would stay in the Nara kitchen. Everyone had hidden what the mouse had stolen and solemnly resolved never to speak of what they had seen again, meaning that there was very little chance of his Kanisakoi finding out about his supposed perversions. Just as well, though the woman he had taken as his wife was a civilian rather than a kunoichi, there was no doubt whose temper their Inoheim had inherited. If she'd caught a hint of what the guys were insinuating we got up to, Ibiki would have been getting those tools of his back covered in blood if I'd been lucky. Now then, having finally shifted the last few bags of compost around in the back of his clan's flower shop, the blonde patriarch stood up tall and pulled off the bandana he'd been wearing to keep the hair and sweat out of his face as he worked. That should be it, just ring up the cash register and check the totals tally before Kanisa-chan gets home and we're all. At that point a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire clan house and Inoichi felt his blood congeal to ice, draining from his face as he recognized without a shadow of a doubt where that noise had originated from. No more than a microsecond after that Inoichi had sprinted away, tearing through his house with a kunai in his hand and anger, pure murderous rage coursing through his veins as he pelted pell-mell towards his daughter's room. Inoichi knew that like all men he had flaws, but the flaw he was picked up on and teased most relentlessly by the other clan heads for was actually one he had inherited from his wife. Despite her outward appearance and calm demeanor, Yamanaka Kunisa was an absolute lioness when it came to the subject of her daughter in any way, shape or form, mostly due to a family background that even most of Inoichi's own clan were in the dark about. Because of this fierce maternal drive to ensure her precious princess never had to want for anything, Inoichi would, if pressed, be forced to hold his hands up and admit that maybe his little Ino-chan was a mite spoiled at times. However, at times like these that flaw didn't matter, in fact wouldn't have mattered even if Ino had been the worst behaved brat in Konoha. She was his daughter, his heir, and he'd be damned to all the torments Makai had for him to endure before anyone got close enough to so much as pluck a hair from her head. Almost barging a door off its hinges and hurling himself up the stairs 2 at a time, the Yamanaka's keen ears heard the sound of muffled sobbing nearby and instantly redoubled his speed. The sight of his daughter with her face buried in the midriff of his youngest niece Ninota inflaming his rage even further as he saw the older and much taller Yamanaka girl staring into his daughter's room, the door swinging shut from where Ino must have slammed it open to get away from whatever deadman had attacked her. Hearing the warning shout of Ninota as little more than a muted buzzing in his ears, Inoichi hurled himself in front of the door, body on the line to protect both women if needed. He brought his kunai forwards and his blazing eyes swept the room, just in time to widen in dumbstruck disbelief at the sight of a very familiar small figure glaring up at him reproachfully with both hands clamped to the side of his head. "Dear Kami," the unfortunately familiar boy swore softly as he lowered his fingers and looked past him to the trembling back of the girl he'd accidentally shocked. "She's got some lungs on her." He blinked again and finally shook his head, trying to convince himself that Uzumaki Naruto was currently not stood in his daughter's bedroom and apparently trying to recover his hearing following exposure to her deafening scream of terror. As the mouse continued to paw at his ears for a moment, Inoichi tried his best to speak. He really did, but between the dryness of his throat and the sudden balloon of shock that had somehow jumped up and lodged in his voice box, he couldn't muster so much as a squeak of protest as Naruto, feeling the atmosphere turn quickly sour, swung his arms nonchalantly and made a brave stab at conversation. "So," he glanced around appreciatively, "nice place you got here. Might have a couple of cracked windows after that shriek through. Never knew girls could scream so loud. Though, seein' who her dad is." The blue eyes suddenly turned sly and faintly mocking as Naruto glanced up at the taller blonde man askance. "Maybe I shouldn't be that surprised. Runs in the family, I guess." Face mottling as the fear drained away and was replaced by mingled fury and embarrassment, Inoichi was seriously considering, if not actual murder, then at least grievous bodily harm to the last Uzumaki when his niece's voice broke in and disrupted his mental process. Probably just as well for him, the pros were far outweighing the cons. There Ino-chan, you're safe now," she murmured into the ear of her still trembling cousin before setting a pair of very hard eyes on the boy before her. "Your daddy will take the trash out from here." Naruto merely smiled. "I don't think so. I'm here on business." "I don't recall taking you up on your offer, Uzumaki," Inoichi snapped, belatedly getting his temper under control as he stiffly forced his kunai back into its hidden sheath. "As things stand, this is trespass." There was no fear in the Jinchurikis. I had blue irises rolled up to meet those of a paler shade, a gruff laugh in Naruto's voice as he jerked his head towards the window. "I'd have thought the fact I'm here now was a good enough reason for you to take my offer. Wide open windows, not even any thorns along the wall of your clan house. Come on, were you asking for someone to sneak in? I climbed that wall just through the vines that were growing on it, and even if I couldn't have gotten in, the way the light is in here, any ninja worth his salt could have taken her head off with a well-aimed shuriken. And the worst thing was I didn't even come prepared," the Jinchuriki snorted, shaking his head as Inoichi's eyes flicked between his daughter's dresser and the window the interloper had snuck through. "I just came off the training grounds and realized where I was, thought I had nothing to lose and gave it a go. If you believe nothing else I ever say, believe me now when I tell you you need some help securing this place up. Over the wall and in." He didn't even use his henge to do it. The idea that Naruto, a child no older than his own Inohime, was able to simply avoid the seals that liberally adorned the walls of the clan house and outer perimeter, cunningly concealed behind the strategically grown vines and creeps. In all the years I've lived here I never even thought someone could just climb up the damn thing. "Dear Kami-sama," his teammate's words suddenly echoed in his mind, making a cool sweat break out of his forehead. "Is this how vulnerable we've really been so far? Who are you?" Before he could regather his thoughts to speak, another voice, higher and sharper than his own, broke into the conversation. Now her fear had been beaten back by the reassurance her father and cousin provided by being there. The youngest Yamanaka in the vicinity regained her normal imperious personality and glared at the figure that had suddenly appeared in her bedroom and had virtually bumped into her after she'd finished tidying up her walk-in wardrobe. "What are you doing in my room and why'd you come in through my window?" Now at this point, Naruto knew, the sensible thing to do would have been to give his name and tell the girl he was in a business deal with her father, thereby leaving himself in the clear and dumping the whole explanation for this fiasco squarely on Inoichi's shoulders where it belonged. "Why isn't it obvious? I'm your long-lost Ototo." With an angelic smile he stepped forwards with his arms spread wide, somehow keeping a straight face and the charade up. "Come on Ain, gimme a hug." Let it never be said Uzumaki Naruto was an advocate of doing the sensible thing. Least of all when there was an opportunity for mischief in the air. Despite his worry both for his daughter's safety and his annoyance that the Uzumaki had made his good name mud for the second time in the space of a week, Inoichi found himself having to stifle a sudden laugh at the way his daughter's face collapsed from ire to outright horrified stupefaction at those words. Staring straight through the boy before her, expression an absolute picture, Ino pressed herself backwards as though he was advancing on her with an outstretched katana, a single finger thrust forwards and trembling as she tried to make sense of a situation gone mad. "And no, you're not my Ototo, you're not," she shrieked, trying desperately to discount the fact that there might have been a bit of a resemblance in the shade of the boy's hair and eyes. The words seemed to have the desired effect. He stopped coming forwards at least and his arms fell to his side. Before she could say another word however his eyes grew huge and watery and, before she could react properly, Nainota found a second blonde head of hair pressed into her stomach. "Wah! Ka-san, my Nachan hates me." Completely bamboozled by this, the younger Mindwalker looked to the clan head for guidance and, recognizing he had to seize the reins before the mouse got too carried away and sent this whole thing completely off the rails, Inoichi came to the fore by clearing his throat and scragging the back of the Jinchuriki's orange jacket, gently prizing him out of Nainota's midriff. "Naruto, enough." The boy looked ready to argue for a minute but, seeing the look on Inoichi's face, seemed to decide better of it and merely stood quiescent as he the taller man let go and stood up, looking back to the other two clan members and inwardly grateful that no one else was around. One of the bonuses of having a smaller clan. If this had been the Hyuga, I doubt Hayashi would ever live it down. "Right, now we've all calmed down, two things. Firstly, that is my niece, not my wife Naruto." "I thought so, she's too young and pretty for you," the boy broke in, looking Nainota up and down with an appraising eye and a finger on his chin as Nainota for her part tried not to look too flattered, "unless you had a thing for lolicons on stilts of course, which goin' by what we all saw last week." "Thank you." That was a can of worms Inoichi wasn't going to pop open with a 10-foot pole, least of all with his daughter around, and luckily his words, backed up with a soft cuff to the side of the head, was enough to forestall Naruto expanding on the point any further. "But apart from that, Ino, this is Uzumaki Naruto, nothing to do with our clan at all, and Naruto, this is my daughter Yamanaka Ino." "Ino?" Deep blue eyes flickered between father and daughter. "You're a cruel parent, she looks nothing like a pig." Temper flaring at the hated reminder and only spurred on as she heard her cousin start to snigger in the background, Ino stormed forwards and shoved her fist in the now-named Naruto's face, shaking it threateningly as Inoichi stepped back, interested to see how this one was going to play out. "I don't think any of us really put the ball in his court that night." "Well then Naruto, let's see how you deal with the flames of feminine outrage when Hokage-sama isn't here to back you up." "You better watch your mouth," the Mindwalker scion threatened, Naruto backing away from her sudden outburst at what he'd considered a compliment. "It's a tradition, 'cause I'm going to be part of the second winning hand, the Ino Shikacho trio." Ino Shikacho, oh of course, a vague memory of some of the Konoha teams of history flitted back across his mind in time for him to recognize and recall what her father had been famous for. That also explains why Shikaku wants his son to be a ninja, though I'm sure Shika would rather just sit around looking at clouds all day. He's even lazier than his dad. "Well, if that's the case and you're going to be a ninja." He made a show of looking her up and down as well as he could with her hand. "About an inch from his nose, there's only one thing I can say to that." Ino preened, as always happy to be the center of attention as people acknowledged how much of a great ninja she was going to be. Just like her mother always told her, she was destined to be something really special. Poor Shika and Cho. The words she heard were so different from her expected answer that she didn't compute them until a good 3 or 4 seconds after he'd spoken. When the message had sunk in, however, Ino's immediate reaction as one that would have made her mother proud as she clenched her fist, gritted her teeth and prepared to go in swinging. "Why you? Oh, give over, Haim, I was just teasing." "Impossible," as he saw Ino's rush to beat the insulting boy to paste suddenly falter and die away to nothing. Inoichi was stunned. If that had been Shikamaru, or even Kiba, they'd have been pounded flat. "This kid's got the luck of a devil as well as the chakra of one. I'm sure you'll be a great ninja when you start trainin'. Of course I'm still gonna be Hokage, but I'll make sure you get the good missions when I'm wearing the big hat." Ino blinked at this declaration, sizing up the boy with the awful clothes in front of her, and then, to the mortification of her father who was trying to instill some proper manners into the daughter his wife was content to ruin, laughed right in his face. "You, Hokage? Ha, the only thing you've got in common with Sandaime-sama is your clothes color. He's the Kami no Shinobi, the most powerful ninja in the village. You're just a brat who's too big for his boots and ah." The contact of skin on skin made Ino jump, but when she came back down, the side of Naruto's hand was still there, at the side of her neck. Looking forwards with rage blazing, Ino found her fire quenched by the sudden appearance of a hint of malice in the smaller child's eyes, lurking beneath the playfulness of his expression like a shark cruising beneath clear blue water. "Big boots didn't stop me slipping a dagger under your guard," he told her, still smiling as he withdrew his hand, Ino reaching up to feel the side of her neck gingerly as she wondered just how he'd managed to move up to her so fast without her seeing it. "And they didn't trip me up when I got into your room in the first place. I scared you into screaming. If I'd been an enemy ninja I'd have killed or, worse, kidnapped you before you made a sound. You've got to keep your windows shut when you can or people might come in." He's right, you know. Despite loving his daughter almost to the exclusion of all others, Inoichi was a fair-minded man, and maybe this little shock would be enough to get Ino to listen to the endless warnings he'd given her about keeping doors and windows shut behind her, rather than tearing through the house like a miniature typhoon. "Now Naruto-san works for me, I'm sure he'll be trying to sneak in and out whenever he can." He glanced over his daughter's shoulder to see the Jinchuriki nod and, emboldened slightly by this, sought to hammer home the point in the best way he knew how. "And if people are making life easy for him, I, as clan head, may have to make their lives difficult, loss of clan privileges, or pocket money for instance." No. Threatening her precious supply of income was hitting below the belt as far as Ino was concerned, and she took immediate steps to make sure her money was safe, waving her fist in the intruder's face once more. "If you come in here again, Naruto Baka, I'll beat you an old rug till you're black and blue." Hi, recalling the old adage of picking fights you could win and deciding this girl was too stubborn to deal with right now, least of all as he'd left his rucksack at the base of the Yamanaka wall and therefore at risk of going walkabout if someone took an interest in its contents. Naruto merely waved a hand dismissively and backtracked towards the window. Before he could make too much progress towards it though, a sudden call broke through to him. "Naruto, we do have a front door, you know? You don't need to go leaping out the window every chance you get." "I do when I want to get my stuff quick as possible," the Jinchuriki answered over his shoulder, one leg already slung over the windowsill. "Well, you got my report, Inoichi-san, successful infiltration and you need serious help." "Okay, gotta go, see you later Inoichi-san, Butaheim." Before Ino could say a word, Naruto had flipped himself out of the window and disappeared down the wall like a rabbit down a hole, through trial and error, mostly the latter, but luckily clones didn't come with pain receptors. The Jinchuriki had discovered that for short drops using chakra wasn't necessary. As long as he had a surface near to him he could slow his descent to manageable levels by tapping the surface with his hands and knees lightly but consistently all the way down. Inoichi, having had nightmare visions of an irate Sandaime knocking on his door wanting answers as to why his adoptive grandson had been found lying in the Yamanaka grounds with a broken leg, had pelted to the window and breathed out a slow hiss of relief as he watched the bright orange form scamper away from the wall beneath his daughter's window and start to clamber up the main wall, agile as one of the monkeys the Sandaime summoned as he took in handfuls of the vines Kunisa-chan had planted. There because they had such spectacular blossoms. But they don't have thorns, or toxic blooms. The thought made Inoichi sigh again as he realized he'd have to try to talk the idea past his wife. "Well, as long as I can catch her in a good mood, worry about Ino-chan's safety should push her sense of aesthetics back into second place. Actually, speaking of my little darling. Daddy," her voice was trembling with the effort of keeping her tone steady as she turned those beautiful sky-blue eyes onto her father, "I want you to make me strong enough to beat that boy in case he tries to sneak in here again. Give me a scare, will he? Well, the only time he'll catch me screaming from now on is when I'm beating him to death." "Well, Ino-chan, it can be done." Despite himself, Inoichi was slightly proud that his daughter was looking into training of a sort, regardless of the reasons why. "It'll be a lot of hard work though, sure you can do it?" The girl snorted, tossing back her hair in a gesture that she'd doubtless copied off her mother. "You bet I can. I'll get that Naruto for scaring me like that, or my name's not Yamanaka Ino." Chuckling quietly, Inoichi gently patted his daughter's head and glanced out the window just in time to see a flash of orange vanish over the outer wall like a short-lived miniature sunset. "Well, I'm glad to hear it, Ino-chan. Now then, let's just wait for Kunisaheim to come home, have some dinner, and then we'll see what we can do to turn you into a rough, tough fighting ninja." Ino scowled up at her father until his fingers snaked down to her side and fluttered over her ribs, making her break out in a fit of the giggles until he realized he had one last loose end left to tie up and hastily made to repair the damage before it could spiral out of control. Standing to his full height, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan spoke quickly to his daughter with one eye on the door to her room, now conspicuous by one particular absence. "Ino-chan, get washed up for dinner, won't be long until your mother's home." Squeaking excitedly at the thought of seeing her mother once more, Ino immediately rushed into her wardrobe with her former anger forgotten while Inoichi strode out her room and immediately started down his errant niece. The worst thing, Inoichi thought to himself as he hunted high and low for Nainota, about our clan specializing in the ninja branch that it does is that digging around in other people's heads means virtually all Yamanakas turn into incurable gossips. Though he knew he was hardly pure as the driven snow in this regard, Inoichi was usually able to curb the worst of his family's excesses, usually to their disappointment, so this time he was going to make sure he was on top of his game to make sure the youngster he could see wasn't going to bubble him to his missus and land him in all sorts of marital disharmony. "Ah, Nainota-chan," the younger Yamanaka turned around with an innocent expression that made Inoichi repress a shudder. "That look reminds me far too much of Naruto. A word about what just happened." "Sure, Aji-san, what about?" He seemed quite in. She grasped for a suitable word before reminded of the warmth of the young Jinchuriki's face in her stomach, affectionate tyke. "Yes, well about that," Inoichi stumbled but carried on, idly wondering that if scaring his daughter half to death was Naruto being affectionate, what would the boy consider a gesture of true love? Probably bumping her off via heart attack. Knowing him, as you now know, Naruto-san works, in a way, for us and will be trying to break in. I'll need you and the rest of the clan to keep an eye out for him. Don't hurt him of course, but if you catch him make sure he knows it and find out how he got as far as he did. Understand?" "Hi Aji-san, anything else?" "As a matter of fact yes, you know that I need to speak to you." Nainota, much as he knew what the other Yamanaka was angling for, there was nothing he could do legally to prove it, least of all in the face of her butter wouldn't melt expression. "Unfortunately I haven't had a suitable opportunity to raise the issue of Naruto-san's employment by the clan, so he's rather jumped the start somewhat and scared Ino doing it. Would you mind keeping his actions on the lowdown until I've had a chance to clear up any confusion with SWMBO? "You can rely on me Aji-san," Nainota assured him, recognizing the abbreviation as one the Yamanaka had adopted from his Nara teammate, short for she who must be obeyed. "I definitely won't tell Kinesio Bacon about Ino's little shock earlier. You know what they say, life's no fun without getting hair-whiteningly scared once in a while." The admission was enough to make the elder Mindwalker let out a virtually silent sigh of relief, the feeling coursing through him sweet as the honey the Aburame clan produced and that he was quite partial to. "Thanks Nainota-chan, that might have pulled my fat right out the fi." It was at that point that he tuned into his relatively rusty ninja senses and belatedly heard them clanging away like temple bells at daybreak. Feeling the air around him chill as though winter had come early, Inoichi swallowed, shot his niece a look that he hoped promised all kinds of agony and double shifts in the clan flower shop in the near future and, as she smirked and made to turn away, turned around slowly to face his fate. Yamanaka Kunisa was not and had never been a kunoichi but, like all women, had somehow developed the ability to project something similar to killing intent that only affected her husband. Therefore, as she advanced down the hallway, Inoichi, Jounin of Konoha and arguably the most efficient mindwalker in Konoha's history, shrank backwards, forced down a sudden urge to dive into the deepest, darkest hole he could find and managed a wobbly kind of grin. Hello Koi, have a good day?" Until now, her voice was a monotone, cold as a razor and twice as sharp as she continued her merciless advance. "What's this about our Inoheim? I swear if you or one of the other shinobi of this clan tried to push her towards training before she thought she was ready, so help me I'll—" "No, nothing like that Heim." "Heim? Funny, I thought SWMBO was my current title." Ouch, Inoichi winced as his wife, a woman who barely came up to his chin, finally came to a halt and placed her hands on her shapely hips. "Anyway, I suppose that's a blessing in disguise as I can do things like this." Inoichi, despite himself the shinobi, braced up as though at attention as his wife went on, waving one majestic finger as though it were a swagger stick. "Tell me exactly what happened to our daughter, why it happened and what role you had to play in it. Tell me everything and don't leave anything out." Biting his lip in a desperate attempt to look appealing and hopefully worm his way out of further punishment, somehow it always worked for Ino when Kunisa was angry, Inoichi managed one last plea. "Everything?" Oh yes, obviously Kunisa was all out of mercy as her honey brown eyes bored a hole through her husband's head. "Absolutely everything. Bloody snitching nieces, As he raged against the unfairness of life in general and his life in particular, Inoichi began dreaming up various gruesome ways of getting even with Ninota at the same time as shift something hard and lumpy that felt suspiciously like a trowel out from under the bottom of his temporary lodgings: bloody daughters, bloody wife, bloody Uzumaki, bloody kids, bloody clan. If I'd known how much of a hassle this was going to be, I'd have worked on inventing some kind of elixir of life when Dad was still alive. Huffing both to relieve some frustration and blow an errant spider from where it had been drifting towards his forehead, the retired ninja channeled some chakra to his ears as he heard a movement in the kitchen, the closest room of the main house to where he was currently exiled. "Mummy? Hi sweetie. Why is Daddy camping out in the greenhouse again?" Ah, the innocence of youth. Ignoring the reference to one of the up-and-coming chunin of the current generation, Inoichi had to chuckle at Ino's question. If nothing else, she has the mind of a Yamanaka, inquisitive to a fault. Because Daddy is a very silly man who forgot to tell Mummy something very important, and because of that you got a nasty shock. Still, I have to agree with him, much as it pains me, now that this boy, Naruto, or whoever he is, has shown everyone how easy it is to get over our walls. We'll have to get rid of some of the flour to put in some less visitor-friendly varieties. Anything else, honey? Nope. Inoichi stifled a smirk at this and mentally counted down. Mummy? Right on cue. Ino took after him a little in this regard, always remembering a query a few seconds after people asked was an unfortunate quirk of habit that she'd hopefully soon grow out of. For now, though, he could just picture her at the kitchen table, beautiful blue eyes wide and guileless as she regarded her mother who dutifully played her part. Yes, Inoheim? What's a lolicon? Can you eat it? Inoichi. A few seconds later, Yamanaka Kanisa threw open the doors to the largest of the clan greenhouses in time to see the curious spectacle of her husband trying to cower under his covers at the same time as laugh himself helplessly sick from overhearing his daughter's innocent question. XXX. Damn it. Looking down for the briefest instant, Naruto sighed to himself and sat down where he was, knowing the game was up, and it was going so well. I've almost gotten down where the moving plates are, but I'm not exactly sure yet. And that's assuming the clan can't shift them around when they feel like it. The thought made the henge Jinchuriki sigh again, glancing at the issue that had ruined his infiltration attempt and not reacting as the shiny black beetle continued to sit on the tip of his left thumb. He could have shooed it off, of course, but that would have only compounded the problem. One of the issues that made the Aburame such a devil of a clan to try and infiltrate was that once one of them knew you were here, pretty soon they all did. Even squashing the offending insect wouldn't do much more than tick off the Kakachu's human symbiote, something not even the mouse was brave enough to try as he sat down on the carved wooden structure he had climbed up and waited for the pickup, blowing on his fingers as the cold wind bit through his gloves. He'd managed to get a bit higher than last time, and there was something in that, probably due to the cold making the patrolling Kakachu sluggish, but he had yet to find a way of truly avoiding the small, roving insects the Aburame now had roaming freely over the roof of their clan home in the light of his first and only successful infiltration of the place. Naruto knew now that the Kakachu were attracted to chakra after one on the insect-using clan had let him in on the secret. It was, after all, what they fed on and one of the reasons the Aburame had a reputation for being experts in taking enemy alive, making the best of them dangerous hunter-nin. To a henged form of Naruto this shouldn't have been a problem as he had nothing to tempt them in. The Kakachu sensed chakra like he could smell a Chiraku ramen at 50 paces, and his henge locked even his formidable reserves up to the point where the insects couldn't detect it. However, the Aburame were cunning and subtle. What they had done in the aftermath of Naruto's success at getting into their hive was to either breed or train. Naruto didn't know which and hadn't yet been brave enough to ask, a group of Kakachu that wandered around on their own, rather than in a swarm. Though individually harmless, once these bugs got attached to something they didn't recognize, such as himself, they somehow started to call for reinforcements through something called pheromones. This attracted the attention of not just other Kakachu in the vicinity, as even in the darkness Naruto could see a few small forms pattering over the hewn wood to get to him, moonlight winking off their shiny black carapaces, but also any passing Aburame who happened to be nearby, the clan sensitive to the secretions of their symbiotic partners. Or at least I hope they are, the Jinchuriki muttered, blowing on his fingers and not reacting as several more Kakachu joined their comrade on his body, no doubt enjoying the warmth from his body. I'm freezing my butt off up here. Ah, right on schedule, Ask and Kamisama may provide. Hearing the noise, he'd been waiting for the would-be infiltrator glanced over in time to see one of the wooden panels about 5 feet to his left lift upwards and a collared, overcoat-cloaked form emerge onto the roof. Uzumaki Naruto? The Jinchuriki nodded, coming to his feet carefully to ensure he wasn't going to accidentally squash any unwary Kakachu who might have been nearby. Yep, that's me. Tried getting in, but out of all the houses I'm going at, this is the hardest one to try and get through. If I could get up there though, he gestured towards where a series of tall funnel-like structures loomed up in the darkness, might be a different matter. Entering that area would be unwise, the Aburame advised as stoically as the rest of his clan, gesturing with a hand and drawing all the Kikaichu on Naruto's body onto his own, allowing them to feed on his chakra prior to them resuming their patrols. It is difficult to scale on both the interior and exterior. "Ah, that's okay, I love a challenge," Naruto commented offhandedly as he followed the Aburame into the darkness of the clan house, trying to remember exactly where this panel was on the roof so he could try and worm his way through it next time he was around. The Aburame clan house was unusual even in Konoha, however, as Naruto now knew, unusual for a shinobi meant dangerous, and the odd layout of the place was certainly that if you were an enemy. Rather than a clan wall, the compound was ring-fenced by a large number of tall wooden structures made out of a combination of identical wooden hexagons and pentagons, fitted together to make a roughly hemispherical shape. A set of gates between two of this mighty structures allowed access to anyone wanting to visit the clan, while any unfriendly guests who wanted to smash their way in would quickly find themselves on the receiving end of a very nasty surprise once they tried battering their way through the deceptively fragile-looking wooden spheres. Not only was the wood reinforced with sealwork, the structures housed a large number of the Aburame's insect collection, least of all huge swarms of the Kikaichu themselves. Any idiot dumb enough to try and break through would therefore immediately find himself on the receiving end of a swarm of irate and hungry chakra-draining beetles. The only weak point of the spheres, if you could actually call it a weak point, was that one or two of the panels of each sphere could be slightly tilted to let in air and light. While this was done most easily from the inside, if necessary the panel could be coaxed into moving from the outside, as long as you can remember which ones actually move, that is. Following his new escort, the Jinchuriki allowed himself to be led onto a high gantry, a thin walkway that led up to some of the panels of the sphere he'd been trying to clamber over, and overlooked a lot of the interior, and with a puff of smoke dropped his henge. The response was immediate. From the darkness of the sphere's inner sanctum a low, muted buzz arose, and a few minutes later Naruto had to close both his eyes, hold his breath and place a hand on the back of his Aburame escort to make sure he got off the gantry without breaking his neck. Unlike Kikaichu colonies that had been fused with a ninja host, these wild Kikaichu would instinctively seek out any source of chakra that came close enough to them, draining it to feed their hive. Most Aburame were immune to this potential mobbing, as their own Kikaichu not only drained their chakra to a level the feral colonies couldn't easily detect, but also produced chemicals that warned the other colonies away. Needless to say, that wasn't a luxury Naruto had, and, with his chakra reserves, him going anywhere near a Kikaichu colony without a henge was tantamount to walking into the Inuzuka kennels wrapped up in a ton of prime beef and hoping not to get bitten. He didn't mind though. In fact, he was rather fond of the insects, though of course he couldn't identify individuals' colonies the way the Aburame could, as he'd told Shibi on one of the few occasions he'd seen the elder Aburame. Having the swarms flitting around his head to drain minuscule amounts of his chakra was proof that at least something in the village liked him the way he was. After being led through the remainder of the Kikaichu breeding ground and feeling the cooler night air rush over him, Naruto reopened his eyes, took a deep breath as he felt a slight strain from the attention of the destruction beetles, and glanced around the interior of the Aburame clan grounds. And this is why I love this clan, quiet as a mouse but just as deadly, and it was a very true thought. Naruto had heard through a variety of disguises that most villagers, and even some other ninja, either avoided the Aburame as they thought they were weird or looked down on them as just another ninja clan. Every time he heard this, regardless of what henge he was in, it took all Naruto had not to come to a halt and give such slanderous people a piece of his mind and the truth respectively. So the Aburame didn't have many flashy techniques or an obvious bloodline, so the hell what? If anything, that just made the Collared clan more dangerous in Naruto's eyes, as underestimating an enemy was about the worst mistake a ninja could make, but the Aburame made making such a mistake so easy by their quiet demeanors and odd dress. Even now, in their home, an enemy would probably just look around, see nothing special, advance and most likely end up incapacitated or worse before he got 9 paces. In fact, Naruto himself had almost done the same and was still in possession of both his feet only by the charity of one of the clan informing him that the insect he was about to stand on, a tiny little beetle about the size of his pinky fingernail, was a rare breed from Kusa that tended to explode, for want of a better word, rather violently when upset by predators or, in his case, an unwary shoe descending from on high. For that reason Naruto followed the footsteps of his guide perfectly, both wanting to be polite and to make sure he wasn't going to blunder onto anything dangerous. Though the short, neatly kept lawn, multiple bushes and several well-pruned trees looked eerily lifeless and swaying the gentle night breeze, Naruto knew that they were actually alive with life, a multitude of insects feeding off the plants and each other, watched over by their Aburame wardens. While surprisingly few of the insects were actually poisonous to humans directly, they had other characteristics that the arthropod breeding clan hoped to integrate into their Kikaichu. The mighty Titanus beetle, for instance, the largest insect in the world and the size of a Ninken puppy, was also surprisingly hot to the touch and strong enough to batter and bite its way through anything short of sheet steel, a nasty skill for a destruction bug to have. Naruto watched one such specimen scuttle through the grass some distance away, glad he wasn't in front of it as he'd been told such beetles didn't like taking detours and weren't opposed to taking rather a large chunk out of anything that happened to get in their way. Following his guide, Naruto was expecting to be ushered into one of the guest rooms to debrief one of the elder Aburame, perhaps even Shibi-san himself if he could recognize the clan head against the backdrop of the rest of his clan, the ninja contingent of which all wore the same form of coat and eyewear, presumably to throw off their opponents by all looking the same. When the ninja in front of him stopped. "With respect, Uzumaki-san, would you mind adopting a henge before entry?" Sure. If he was fazed by the odd request, he did his best not to show it, instead making the seals for his transformation and looking up at his host through now green eyes. Any reason? Hi, some of the younger elements of our clan are attempting further synchronization with their colonies, the Aburame explained, opening the door before him and stepping through. Excess chakra from an external source may have hindered these attempts. Translation: much like anyone who had a working relationship with the Aburame, Naruto had begun to learn how to break down the long, logical words they had a tendency to use into common language he could understand. Some kids are training with their bugs, and you being there will probably throw any attempts completely out the window as the Kikaichu will home in on you. Okay, I can live with that. Oh, hang on. Is Shino-san there? His guide paused fractionally, considering the answer. I am unsure, but I would predict so. Beaming at the answer, Naruto let himself in and looked down the corridor, seeking out the elusive Aburame clan heir. Cool, tried to catch up with him last time he was here, but Shibi-san had him going out on another bug hunt. If the informal mention of one of the most important Aburame traditions upset him in any way, the elder Aburame gave no sign, allowing the Jinchuriki to carry on unhindered. So, let's see if he managed to catch anything worth having this time. If Naruto had learnt nothing else throughout his few months interacting with the ninja clans on their own turf, he knew now without a doubt that it was virtually impossible for anyone, even someone with no chakra signature, to sneak up or surprise a ninja unless they themselves had ninja training and were better at using it than their target. That logic went double for ninja that worked as part of a team, either with other ninja or with non-human partners. Therefore, though the figure in the room had his back to the henge Jinchuriki, Naruto was under no illusion that Shino knew he was there as he poked his head around the door and whispered softly, "Hey, Shino. Uzumaki-san." The reply came back a second later, causing the disguised ninja trainee to roll his eyes. "Shino, we've been through this. Naruto, my name is Naruto, not Uzumaki-san, unless you want me to start calling you Bug Boy, remember it, okay? As you wish, Uzumaki-san." Humor, sarcasm, or seriousness, with these guys you just can't tell. As always, Naruto decided to give Shino the benefit of the doubt and gloss over the introductions, instead walking over to peer around the taller boy. "Whatcha doing?" "Utilizing my colony to create ice from water," the Aburame scion informed him, concentration never wavering as he directed small, precise amounts of his chakra into the vessel before him, feeling the temperature drop as the beetles of his colony roved over the vessel and removed the chakra he forced into it. As the Kikaichu feed, they remove chakra and, by extension, excess heat from the liquid, lowering the vessel temperature and freezing its contents. This can then be sold for profit to the clan, fine-tunes my chakra control and, as an additional bonus, increases the resistance of the Kikaichu to colder environments. Cool. As always, Shino was mildly intrigued by the Uzumaki's ability to reduce such a complex technique and its applications to such simple, if honest, language. Sounds like a chakra technique even I could manage. The more chakra the easier the ice is made, right? Shino nodded, feeling the slight strain as his reserves reached their limit but perceiving for the moment, determined to have at least semi-clear ice in the vessel when he was finished. Correct, to a degree, but excess chakra will increase the rate the Kikaichu feed upon the water and, by extension, the speed at which it freezes. This excess freezing rate has a negative impact on the quality of the ice produced by this technique. Quality of ice? Naruto parroted, scratching his head as he mulled the words over in his mind, but ice is just ice, isn't it? It's frozen water, you can't get much simpler than that, can you? It was a lead question, one he knew Shino wouldn't be able to resist. Though they appeared and indeed did their best to remain emotionless, Naruto knew that if you got an Aburame talking on a subject close to his heart, it was as hard as dragging Enko-sensei out of a dango shack to shut him up again. Chemically no, However, the method and time taken during the formation of ice will give the resultant solid different characteristics and aesthetic appeal, the Aburame continued, monotone still unwavering as he breathed slightly heavier. Ice created quickly by this method, as I am certain you would be able to do were the clan to loan you some of our symbiotes, is very flawed and opaque. It is known as crushed ice and has low value unless sold in bulk. The formation of tiny air bubbles during the freezing refracts light that passes through the ice, distorting the image and making the ice opaque. The slower the ice is formed and, by extension, the more refined one's chakra control is, the fewer bubbles are formed and the clearer and more valuable the produced ice is. Wow! Naruto gave a low whistle of appreciation after thinking through the explanation for a minute. Never thought about that. So the slower you can do this, the more money you make? In theory, Shino finally dropped his arms before he suffered the effect of chakra exhaustion. Only a select few kunoichi of my clan have the reserves and the chakra control to create what is known as flawless ice, completely clear with no visible imperfections. This ice is highly prized by sculptors and high-class eating establishments as it has a very long shelf life. At this time, however, the ability to create even medium-quality ice is beyond my limitations. Ah, don't do yourself down, Naruto agreed genially, only just remembering not to clap the Aburame on the shoulder due to the fact he was still wearing his climbing gloves. I'll bet I couldn't make that either, though for the opposite reason to you. Shino nodded at this, pushing his glasses further up his nose as the last of his colony returned to him. Though Aburame children generally activated their chakra at a much younger age than most, the downside to having the Kikaichu was that their continual feasting on the chakra of their host was that most Aburame had chakra pools that were downright pitiful. Only their clan techniques revolving around the parasitic beetles themselves enabled the clan to become ninja. Naruto, as Shino had discovered immediately upon being introduced to the usually blonde-haired child and almost losing control of his colony as they attempted to swarm towards the chakra supernova he represented, had no issue with chakra capacity, but his control was lacking. The Aburame heir was under no illusion that, if given the chance, Naruto would have been able to craft industrial quantities of crushed ice, but absolutely nothing of any greater quality than that. He turned to face the clan intruder when his attention was diverted slightly by the presence of an alien Kikaichu on his skin. Focusing for a second, he swiftly divined its originator and as a result inclined his head towards the door of the training room. Father. Son, the clan head nodded to his offspring before turning to his guest, Uzumaki-san. Having all but given up on trying to correct Shibi and only crossing his fingers he could knock Shino off the rails of absolutely correct decorum before it was too late, Naruto's hinged form nodded and, enlightened, Shibi continued. You were found atop one of the breeding chambers? Yep, can't get through them yet. I told the one that found me, it was always best to use gender-neutral words when describing an Aburame, just in case. This was the hardest clan house of all to get into and I wasn't lying. Oh, one thing I wanted to know though, on those chambers, can you change which of the panels open? You know, the ones you use to get air into the place. Shibi was silent for a minute, nothing new there then, before shaking his head. Not to my knowledge. Well, I think you might want to look into that. It's not likely, I'll admit, but I could eventually learn where the moving panels are and get through them. If you can move them, so different panels are open over all the spheres at different times, no way anyone's getting through there without some serious brute force and a lot of angry bugs going after them. I doubt Kikaichu feel emotion in the same manner humans do, the clan head commented dryly, proof at last that these guys do have a sense of humor, just that it's drier than Suna in a heat wave. However, a personal request, Uzumaki-san, I noticed the gloves you are wearing, were they purchased or constructed? Oh, these? Naruto held up his hands, Shino just behind him raising an eyebrow slightly at the sight of so many short, sharp bits of metal poked haphazardly through the leather palm. That is logical, the traction of the nails, and is that a fishing hook? Regardless, the traction would facilitate the scaling of vertical surfaces. Yeah, I made them, 2 pairs of leather gloves, one on top of the other, glue the nails and what have you onto the bottom pair and poke them through the top one. Why, you want a set? That is unnecessary, Shibi informed him, leaning over slightly as though to impart a secret truth. I am merely grateful that you have increased our clan's income through their use. Income? Naruto looked down at his hands and then back up at Shibi, changed face screwed up in confusion. How the heck do these things help your clan? The forceful application of those gloves to surfaces such as wood creates distinct patterns not unlike those formed by several species of wood-boring insect. It was as close as Naruto had ever come to seeing the Aburame smirk. Several clans, especially the Hyuga, have repeatedly hired members of our clan to treat their clan walls for infestations of woodworm since you began working for them. I have not had the heart to inform them that such markings are the work of mice rather than insects. It was a general rule that members of the Aburame as a whole never laughed but, at the mental image of several ninja cut from the same cloth as Hayashi Tututang at the sight of small holes in their clan fence and muttering that they needed those bug users to clear the problem, Naruto definitely did enough for both himself, Shino and Shibi over the following few minutes. XXX. It was coming, it was going to happen and nothing short of an intervention of the kami was going to stop it. Achoo! Looking over her shoulder at where her friend was doubled or with an attack of the sneezes, Tenten smirked under the bandana she'd pulled down over her nose to keep the dust out. Bless you, but you should have asked Mum to loan you one of these. Her eyes crinkled to show a smile the sloth covered. You out of all people know how important a mask is. Wiping his watering eyes, the blonde stood to his full height and tried to awkwardly prop up the item, some kind of long pole with a blunted blade on the end of it, that he'd knocked against and sent a plume of choking dust into the air, at the same time as answer his friend. That's true, the younger child gasped before coughing the dust from his lungs and carrying on, but I couldn't mess up one of Kishi-san's neckerchiefs. And apart from that I didn't think it'd be quite this bad. Too right, the storage room, an old shed at the very back of the Hasawada premises, was crammed fit to bursting with old weapons, scrap metal, the corpses of old spiders and insects and what felt like enough dust to rival the amount of sand in wind country, HH. If I'd know or even suspected it'd be this dusty, I'd have put Konohamaru's present on hold and knitted my own dust mask. Yeah, but Mum must have done, that's why she got us to do it rather than her, devious old woman, Tenten cursed under her breath, carefully levering up what looked like a small plate of pitted, corroded metal and shuddering as a small colony of earwigs wriggled away, perturbed at their home being uprooted so suddenly. Just think about next week, it'll all be worth it if we get this done right. That thought and reminder was enough to perk them both up, though for slightly different reasons. As far as Tenten knew, a visit to one of the biannual visits of one of Fire Country's great carnivals was something both her parents enjoyed and, since her introduction into the family, she too had come to look forwards to eagerly. Muruta had confided in her that seeing the tricks of the knife throwers and fire jugglers, even if some of it was smoke and mirrors that put no one at risk, was one of the inspirations for him joining the Shinobi Corps, and Tenten in her own way understood that the performers were all very skilled people even if they had hopefully never killed anyone like a shinobi would. Naruto, having never had the opportunity to go to anything like a circus, never mind anyone who had ever actually wanted to go with him as the Hasawadas did, was also looking forwards to the date penciled in on Kishi's calendar for all the same reasons as his older friend, though, as well as a great day out, I'll have half my mind on getting a few new layers on my first ever mask as well. Before that can happen though, blinking the last of the dust from his eyes, Naruto squared his shoulders and moved up to an old shelf, trying to work out if what was on there was salvageable or merely scrap metal. Hey Tenchan, defeated, he sought the advice of the future weapons expert. What's this? That's she squinted across the dusty room, looks like an old halberd but the tip of the top blade snapped clean off and there's too much rust on the edge, wouldn't cut mustard as Dad would say. Scrap pile then? You bet. There was a clang as Naruto casually indulged his childish destructive urges and hurled the useless halberd out the open door of the storage area and onto a rapidly expanding pile of rubbish, along with this and, oh dear Kamisama, that smells like 3-week-old socks. The two toiled for most of the morning, diligently holding up their end of the deal that would ensure a day out for the pair of them sometime in the early spring when the big top was pitched and there would be games to play, performers to see and unhealthy amounts of candy to wolf down. However, it was when they came to the back end of the shed, and even getting that far had taken them the better part of 2 hours, that Naruto came across something that stumped even his friend as to what it was. Holding up the collapsed cardboard that had fallen over it, the Uzumaki gritted his teeth to stop the structure collapsing as Tenten peered down at the bizarre contraption, trying to puzzle out what the wires, wood and metal bits all meant and did. I dunno, she admitted after a long minute, stepping back and letting Naruto drop the cover again with a sigh of relief. Better not throw it out though, it could be important and I don't want to get rid of something I don't know about without Dad seeing it first. Sounds like a plan. Gingerly reaching down, Naruto carefully tugged the odd contraption out into the open and set it down in one of the spaces the two of them had cleared, knocked the worst of the dust off of it, turned around and once more began burrowing in the remaining piles of detritus that still infested the Hasawada storage areas. It was such an exhausting job that Naruto had almost forgotten his unusual find until Tenten pointed it out and her father, with a laugh of fondness and exclamation that he'd forgotten he'd actually stocked these weapons at one time, carefully twiddled with a few of the dials on the top and side of the weapon and sighted it down towards one of the targets at the far end of the yard. As a musical twang sounded through the air and a shaft of steel slammed a finger-length deep into the pitted wood, Naruto whipped his eyes back to the weapon and saw, not a long-ranged slaying machine, for such a thing would be extremely unlikely to hit an unengaged ninja, though, perhaps for taking down a civilian target, due to the slight noise it made, but something that would be even more invaluable to him if he could make a few adjustments to it. He made these intentions known, much to the disbelief of Maruta, who told him that he'd be able to throw kunai about as far as it could shoot by the time he left the academy, but he persevered and persuaded the smith to part with the antiquated weapon, saying he could pick it up next week after he'd had a chance to go over the weapon and knock off any rust. Happy with his prize and the knowledge that the Hasawadas would be showing him both how to use and look after his newest toy, to say nothing of the night out the carnival that was coming in the month or so, Naruto left the weaponsmiths for a well-deserved bath and to figure out a way to garner the help of the next person he needed to make sure his next endeavor would succeed and put a new tool in his arsenal as he waged war against Konoha's internal security forces. It was because of this plan that about 10 days later, the mouse had a deviation to his normal routine. Rather than head out for the training fields at an early hour, though not quite as early as in his younger years, most of his nights were now spent prowling through Konoha, meaning he tended to stay up and rise later than before. He instead decided to pay Gigi a visit, a scroll containing his latest toy burning a hole in his pocket as he nodded politely to the Sandame's secretary and let himself into the village leader's office. "Hey Gigi," the old man looked up, a benign smile on his face as he recalled the look of outright joy that had lit up his daughter's face when, after Asuma had gingerly tested the small, loosely bound package that had been left on the doorstep of the Sarutobi compound a few nights ago and addressed to her son for traps and seals, she had unwrapped it from a safe distance using ninja wire and almost immediately gone into raptures of joy seeing what was inside it. "Ah, Naruto-kun, a pleasure to see you. My daughter has been quite, insistent you come around again sometime soon." The reminder of Buika and Konohamaru was enough to make the aspiring Hokage smile a little and shrug. "I'll see what I can do, but I'm a busy man these days, Gigi, same as you." He pointed out the piles of paperwork that had once more flourished on the Hokage's desk. "Lucky though, there's a paper-chewing mouse on the loose in your tower today." "I am glad to hear it, Naruto-kun. You spoil this old man and his family." Squirming a little at the praise, the Jinchuriki scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. "It was just a scarf." Sarutobi chuckled. "It would be a brave man who told Buika-chan that, Naruto. As far as she's concerned, a strand of hair from Kami-sama's own head would pale in comparison to your just a scarf. Yoshino-chan has worked wonders with your knitting skills, it seems. A shame she never considered the career of an academy instructor." As visions of the whip-cracking Nara matriarch who was, Naruto recalled, a reservist chunin, standing like an Akuma over a class of cowed and broken academy students loomed large in his mind, the mouse shivered. "Probably just as well for the academy dropout rate, Gigi. Yoshino-san might be a nice person in a good mood, but when she's trying to get something done she's a slave driver. I still don't know how she and Shikaku-san either got together or are still together. Every time I see them I keep thinking one of them's going to strangle the other in their sleep one of these days. Not that it'd be difficult for seeing how Shikaku-san's snoring most of the time. Love works in mysterious ways, Naruto-kun, a lesson you'll learn when you're older," the elder man counseled sagely before stamping yet another form that had appeared on his desk. "For now though, would you mind just running these piles to their relevant departments and seeing if there's anything else to pick up?" Snapping to attention with a jaunty salute, Naruto nodded, grabbed the nearest stack of paper, quickly skimmed over the top of it to see where in the tower it needed to be delivered to and followed his mental map of the tower to his new destination. Some 2 hours or so later the Sandame sat back in his sumptuous seat and had to fight down the childish urge to kick his feet onto the suddenly clear desktop, instead fumbling for his pipe and lighting it with a click of his fingers. "Ah, that's so much better. I must make a note to try and get a replacement for Naruto when he's not around. Even if it's just to use the denied stamp, it saves so much time overall. Oh, speak of the little devil and he is bound to appear. Once more you have my thanks, Naruto-kun." Blushing slightly at the old man's praise and taking in the scent of burning tobacco from the doorway, the blonde took a step into the Hokage's room and unzipped the top pocket of his jumpsuit. "No problem, Gigi. Not much going on in the training grounds at the minute, though I think they'll be field testing the Jounin candidate soon. Plenty of scrap around then." He rubbed his hands together for a minute before seemingly remembering why he was there and pulling a small scroll from the pocket. "But apart from that, I was wondering if you could help me with something. You know about funinjutsu, right? If by that you mean fuinjutsu, the sealing arts, then yes, I have some knowledge in the area, though my own student Jiraiya has far surpassed my own skills in the subject." "Okay, but since you're the only one here you'll have to do, I need you to have a look at this." With that, he unrolled the scroll on the cleared desk and channeled his chakra into it. A brief second later, having seen the weapon now resting in front of him, Sarutobi felt compelled to ask a few pertinent questions regarding his adoptive grandson's new toy. Much as I admire your resolve in ensuring available weapons, Naruto-kun, why exactly are you carrying around this old crossbow? And where did you get it from? Found it in Maruta-san's old storage area. He said I could keep it once he showed me how to use and look after it. The bolts will cost extra though when I learn to shoot, the child explained, patting the stock of the ballistic weapon with fondness as he recalled the first time he'd tried to fire it and how long it had taken the bruise in his shoulder to fade. The kick was quite unbelievable for the unprepared. I was thinking of using it for my deal with the clans. I doubt very much, the Sandaime broke in, slightly alarmed but hiding it well, that the nature of your business with the clans could stretch to cover attempted murder, Naruto-kun, even if any ninja worth his salt should be able to duck out the way of a shot from this bow. I know that, Gigi. I'm not going to actually shoot this at anyone, the Jinchuriki explained, pointing at the various moving parts of the crossbow's bolt assembly and winch. What I need is a way to make sure it's silent when it fires. That way I can fire it into a wall or building with a rope attached and use it to climb higher than I can reach normally. Most of the clans are learning I tend to come in from the ground because I can't get all the way up a tree yet, so they'll get a real shock when I suddenly start tapping on the windows rather than the doors. Can Fuinjutsu do that? Climbing up, well, normally a ninja would use a grapple or a kunai in a pinch. The veteran shinobi mulled things over in his mind, glancing between bow, and back wall in succession as he contemplated this new idea. But Naruto-kun can't throw very high yet, not with any degree of accuracy at any rate. Yes, this would work as a stopgap until he grows old enough, I suppose, if Maruta-san could fashion grapple-like bolts instead of straight steel ones. Mind made up, the professor half stood and scooped the weapon into his hands. It was a little lighter than he remembered, the mechanism slightly stiff, but repeated use and oiling would hopefully ease off the last of the rust and ensure the smooth working of the contraption. Well, Naruto-kun, to answer your question, yes, a basic privacy seal would suffice to make your idea work. However, I'm afraid I'll be unable to place such seals until tomorrow at the earliest. Naruto's formerly beaming face fell a little at this. Huh? Why's that, Gigi? Because I need all the chakra I can to survive the rest of the day, and the rest of me will, I'm sure, be exhausted by the time I've seen Asuma-kun off to the country capital. Impetuous brat, challenge his old man to a spar, would he? Well, he might have improved a lot, but there's still no hope of him walking away from the battlefield without a few new dents in that thick skull of his. If anything, this explanation made Naruto even more confused. What? But you're here, how can you be with Asuma-san as well? Oh come now, Naruto-kun, the venerable Kage chuckled, reaching for his ornamental robe as he glanced out of the window and saw it was time to go for his mid-morning stroll. You surely didn't think you were the only one who knew the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, did you? It took a few seconds for this to sink in, a few seconds that Sarutobi would always remember with fondness, as the rampant confusion written on his surrogate grandson's face was far too cute to be recalled any other way, before the Jinchuriki's eyes widened and he shot an accusing finger at the Hokage. You're a clone. Indeed I am. But you're the Hokage. You have to be in the office, looking after the village? And I am Naruto-kun. But with this jutsu I can also be in the private Hokage training area putting my son through his paces before he rejoins the 12 Guardians of Fire, though hopefully his term of service will be at an end in the next 2 years or so, and he can come home for good, the kami be willing, Sarutobi added privately before refocusing the conversation back on the Jinchuriki, who was still gaping at this masterful piece of skullduggery, though if it's any consolation I'm usually here about 90% of the time, just in case of any emergency cropping up. Naruto gaped for a long moment, enough for the Kage to rise to his feet and stretch off a little before glancing over as he heard the child suddenly give a breathy, raucous laugh. Gigi, you're a sneaky old. He would have used another word Enko-sensei had taught him without meaning to before his cautious side, much developed since his forays into enemy territory had begun, chimed in and pointed out that for someone who wanted to be a ninja but who wasn't even wearing his headband yet, to call the god of shinobi that was probably a very bad career move. Goat. Of course I am, they didn't give me this hat for my looks, you know? Sarutobi's doppelganger chortled as he placed his headdress on and made for the door of his office, the Jinchuriki trailing in his wake and shaking his head at the deviousness of his would-be grandfather. Deception is the lifeblood of a ninja, Naruto-kun, and the older the ninja the chances are the better they are at it. Always assume your enemy is thinking 2 moves ahead, that way you get used to thinking 3 steps ahead of him and, as a consequence, winning the battle. Old advice maybe, but I've found it's a truth that doesn't change no matter how old you get. XXX. It was a strange day indeed that a member of the clans he was now working for heard Naruto before they caught sight of him, but, as he appeared in the doorway half dragging the person who'd let him into the large clan building, he stood up to his full height in front of the entire clan gathering for the 2nd month in a row and pointed up at the taller figure by the side of him. Right, please someone tell me if this is true. His finger didn't quiver, even if the woman by the side of him was obviously shaking with laughter and doing her best not to snort out loud as her miniature interrogator asked the killer question. Is this a Kimichi chime and, if so, does she have a younger sister I can get in contact with? The palpable disbelief that had erupted around the table was promptly earthed at the question, Chuza most of all chuckling away merrily as he beckoned his wife to come and join them, realizing there was only Hayashi left to arrive and having prior knowledge that the Hyuga would be unable to attend this meeting due to clan business, either that or he had a hunch someone might turn up and embarrass him again. Actually, speaking of which, yes Naruto-san, this is the beautiful Akimichi chime, apple of the eye of her ever-thankful husband, he proclaimed loudly, wrapping an arm loosely around the taller woman's waist as she stood beside his seat, Chime for her part shaking her head and doing her best not to blush too badly. And for the second part, yes, she does have a sister, but last I heard she was happily married and a little too far away for you to bother with easily. That is still right, isn't it, my dear? Hi, Shuniki-chan is still with that man Mountain she calls a husband, though how is beyond me. The guest bedroom of their home is in a separate wing to theirs and his snoring was still keeping me awake. How she puts up with it I have no idea. Good quality earplugs would be my guess, Chuza commented sagely as Naruto, seeing he was under the radar for the time being, sidled up to the table and surreptitiously slid into a seat, noticing as he did so that the empty one he'd gone for was between Tsum and Shikaku. That's not too bad, it could have been worse. I think Inoichi-san still got it in for me after I ended up scaring Ino. But I did say I was sorry, he reminded himself mentally, noticing out the corner of his eye that the Yamanaka was still fixing him with the evil eye as he sat down. So what are you doing here, pup? Get caught breaking in? Nah, not like that. Naruto shook his head. Shikaku-san told me where the next meet was going to be held earlier this week and I showed up. Well, he made to defend himself as the Inuzuka opened her mouth to argue. Can you say I'm not the Uzumaki clan head yet? Just as Chuza had the previous month, Tsum found her argument choked off before it could begin. Gritting her pointed teeth, the leader of the House of Dogs instead shook her head, ignoring the snicker from the Ninken by the side of her as Kuramaru reminded himself of a question his partner had failed to ask the venerable monkey leader during one of the meetings of Konoha. Not yet, but give it time, she assured him before looking over at their host for the evening and Tutang, Chuza with Chime on his knee and hugging her tightly. How that old bear survived for a month with her gone I'll never know. Kami-sama forbid she ever gets delayed by the weather, he'd be howling loud enough to drown out my kennels pining for her. Or storing it all up for when she got back. Naruto's whispered comment made her glance down with a raised eyebrow and expectant smirk. Despite their rocky introduction, Tsum had been able to look back on that infamous night and eventually laugh, rationalizing both that at least other people had been got as badly as her and that the mouse had a good sense of humor as he glanced at the Akimichi's prodigious girth. Bet she could get a hell of a bounce off that trampoline. Scrunching up her face in an effort not to snigger, the dog Nin added her 2 Ryo's worth. Just as long as he didn't roll over suddenly, Naruto winced. Splat, or, then again, he rolled an eye up towards her, a curious half-smile on his face as he cocked his head slightly. That could be the precursor to the longest pair of splits she'll ever do. Tsum had no hope at that one, though she was quickly able to disguise her outright snort of laughter into a hastily stifled attack of the sneezes before anyone became too suspicious. Koho, Berg, she gave a sniff before settling back in her seat, glancing around the table apologetically. Sorry about that, however, just before we get started, someone please tell me they worked out a way we can legally throw this little brat out on his ear. Oh come on, as everyone else around the table swapped uneasy glances with each other, Tsum didn't dare look around. She could almost taste the smugness blossoming on the Jinchuriki's face. At least one of you must have thought to read the rulebook. Well, Hayashi might have, but he's not here, Shikaku pointed out reasonably, helping himself to another handful of the nibbles scattered liberally around the table. The Akimichi were always the most generous of hosts, innocent until proven guilty, I'm afraid, Tsum-chan. Innocent, ha, she muttered, favoring the victorious Chibi with a filthy expression before taking a handful of treats herself. I'm pretty sure they had a pair of handcuffs and an ANBU waiting for him as he was coming out his mother's womb. Even then, she went on, remembering belatedly that Naruto was an orphan and not wanting to tear the head of that scar by bringing it up, I'm sure he'd have given them the slip. I'd have tried, and Gigi would have probably got me off on a technicality, the Uzumaki side, fighting down the pang in his heart as he was reminded of his non-existent family, though knowing my luck he'd have used the insanity defense and ended up getting me accidentally sectioned doing it. Nothing accidental about it, Naruto, all ninja are at least a little crazy, you're just getting a head start, Shikaku chipped in, stretching off as his teammate finally released his wife and stood up, casting some of the table into shadow as he fixed the unexpected player with a beady eye. So then, once more we are all here, +1, save one exception." With that declaration the big man scooped up a nearby saucer of sake and raised it aloft, the gesture echoed by everyone else save Naruto who, bamboozled a bit by this, stayed quiet in his seat and merely observed the proceedings as Chuza went on, "To absent friends." Absent friends, the echo went around the table as all 5 clan heads threw back the fiery brew, grimacing at the aftertaste before, with a shake of his head, Inoichi dragged the conversation back to brighter ground. "So then, that's the depressing stuff out the way. Keep the seat warm for me, Chimeheim, I'll be back in a moment." The table as a whole chuckled quietly as the Yamanaka clan head excused himself, Naruto especially shaking his head as memories of the first time he'd come literally face to face with the leader of the mind-walking clan came back to the forefront of his mind, before he became aware of a presence to his side. Looking around and up, he found Chime looking down at him, scrutinizing his short frame through her thick, black lashes and steel-gray eyes. "So then, now you know who I am, I'm going to assume you are the Uzumaki Naruto Chuzakuans told me so much about?" "Hi, that's me," the Jinchuriki stated proudly, nodding in his seat. "I'm glad Chuza-san mentioned me. Funny thing was he didn't seem to mention you much." A thin eyebrow rose as a curious smile quirked the corner of Chime's lips. "Really? He usually talks about me quite a lot, much to my embarrassment usually." "Oh, he said about you, but never said you were, well, you," he exclaimed, looking her up and down and taking in her tall stature, ramrod straight black hair and fair complexion. "You're not quite what I was expecting." Chime rolled her eyes. "Let me guess, you were expecting a fat, frumpy, apple-cheeked woman in an apron." Despite himself, Naruto nodded and immediately regretted it, rubbing his sore ear as Chime's hand moved almost too fast to see in a lightning-fast cuff. "Well, let that be a lesson to you, never assume anything about someone you don't know. I am a Kimichi Chime, but before that I was Kurosawa Chime, proud member of one of the most prestigious samurai clans of the Land of Iron and, as my husband will duly attest." Chuza nodded sagely as she met Naruto's eye and gave a wide, slightly sinister smile before finishing, "My skills with a blade haven't dulled through marriage or motherhood." The idea that one of the heads of the noble Konoha clans had a samurai bride took a while to percolate Naruto's mind. As far as he knew, samurai were warriors-like but at the same time completely different to ninja. While ninja prowled in the darkness and fought for victory at all costs in the name of the Hokage, samurai answered to the daimyo and lived by a strict code of personal honor and ethics, though they were formidable swordsmen, and women, apparently, and not someone a ninja would want to come up against in a straight fight. Naruto wisely stayed quiet for a moment as he totted up the sum of what he knew and, finding himself shortchanged in a few areas, sought to get a few extra snippets of information. "So, you're a samurai?" Chime held up a finger. "No, the correct term for a battle-trained woman from a samurai clan is onabugeisha," she explained, fixing him with a stern but not unkind eyes. "Might only be a little difference but an important one, especially in the Land of Iron." "Okay, sorry for any offense, but what I don't get is if you're from the Land of Iron, how did you meet Chuza-san? I'm not that great at geography but even I know it's a long way to walk to Iron from here." "And you'd be right, Naruto-san," Chuza answered with a fond smile on his face as he recalled his younger days. "Luckily though, it was in the aftermath of the Third War that I was invited by my father, the former clan head, to accompany him to Iron for trading talks. I met Chimeheim there at these talks as my clan were planning to excavate and sift for metal or in some of their clan lands using our Doton jutsus, and from her I learnt the importance of several samurai lessons, including..." He fixed his wife with a semi-fierce glare as he once more felt the shame that had burnt through his entire being as he realized that not only had he been tricked by his future fiancée's last request prior to engagement but he'd also dragged his closest friends into that madcap escapade as well. Never trust the tongue of a devious woman. Seeing the soft glares the two Akimichi were sending each other, it took Naruto a second to regain his composure enough to ask, "Do I dare to ask?" Chime broke her gaze from Chuza enough to ask, "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, it wasn't anything life-threatening. What happened was that after Chuza-kun and my father..." She was interrupted by a pair of groans from the table, Inoichi speaking up for the other 2 cards in the winning hand as he dreaded this old story being rehashed again to a new audience, as if he doesn't have enough to go on about us all already. "Do you have to? It's embarrassing." "Oh hush," Chime shot his fledgling protest down before it could truly get off the ground. "I'm sure you'll be regaling him with stories of how you wooed Kunisa-chan first chance you get when she's about." "Pay no attention to him, Naruto, he's just sore because he was made to look a bit of a fool." "Not for the first time." "Hey," Naruto held up his hand in defense as the paler blonde glared death at him. "Not my fault, I might have shocked you but the scream was entirely your idea." Chime raised an eyebrow. "Interesting, but for later." "Well, either way what happened was this. On the ancestral lands of the Kurosawa clan stands the largest mountain in the Iron Country and, a long time ago, the head of my family declared that the largest jewel in his possession should be dragged to its summit and left there, and he declared, that the ancestors could use to watch over us all from heaven. When Chuza's father and my own sat down and drew up the marriage contract, I made a request that, before we were wed, Chuza-kun would climb the spire of iron and take a small piece of my ancestors' treasure that my clan could fashion into a wedding band. Of course, Chuza being the impetuous brat he was back in the day. I was ready to go by the next morning. The tall man took over the story, trying to contain his flushing cheeks as his pride was stung by this story once more, and to my eternal shame I dragged my team headlong into this mess. Your team? But what were they? Officially we were there to witness the marriage contract, Shikaku explained with a weary sigh and a yawn, as always indifferent to the retelling of this particular episode of his youth, but once Chuza was challenged like that, nothing short of the fist of Kamisama himself was going to stop him getting up that mountain and, well, the Nara shrugged, someone had to keep an eye on him. A sudden snort made him peel open a half-closed eye in time to see Inoichi scoff at his retelling. Yeah, someone did, the Yamanaka shook his head, and that someone would have been me on my lonesome had Chuza not threatened to lash you to the back of his luggage by your ankle and drag you the whole way there. Too right, we were still a team at that stage, Shika, so if the two of us were going to be suffering with cold, damp and frozen solid trail rations, I was going to make damned sure you were as well. The Great Bear himself glowered before shaking his head and shooting a nasty glance at his wife. Still, off we go, us three intrepid mountaineers, and let me tell you this, Naruto-kun. Never ever assume that you can ever conquer a mountain easily, no matter how good you are with Doton Jutsus. If it wasn't the cold, it was the wind, and if it wasn't that, it would be dropping something not secured to our packs and having to go down and get the damn thing. 5 nights we were up there, 5 of the coldest and most miserable nights of my life, and believe me, that's saying something, but in the end we all made it, more or less. We heaved ourselves to the top of that mountain and saw the prize. Chimeheim didn't lie, the largest crystal any of us had ever seen, big as a horse-drawn cart, clear as the finest aburame ice. The thought of such riches made Naruto's eyes bulge. How much ramen would that buy? Before the Akimichi's finishing words made his jaw drop. And worth less than the 200 ryo I had in my pocket. But, Naruto managed to stutter after a moment of ensuring in his own mind he had heard the large man right. But how's that possible? You said it was huge, how could it be so cheap? Because of what it was made of, Naruto. It was a massive salt crystal, Inoichi sighed, once more feeling the sting to his pride. Not unlike a small part of the aforementioned crystal being ground into his wounds, there was a small plaque in front of it, written by the head of the Kurosawa clan, saying how the journey to riches was always worth more than the riches itself, or something like that. I can't really remember. So there we were, 3 wallies who'd walked up a mountain and been left hanging out on a limb because some crazy old samurai had played a massive hoax on the world in general. What could we do? We all carved our names in the crystal. There was a small list on one side from other people who'd made the trek before us. Someone had written a nice poem there if I remember rightly, though what it was escapes me. Threw a pinch each over our shoulders for luck. That great lummox picked up the small pebbles worth he needed, and we all set off back down again. Akimichi chime, the Yamanaka's voice was half curse, half grudging commendation, about the only person in history to trump Konoha's winning hand. More good men have been lost to the wiles of women than to war, famine, disease and disaster. Remember that, Naruto, it might save your life someday. I'll pass those comments on to Kunisa-san then, shall I? Inoichi spluttered at the sudden thought and shook his head wildly, glancing almost frenetically at his third teammate as Shikaku gave a sardonic smirk. Apart from some very exceptional exemptions though, I have to agree with him, Naruto, girls in general are usually too troublesome to bother with. There was a sudden, very audible, very theatrical sniff as Tsum looked away hurriedly, feigning wounded pride. And there I was thinking we had something special, Shika, the Inuzuka mourned tearfully, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. How could you be so cruel, stringing me along like that after all I've given you? From my recollections, the only things you have ever given Nara-san are bruises and FL. Tsum's arm whipped down, exposing her bared fangs and flared nostrils as she stared death across the table at Shibi, silently daring him to finish that sentence. Flying lessons, usually as a result of utilizing him as a practice dummy for your clan jutsus. Satisfied that the aburame had done a decent enough job of dodging the kunai, Tsum merely shook her head and chuckled. What can I say? I needed a new chew toy and he was just lying there, so I thought, why not? And my pain and suffering didn't even enter your mind at all? Tsum rolled her eyes at the Nara. That coming from the man who was dating Yoshino-chan at the time, I'm not sure if that complaint's tragic or funny, she deadpanned before giving a wicked grin. Besides, I don't remember you complaining when she saw what had happened in that sparring session and the two of you got to play Mednin together. Well, Mednin and training dummy at least, Chuza's deep voice chipped in, smiling over at his friend as Shikaku's face struggled to keep its neutral expression. call him a lazy ass, a dreamer, and all the other names under the sun, and he wouldn't bat an eyelid, but there were only so many insults to his clan and especially his other half that he would take. Knowing Shika it would be too troublesome to raise his arms so Yoshino-chan could put the bandages on. Knowing Shika everything beyond breathing's too troublesome to be bothered with, Tsum agreed with a toothy smile at her shadow-wielding counterpart, the Nara clan, put on this earth by Kamisama as a legal alternative for necrophiliacs. As expected, there was a general recoil from this line, Tsum grinning secretly to herself as Inoichi, first to overcome the gag reflex, shot a hand up and waved it away. No, Tsum, he traced his finger across the tabletop before reaching over it and tapping the wood further away, explaining as he repeated the motion, you line, bad puppy-chan, that was uncalled for. Tsum merely beamed all the more brightly before the butt of her joke spoke up, immediately putting her hackles up as she realized he had no reason whatsoever to put a good word in on her behalf. Very true, but at the same time there are worse urges to have. He didn't even have time to roll his eye down to where Kuramaru was prone on the floor before the Inuzuka mistress's growl reached his ears. And if you look over here saying that I'll black your eyes for you, she promised threateningly. Contrary to popular belief, the Inuzuka clan aren't werewolves. With those legs, a voice from between the quarreling shinobi piped up, both having made the fatal mistake of ignoring the jinchuriki between them and Tsum bearing the brunt of the punishment for such a failing. Could have fooled me. And what's wrong with my legs, brat? If you're not careful you'll be on the end of one of them in a minute. Naruto winced. Nothing wrong with them, in fact they're perfect ninja tools, he commented, not daring to look as he knew that while Tsum would be the last kunoichi in the leaf to play the pervert card, she'd instead find some other way of punishing him for a blatant peek. That stubble could probably count as a weapon in its own right. Getting hit by those shins be like being belted in the face with a cheese grater. Despite the sniggers around her, the Inuzuka kept a tight grip on her temper, knowing that blowing her top now would only come around and bite her on the rear at some stage in the future. Instead she glared down at the Uzumaki and bared her pointed teeth in a chilling smile. And what would you know about feminine fashions and beauty routines, brat? Been using that henge of yours to sneak into other young ladies' bedrooms and get a good eyeful, have you? For shame. Naruto shook his head slowly, grasping for a comeback and stalling before luckily his quick mind seized upon a line in one of the jokebooks he now owned and twisted it enough to suit his purpose. Nah, the shock I got in yours was enough to kill off any inner peeping Tom I had. He gave a theatrical shudder as Chime raised an eyebrow at this, looking across at her husband and nodding as he silently assured her he'd let her know the full story later. As soon as I crawled out of there I swore to myself I'd never make an uke out of any woman who could grow a better mustache than me. Bad news for you then, Blondie, Tsum crowed in triumph, messing up his hair before pinching the side of his face enough to stretch out his whisker marks. Even if you do somehow drop a pair big enough to let you grow facial hair, we won't be able to see it because of its color. Sorry to say it, but if that's the way you're basing your love life in the future, the Uzumaki really will be a clan of one. And if that dress of yours was the yardstick for your love life, I'm amazed you only ended up with 2 kids, Naruto riposted, Tsum choking off an ingrained response as she recognized the backhanded compliment at the last minute. If the Leaf Shinobi population ever starts to dwindle, I'm petitioning Gigi for an A-ranked mission to get hold of that little number for use as a template, one of those in every home in Konoha. The birth rate would be sent through the roof and I'd be a hero for saving us all. Assuming you can get to it, that is. All Inuzukas were by nature possessive and territorial, and Tsum was no exception. The fact that this upstart pup was challenging her in this method had made everything else gray out around her. She didn't see the strangled laughs on the faces of the other players. The fact that Chime had been forced to excuse herself and was now tottering around her clan home trying desperately to find a room to vent the laughter threatening to burst her without her Inuzuka friend overhearing her. All she saw was her latest opponent. I'll warn you now that I catch sight or scent of you in that room or any other of my clan house and I won't be held responsible for the consequences. Naruto merely laughed and pointed at her partner. Ah well, I'll just have to send Patches over there in first. I'm sure he'd take the kunai for what? Belatedly realizing the rumbling growl reverberating from the floor was meant for him, Naruto looked down again and explained himself to the irked Ninken. You're a big black dog with white patches in your fur and you wear an eye patch. What else was I going to call you? Name's Kuramaru, the alpha of the Inuzuka pack rumbled as he came to his feet, so tall at the shoulder that even sat on his seat Naruto was still eye to eye with the massive canine. Remember that. Sorry, I already know too many Maris, Naruto stubbornly affirmed, ticking them off on his fingers. Shikamaru, Haimaru, Konohamaru, nope, sorry, no room for any more. You'll just have to stay as Patches, or Patch I guess would work just as well. I'll remind you of that next time the pack goes hunting you, Nezumi. Naruto scowled at that. It's Mouse, not rat, mice are cuter and don't live in sewers. Oh yeah, is that as fact? Well, reminder for you, Patch, you need to have both eyes open to have a chance of catching me. The Ninken smiled as much as he was able to. I'll manage with just the one. Really? Okay then. Naruto seemed to mull something over for a minute before coming to a decision. Tomorrow night, my sneaking skills against your nose and eyes, no mouse henge from me, none of the rest of the pack from you. You catch me, you win, and I'll call you by your name. I get to one of the clan houses, you don't, and you stay as Patches, deal? You've got nuts, kid. Having come back into the room just in time to hear the youngster make such a bold statement to Kuramaru, a Ninken she knew was a match for most ninja on his own without Tsume backing him up, was enough to convince Chime that at least some of the stories Chuza had told her about this child before her must have been true. Oddly enough, she and the ninja in the rooms didn't step in when the massive dog brought a paw that covered half the Uzumaki's thigh down on the Jinchuriki's closest leg to seal the bet, his fangs displayed in a canine smirk as his rough, rumbling voice issued forth again. You have courage, Nezumi, no brain but courage. Say that to my face after you catch me, Patches, the boy retorted, heaving at the massive foot that was starting to cut off the circulation in his leg and give him pins and needles. Come on now, off. Kuramaru reluctantly relented, settling back down on his belly and sending one last comment up towards the table before planning for the hunt he had to deal with tomorrow. I'll do just that, Nezumi, Kuramaru assured him, already recalling the best routes around a territory that had been his from his birth to the present day, right after I've dragged you before the pack by your tail and forced you to call me Alpha. You keep dreaming, for now I will, the dog agreed, closing his eyes as he heard the game above him start, but tomorrow, my dream will come true and your nightmare will begin. XXX. The eye had been closed in slumber the night before was now alight with triumph as the body it was connected to bounded over low scrub and around thick tree trunks, scanning the dark boughs above with a frightening zeal as predator instinct sang through Kuramaru's veins. That side of him, the feral, animal side that he had been born with and that had kept him alive and mostly intact through the bloodiest war of the shinobi era, was roaring in his ears, pounding in time with his heartbeat. He had the scent of his prey and would follow it, and the Uzumaki would know the folly of challenging a Ninken on his home territory. The other half, on the other hand, the one that had been born following his introduction to the small human pup who would one day become the Inuzuka clan head and had been molded and developing since then, had a slightly different viewpoint, only by luck and the fact the half-full moon had drawn his eye to the thin, vine-like shape that had almost bisected it in his monovision had he been warned of where to look and the fact his prey was now above him rather than on the ground. How Naruto had been able to throw a rope so high and so far when even Tsume's youngest pup wasn't able to hurl a kunai so it would hit a stationary target with any degree of accuracy was beyond him, but at that point it hadn't mattered. All that had mattered was that because of the dangling rope he knew where the mouse had entered the clan grounds and, having caught his scent from the thick twine, was following it relentlessly, though the trailer was slightly fainter than he'd been expecting. Still, despite his quarry's ingenuity with hiding in the trees, it appeared he had done nothing about the scent that followed him like a blaring noise, the trail that Kuramaru was following like an arrow, getting closer to his quarry all the time. The trail thickened in his nose, curdled and his great head came up, a breath of still, crisp night air reached his remaining ear and brought with it the sound of scrabbling, leaves being disturbed, there, and sweet vindication rushed around the Ninken's frame as he saw the prey for the first time. Nezumi, due to his vocal cords not being properly attuned to speak the human tongue, Kuramaru couldn't shout, but in such a quiet environment that didn't really count for much, even with his limited knowledge of human movements and reactions, Ed could tell from the way the boy suddenly froze against the tree trunk he'd just moved towards that Naruto had heard him, come down. With great reluctance the Jinchuriki did so, though as he slowly inched his way down the trunk of the tree Kuramaru had to look twice to check it really was the same pup who had so unwisely challenged him the previous evening. Without his trademark orange, Naruto really didn't look like Naruto. Instead, dressed as he was in dark and dull gray ninja slacks and vest, to say nothing of the black dye that had been used to obscure his eye-catching hair, he really did look like a potentially dangerous intruder. Even his birthmarks had been smeared with thick mud, probably from just outside the Inuzuka clan grounds if the smell was any indication, the clay-like substance breaking up the outline of his face and making him harder to see, though thankfully not harder to smell. Oof, dropping the last few feet, Naruto tottered for a minute before righting himself and looking back up the tree. That was higher than it looked. I'd have made it if I was a bit closer to the floor and able to jump from tree to tree without being afraid of breaking my neck. Sour grapes never taste nice, Nezumi, Kuramaru quoted with a gruff chuckle before thrusting his nose into the smaller figure's chest gently, but you were caught. I have won. He could see the child trying to argue his way out of the snare he'd stuck his foot in. It was actually quite funny to see how many expressions a human could make in so short a time, but, as he'd known the child must, eventually Naruto folded his arms and gave a sigh. Well, you got it half right, Kuramaru-san. Progress at least. I feel it may take several nips before he remembers the lesson fully though. You well caught me. I can't go anywhere without having a lot of angry dog landing on me. That is assuming you're not planning on letting me off the hook? Didn't think so, he shrugged as Kuramaru shook his head slowly from side to side. It was worth a try though. True. Now, the Ninken swung away, brushing his prey's shoulder with a thick tail. Come, the pack will see you. They will know not to rend you if they catch you in our lands once they have your scent. Ah yeah, about that. The Jinchuriki cringed for a minute, Kuramaru looking over his shoulder as the boy no doubt realized the fate that might have awaited him had he been hunted by less human-friendly members of the Inuzuka family, two-legged as well as four. Any chance you could hand over my scent second-hand? I need to get going in a minute. Those words did make Kuramaru spin around, a touch of his temper rising as he made to cut through the mouse's delaying tactics. As an offshoot of pack loyalty, honor to a word ran through an Inuzuka's veins and Naruto was coming perilously close to breaking the bargain he'd made less than a day ago. You will not, the scarred dog growled, glaring at the impudence of the child through his sole remaining eye. You will follow me or you will be cast forever from the pack grounds. The Inuzuka will hold no sympathy for a liar. But Kuramaru-san, I'm not lying. I said you got it half right earlier and that was the truth. Even as he replayed the conversation back through his head, the Ninken found it explained to him. You have caught me, dead to rights. I'm your prisoner, your scent marker, anything else you want me to be, but I'm also something else as well. What? The grin that could simultaneously light up a room and strike fear into the heart of a war veteran flashed through the clearing as Naruto brought his hands together. I'm a decoy. A split second later Naruto found himself pausing in his descent from the boughs of a different tree, smirking at the memory of the dumbstruck expression that had clouded the Ninken pack leader's scarred muzzle, before shivering and making better speed to his destination as a frustrated howl issued moonward from somewhere far too close for his liking. Oh, that's not good. Naruto was far from fluent in the canine tongue, but he was certain that howl was not meant as a compliment to his skullduggery skills. Patches is going to be pissed after chasing those clones up a tree. Better get moving. With that the housebreaker hopped down to the floor, ignored the stab of pain up from his heel as he half stumbled over an old tree root and bolted full pelt towards the outside of the wall he could see. Even though it only lasted 5 or 6 seconds, it was a tense run. All around him phantoms of the irked pack leader raced alongside with hot breath pouring from their throats and single, crimson eyes ablaze with vengeance for the sake of their wounded pride. The feeling of solid, hardened wood against his shoulder was euphoria itself. It was over, he had won. By hook and by crook, as using a jutsu that not even most chunin should have been able to do probably counted as cheating in any civilian's book, so it's just as well I'm a ninja and can't cheat, and besides he knew I could do that jutsu. He should have been expecting more than one of me. No such thing as a single mouse after all, but he was here, at his objective and, as he ducked down and fished in his pocket for something, with a hopefully easy way in if the kami favored him. It was far from ideal, but it was all he could do at the minute, having been surprised at the Yamanaka not so long back by the sound of a sudden clattering noise waking half the household up as he tried to jimmy a window open, a fact that had kept Ino laughing for days and a smug grin hovering around Inoichi's lips for a lot longer. He recalled with a wince on behalf of his bruised pride. He'd been forced to come up with a method of checking for tripwires in the near dark. The lighter he clicked into life was far from ideal in that it produced light and the smoke from its flame wasn't quite opaque enough to curl around any potential booby traps. I have got to come up with something better that this soon though. Using a lighter of all things is, yep. With a sigh he let the light sputter out as he saw the window suddenly fill with light from the inside, right on schedule. Just me, he commented idly, raising a hand in greeting as someone above him shoved the window open and looked outside. His sudden declaration for just below their eye line was almost enough to make them leap into the window they just opened, but luckily for the clan's pride the kunoichi, for it was definitely a kunoichi who peered down at him with thick hair spilling over her shoulders and a brace of shuriken in her hands. Checking for tripwires, no need for alarm. There would have been, if you dropped that bloody lighter, the Inuzuka grunted, replacing her weapons. That was a stupid move, we're trained to sniff out fire from birth. If anything goes up on the clan grounds it's all hands and mouths to the buckets before it gets too big to contain. Trying to smoke the traps out were you? Hi, gotta find something to replace this though. Naruto shook his head as he put the lighter back in his pocket, the Inuzuka nodding as she rested her elbows on the rough-hewn wood of her windowsill. True, and the sooner the better if you ask me. Still, no point hanging around out there. Go around the front, come in and wait by the main entrance, someone wants to talk to you. Really, that was quite surprising. after all he'd spoken to both Tsume and her partner, who else in the clan would want to talk to him unless, as this kunoichi was mission-related? Still, it wouldn't do to be an impatient guest. With a nod he raised a hand in farewell, stood to his full height and made his way around towards the front of the Inuzuka home, the ninja watching him go with a quirky smile on her face and already planning a way of twisting this story into one where she captured the mouse that had slipped through even Kuramaru's guard even as she slid her window shut. He was expecting Tsume, if only so the matriarch of the clan could actually confirm he'd tricked her partner fair and square. The sight of a stranger coming into the hallway opposite him was therefore completely unexpected. Taking a slight step back, Naruto sized up the other person and realized with a start that, far from the teenager he'd originally tagged him as, the lines and slight scars on the face before him spoke of someone with a face far older than the deceptively short frame it was perched upon. "So you beat Old One Eye then?" the man asked rhetorically before nodding his head, taking another step forwards and looking over Naruto just as the Jinchuriki was looking over him. The man was muscular and stocky, only just taller than a dwarf if he was any judge. "Nicely done." "More luck than judgment," the Jinchuriki countered, scratching the back of his neck as he usually did when receiving praise. "It could have been me he went after rather than the decoy." "Doesn't matter," the man shook his head and Naruto noticed that rather than red fangs, this Inuzuka had what looked to be orange squares tattooed onto his cheeks. "Okay, I'm liking this guy already. He likes orange and he's short. Long as you get the job done nothing else matters." Well, he paused before correcting himself slightly, that and getting out alive afterwards. "Anyway, I'm not here to discuss the shinobi creed," Inuzuka Rimaru, called the flea by some. He extended a hand and, after a moment, Naruto shook and immediately regretted it. Just like his body, Rimaru's hand was large and he had a grip that would have been the envy of one of Enko-sensei's larger summons. Uzumaki Naruto, to his credit there was barely a warble of pain evident in the Jinchuriki's answer even as his crushed fingers throbbed, called the mouse by, a fair few. "So, what did you need me for?" With a smile that seemed curiously absent of the standard Inuzuka dental plan of sharpened canines, the slightly taller figure stepped back and beckoned, drawing the Jinchuriki into the hallway as he spoke a septuplet of words that immediately caught Naruto's attention as surely as the whisper of Dango was sure to get his former sensei to drop anything and get there running. "Got some business to discuss with you." Chapter 12 Mayhem Making Mouse. For as long as she could remember, checking and rechecking the equipment in her ninja pouches was a way Kurenai had used to disguise last-minute nerves prior to a mission beginning. She knew it was a bit of a bad habit but one she didn't actually want to break. As far as she was concerned there was no such thing as being too prepared, but as she heard the first few laughs and catcalls coming up the line of the assembled she managed to tear her eyes away from the assorted shuriken and ninja wire and as a result she wasn't so shocked when the other Chunin to the side of her nudged her shoulder and whispered, "Here Naichan, you've had run-ins with the mouse right?" "Yes, but why's that imp?" The rest of the question went unasked as Kurenai saw the small blob of luminous orange that was traipsing down the loose line of assembled Chunin without a care in the world, apparently immune to the growing hubbub of noise he was generating in his wake even as the Genjutsu mistress tried hard to rationally explain why Naruto of all people was here and now, unless he'd got permission to scavenge as the exam's going on. But that's so dangerous. And the Sandaime would never allow him to go for selection so young, not even Kakashi-senpai was his age when he tested out first. "Hey kid," someone about halfway down the line called out after screwing up his nerves, "I know you like to pick up scrap but could you at least wait until after we've thrown our weapons before you claim them as yours?" "I can't see why he'd bother in your case Fushibaka, your tools are scrap at the best of times." A strident female tone cut down the first words like the edge of a katana onto an exposed neck before moving on. "Anyway, be nice to the little guy, he's probably here as team mascot." "Cheerleader, I'd say." There were a few guffaws of laughter at this one before a third voice piped up. "Or if we get really desperate, spare rations." There were a few groans at this as even Kurenai was forced to hold in a slight smile at the idea of the Uzumaki following them around waving pom-poms throughout the next 3 or 4 days, before all conversation stilled as a sudden plume of smoke erupted from behind where the child was stood almost opposite the assembled Chunin. As the fog cleared, Kurenai, as well as everyone else around her, snapped to attention as a squat figure loomed forwards towards them like a shadow of the Shinigami's dark hand, ready to reach out and claim them all. Judging by the sight of some of you here, I'd say the young Uzumaki was squad leader material. Oddly enough no one laughed at this as the Inuzuka prowled forwards, his gimlet eyes tracking down the line of students and though judging them all, Kurenai for her part stood up straight and didn't flinch as those chips of colored glass met her own face and lingered for a second before moving on. "Still, ignore him for the moment and listen to me." Simultaneously everyone did just that and, seeing that he had a captive audience, the adoptive scion of the greatest tracking clan Konoha, had ever been able to call its own, stepped forwards and clapped his hands. I am Inuzuka Rimaru, and you ninja in front of me are all here because of one thing. By hook or by crook, you've convinced people in high places that you've got the guts to be potential Jounin candidates. Because of that favor, those who survive the next few days and, more importantly, make what I deem to be the cut will be sent forwards and onto the true Jounin exams. Those that don't, the vast majority of you, will be briefed on your areas of weakness at the end of the exercise and will be free to petition for the next Jounin selection. I see some familiar faces, he paused, nodding his tattooed face at a few ninja present in the line, though they had the restraint not to return the gesture as Rimaru went on, and some new blood, good, because right now Konoha needs all the ambition, guts, and gristle it can get. Stepping forwards, the Inuzuka brought his hands out in front of him and inspected them, seeing the faded scars that lined the knuckles and rubbing them with a fond caress before dropping them and looking forwards, towards the lines of poor, dumb ninja who couldn't really, know what they were letting themselves in for. You all want to become Jounin. The reasons for this are immaterial. You want to make your family/clan proud? You want to serve the village at the highest capacity? You want to become ANBU? You want the money? The prestige? The ability to become a Jounin sensei? An almost invisible flinch raced over Kurenai's face. All good reasons, all credible in one way or another, and all the reasons of fools. At that declaration every eye, including Naruto's, though Rimaru couldn't see him as he was now stood in front of the boy, was fixed on the Inuzuka as he snorted and went on. You do not know what it means to be a Jounin. It is not glorious, it is not prestigious, and it is certainly not anything to be proud of. It is a life of blood, pain, and constantly looking over your shoulder and sleeping with one eye open to make sure you can see where the next knife is coming from. As a Chunin you are virtually invisible, another faceless ninja in a village like Konoha. As a Jounin you don't have that security, you lose the most basic protection most other ninja enjoy. As a Jounin you are known. As a Jounin the enemy villages take an interest in you, they study your abilities, dissect your techniques, put you in their bingo books and brief their shinobi on the best ways to kill you, because make no bones about it, killing an enemy Jounin is a big feather in the cap of any bastard who manages it. Almost everything a ninja could wish for he could do without attaining Jounin rank. You want to make your clan proud, you can become high up or even head of most departments as Chunin if you put the work in. There's a large proportion, in fact almost a majority of ANBU who are still Chunin or special Jounin. In that organization you don't have a rank, you are simply ANBU. Almost anyone can earn enough to raise a family as a Chunin, and if you're still swallowing the crap about proving your clan superior to all others at this stage of the game, well, he gave a brief, unpleasant laugh as he picked out one or two clan ninja from the crowd before him, his flinty stare hard and deliberately challenging as he went on. You might as well get out now, because I don't give a toss who you are here. As a potential Jounin I just want to know two things: how quickly you'll kill and how slowly you'll die. I think they're getting the point now. Rimaru wasn't telling them this to scare them, or trying to rattle the Chunin prior to the test starting. He was telling the truth as he knew and had experienced it, and, judging by the uncomfortable expressions he was seeing opposite him now, they were starting to believe that his words were real and a form of the truth. So, let's see if we can't save a couple of them prior to this whole mess kicking off. As a Jounin, a marked ninja, you will become paranoid. You will be at the bleeding edge of combat more often than not, and you will drench yourself in blood so many times killing may well become second nature. As easy as swatting flies, you will most likely develop personality dysfunctions, lose all forms of social and possibly family life outside ninja service, and probably face being eventually forcibly retired to prevent your mind completely disintegrating under the pressure. And then Kami forbid, they might make you a sensei. Could you imagine that? Trained killers used to racing themselves into life-or-death situations without a second thought, and with virtual monsters in their heads, being forced to look out for children who could most likely be killed without a second glance by most semi-competent ninja, their blood on your hands and loss of your team a black mark on your record? You will be expected to live, breathe, eat and sleep the ninja life in the service of Konoha, put your body, mind and soul on the line in service to the great tree before anything and everything else. Jounin rank is something to be proud of? No, he shook his head, soft sincerity lacing his tone as he faced his audience one last time. To be a Jounin is a sacrifice, is to be ready to sacrifice anything, and I mean anything, to serve Konoha and the Hokage. Every Jounin knows loss and pain. I lost my daughter, taken in battle during the Third War while I was away opening throats deep behind the IWA front. So I ask you all now, do you have anything or anyone you could not bear to be without? Is there anyone who you would, or might, disobey orders for? I know of the belief that abandoning friends is the worst thing a Konoha ninja can do, but in a situation if it was your closest friend or lover, could you make the impossible choice and abandon them to perform a mission that could save the leaf itself? If you do, even if you think you do, I advise that you leave now." He stepped back slightly and to the side, one arm sweeping away towards where the walls of Konoha were just about visible, a faint smudge in the distance as Rimaru went on. "Because whatever you think the Jounin rank is, I will tell you now from experience that it isn't worth that most precious thing, or having to be the one to order a fellow ninja to abandon that most precious thing and suffering their hatred for the rest of your life." No chill wind blew through the training area though. Had it done so, it would probably have been almost welcome as well as cinematic. Rimaru's proclamation hadn't been shouted or demanded, wasn't a challenge to the pride of the Chunin before him, instead it was a weary request, almost a plea in some ways and not one that was completely ignored. One by one, or in small groups, some of the potential Jounin hopefuls stepped back from the line, each one looking agonized by the choice but slowly, jerkily walking away, heads low and eyes on the ground. Naruto was completely out of his depth, had no idea what he was doing watching this happen but still rooted to the spot, so he along with the instructor and the rest of the so-called Jounin class watched as their erstwhile colleagues turned their backs and departed noiselessly. No one spoke, the procession wasn't interrupted until the last shambling back was lost to sight and Rimaru let out a sigh, shaking his head at the remaining Chunin. Remember those that have gone, remember that they were the smart ones because they backed out before it was too late, they put the life of someone else above their own life as a ninja and there's nothing to be ashamed of in that, it's something they should all take pride in. For the rest of you fools though, well I've got a few days left to show you exactly why the Jounin rank isn't worth the price you'll have to pay to both achieve and maintain it. As of now, the test has begun. At that declaration all the Chunin tensed, some even drawing weapons and glancing around for targets as Rimaru smirked cruelly before going on. "Your task is to remain here for 60 minutes, no more and no less, then come after me. I or one of my associates will be carrying something of value. Your task is to get it back from me and guard it correctly until the end of the test. If you get killed, you fail the test. If you fail to guard the object correctly, you fail the test. If I can think of a reason to give you the chop, you will leave and do it with a smile on your face. Any questions?" He could see it, the obvious query was writ large on every face present and he was thinly amusing himself by trying to see who would be the one to throw their toe over the line for information. He had a few ideas but was unfortunately undone by the fact the Chunin who did call out didn't raise his hand while doing so. "Rimaru-sama, what's the object we're to retrieve and guard?" "That's my cue." "Well, isn't it obvious?" Pushing aside everything he'd heard and seen from the past few minutes as Rimaru had briefed him, Naruto stepped forwards and scowled majestically as several of the Chunin gawked at him. "What did you think I was here for, decoration? For this exercise you'll be hunting and looking after me as though I were the fire daimyo himself and, because I pay your wages, I won't be signing any paychecks for the foreseeable future while I'm kidnapped, will I?" "Very true, Daimyo-sama, speaks wisdom." Rimaru nodded sagely before hoisting the boy over one shoulder and making seals with his free hand. "So then, you have your mission, the time starts now." With that, he finished his technique, leaves scattered around him in a shunshin and both he and Naruto were gone, leaving the would-be Jounin to enjoy the last hour of planning and peace they were likely to have in the forthcoming week. XXX. For 3 years, give or take, Naruto had patrolled the training grounds of Konoha and cut his teeth on cleaning up after and being taught by the ninja there. In those 3 years he'd been under no illusions that his clients had been treating him with kid gloves, but even so he'd have stood up before any jury and claimed with a decent amount of sincerity that he had a better than average, for a 7-year-old, appreciation of how ninja worked and did what they did for a living. How false a perception that was hammered home in no uncertain terms when Naruto found he learnt more in the first 3 hours of the training exercise Rimaru had set up for the would-be Jounin than he had in the previous 3 years. No wonder the scrap harvest was so good, with so much going on, so many technique pinging off one another, ninja appearing out of the mist, out of the earth, out of thin air, and him being passed around the group of kidnappers Rimaru had assembled like a badly wrapped parcel at a children's game. Naruto found he could only snatch glimpses of what was going on and even they terrified him somewhat despite the Inuzuka's assurances he was in no danger. Everywhere he looked things were happening, explosions were going off, they, or at least, he and the person carrying him, were on the move constantly, meeting with others, splitting up, fighting, snatching rapid, rasping breaths or a quick gulp of water until, as the shadows lengthened and the night drew in, he felt himself let down roughly to the floor and stood upright, wincing as he rubbed his stomach. "Aching like hell as I've had a shoulder stuffed into it for most of the day." So then, he gasped at the one of the group of 4 or 5 who'd been drafted to help run this exercise who'd been carrying him for the past who knew how long. "This is pre-selection for Jounin." "Oh yeah," one of the figures chuckled slightly, 1 or 2 others, or are they his clones? Doing something to the ground nearby that Naruto couldn't see in the gloom, the actual training's a lot tougher than this. The Jinchuriki winced. Ouch, sounds like a lot. It is, and for good reason. What Inchi said back there was mostly true, the masked Jounin explained. Fact is, we are the elite. Not boasting, it's the truth. Every Jounin in every hidden village has sweated blood and tears and, yes, has made a lot of sacrifices to get where they are. We are the best Konoha has to offer, and because of that we're wanted men. Virtually all Jounin, even the rookies, get mentions in the bingo books, and okay, it might start out as peanuts, but eventually it goes up and people start taking note. And they're not the nice sort of people either, Mouse. They're the kind of people who'd drown your wife, steal your children and kick your puppy without a second thought if they knew it'd get a rise out of you, make you reckless and easy to take down, same way we would them if we had the chance. It's not for everyone, kid. Most ninja get to Chunin and stick there not because they don't have the skills for Jounin but because they don't have the mindset you need for it. Let's face it, you've got to be some kind of crazy to do what we all do for a living. Shikaku said most ninja were nuts, Naruto muttered before realizing belatedly he'd been speaking out loud. To cover up his slip he hastily let out a low cough and carried on with his second point. And who's Inchi? One of the figures by what Naruto could now see was a fire shivered suddenly, trying to hold in a laugh just as its creator was as he beckoned the Jinchuriki forwards, dropping his voice even lower. Inchizuka Rimaru, either that or flee, so-called, 'cause he's missing a few off the top like you are squirt. Naruto scowled at the reminder and once more took comfort from the inspiration that was the adopted Inuzuka, proof that you don't have to be a giant to be a great ninja. Don't tell him that though or he'll knock you down, till you're shorter than he is. Mean son of a bitch that guy is, one of the best hunter-nins Konoha's ever seen. Really? Oh yeah, he's retired from the front line but he's still a vicious bastard when he has to be, the Jounin told him, not concerned about his language as much as he'd heard the kid was supposed to be in tight with the Inuzuka and he knew how filthy their language could be, damn good instructor too, but for the love of heaven if you ever get on his bad side hit the dirt and grovel like a worm until he tells you to stop. He said he lost his little girl right, in the briefing, remembering the speech the squat former hunter had made prior to kicking off the day's activities. Naruto nodded, causing the Jounin to nod in tandem and carry on. Well, when he found out what had happened he damn near went rogue, left Konoha when he was supposed to be on compulsory downtime and ran to the joint Iwikumo front. Because of what happened there, the number of lives he took as he slipped through their lines and went into their camps, he's still in the bingo books even now, the subtle Fong of Konoha. Hearing this made Naruto's blood run cold but he couldn't look away, couldn't stop himself becoming engrossed in the story even as a tiny part of him swallowed hard and realized that this could one day be him if he continued his self-imposed quest to become Hokage, the one person who had to sacrifice more than anyone else to the village as a whole even as the Jounin wrapped up his tale. After that though, when the Yondaime did his light show and white flags went up credit to him, he came straight back home and hasn't touched a kunai since, handed in his headband soon as he got through the gates. He still hates Kumo though, will until the day he dies, but he's never made an aggressive move towards them. How come, if you said? Because the Hokage at the time had sued for peace and he obeyed his leader because he's as loyal as they come, the Jounin told him with a bit of bite in his voice, though it softened as Naruto recoiled a little from the unexpectedly harsh rebuke. Sorry boy, but what you insinuated there was close to calling Inchi a potential missing nin, and take it from me, there's nothing a ninja hates more than one of their own who goes rogue. Call a ninja, any ninja, a traitor or even a potential traitor without hard evidence and you're looking down the barrel of a one-sided beating. There's been virtual clan wars called for less than that. Naruto shuddered. Oops, sorry. Don't worry too much, the masked Jounin assured him, momentary impatience gone as though it had never existed. You're still new to this whole thing even with what you do on the training grounds and in Konoha. Thanks for the memories though, the older ninja chuckled grimly before settling back and looking at the sky with a lusty sigh. Hearing about what you did with Inuzuka Tsume made a lot of men very happy indeed, and there's a fair few in the Corps who'd have given their eye teeth to trade places with you under that bed when Narasan's wife was getting changed for the night. Hey, I had my eyes shut, Naruto defended himself, ears reddening as he remembered curling up into a ball to avoid giving the Nara patriarch a reason to violently do away with him by peeking on Yoshino-san accidentally. And how did you know about that? It was supposed to be a secret. The Jounin chuckled again. Funny thing about a ninja village, Mouse, secrets tend to be bit of a rare commodity and secrets that are successfully kept are almost unheard of, as I'm sure you'll one day find out. He would sooner cut off his own arm than breach the Sandaime's law, but even so, the idea that the truth was being kept from the Jinchuriki in front of him rankled the Jounin's sense of fair play. Still, you know about the rest of the plan? The blonde grinned and nodded. Yeah, you're giving me up tonight at some stage, then you'll be probing the rest of the rookies with attacks to try and get me back. Yep, Inchi reckons they'll spring sometime around midnight, so we're holing up here and waiting for reinforcements. Eat up, and if you have to get some sleep, the Jounin advised, one of the clones or possibly his squadmates handing a bowl of steaming rice towards both him and its creator/teammate. It's going to be noisy for the next 3 days and chances are you won't get much chance to catch much shut-eye. Naruto nodded, hastily spooning down great gulps of the bland dish and pretending it was ramen until the plate was clean. As soon as he was done he put the bowl onto the floor and looked forwards, trying to think of the right way to phrase his next question as he accepted a bottle of water from the Jounin. Thanks, one thing though, actually 2 things. The ninja cocked his head, showing he was listening. First, why'd you pick me to help out for this? Don't get me wrong, he waved a hand in front of him in an attempt to dispel any surprise from his query. I'm grateful to be here and it's a real eye-opener to see you guys all work, but why'd Rimaru-san ask me to join? Not sure, you'd have to ask him when all this is over, the Jounin admitted, his skill at concealing the truth easily outfoxing the 7-year-old. Next question. Yeah, it's about that guy you failed earlier? Which one? Last time I counted there were 5, no sorry, 6, that Kunoichi I knocked out counted as a killing blow no matter that her teammate saved her. The one who got me but you got his teammate, Naruto explained, remembering the shock that had flooded him when for the first time hands other than those belonging to Rimaru's squad had been laid on him and he'd looked back only to see his place changed with another, his former guardian with a kunai to the neck of a kneeling Chunin and a harsh demand to hand the rescued Naruto back to his captor. You said he had to let me go or you'd kill his teammate, so he did after making sure you'd do the same, but then you said he failed anyway. Yep, he lost the mission objective. But, struggling to comprehend this, the idea that someone else could be more important than your friend, Naruto looked up with eyes full of confusion. But why'd he fail? Okay, he didn't have me but he had his whole squad back and they could try again. Oh, and would your enemy just wait around and let you get another chance then? First rule of the ninja kid, hit hard, hit fast and hit first. If you lose the element of surprise you might as well just bug out, call it a day and head back to the village because trying to take on someone who know we're coming is not what Konoha shinobi do, it usually turns into a bloodbath. In this case what happened was about the best a Chunin could hope for, he extracted his team whole and retreated in the face of a superior foe. But that doesn't make any sense. So why did you fail him? The older man chuckled. Because we're looking for Jounin here Mouse, and that's the difference, that ninja did things by the book, bargained for his friend's life and got out of there. A Jounin, or even a potential Jounin, should have been looking to save his friend and achieve the mission, in this case escaping with you, at the same time. Being Jounin's more than just knowing powerful jutsu or fancy taijutsu moves, it's about using this. The ninja tapped his forehead, indicating his brain, to trick, trap or simply think ahead of your enemies to make sure everyone gets home safe and the mission gets done. You can't always do it, hell I can't count the number of times one of my plans has been shot down by the captain, or something's gone wrong that meant I had to make some last-minute changes or just plain wing it, but a Jounin will always be looking ahead, planning 3 moves in advance as well as focusing on the here and now. It's hard to explain. No, not really, is that so? A little surprised at being cut off like that the examiner simply sat back and took a careful chew of his own meal as Naruto rested his cheek on a fist, thinking hard. Someone told me once that a good ninja beats his enemy but a great ninja outthinks him so much he never has to beat him. That's what you want the Chunin to do. Or try to do at least. Very nice, very elegant way of putting it. Whoever told you that is a person I want to find out about. Masking his thoughts as well as his curiosity the ninja carried on. It's a skill that takes a long time to learn and a lifetime to even come close to mastering, but we're trying to see if the potential is there in these candidates. Most of them don't have it yet, hell I can count on both hands the number of Chunin who pass this exam first time around, and I can count the number of ninja who pass full Jounin selection first time on one hand with fingers and a thumb to spare, but it'll come in some of them, it'll come. Now, he clapped his hands softly, all business and Naruto had to fight the urge to spring to attention, go to sleep, chances are you'll be up very late tonight. Recognizing this as an order and wanting to make a good impression, Naruto immediately curled up on the blanket he was sitting on and pulled it over him, grateful that the winter gripping the village was relatively benign this year as he slipped his eyes shut and allowed himself to drift away. As always out like a light when darkness fell as his regular excursions and early mornings usually combined to tire him out enough to make sure he could nod off easily. His slumber was not so deep, however, that he didn't jolt awake as he felt sudden hands upon him and lashed out instinctively, forcing his captors to cover his mouth with a sweaty hand to ensure a scream didn't break the silence. Finally controlling his racing heartbeat as he remembered where he was and why, the Jinchuriki slowly allowed himself to go limp as the would-be Jounin carried him away as the first of many explosions and voices were raised to call out techniques and jutsus to cover their comrades' retreat from the danger zone. The familiar sensations of being jostled around over someone's shoulder could have lasted for minutes or hours, but, when he was finally set down again, he found himself asleep again almost without realizing it. It was a pattern of rude awakenings followed by the short, intense bursts of motion, movement and all-around bowel-loosening terror, rather than the more famous misadventure he was to partake in during the following year, that Naruto was always considered his true induction into the real life of a shinobi. Though he was too young to understand it at the time, it was to be another step along the winding, narrow track that led to his dream of surpassing the only man in the village he truly considered family. XXX. Staggering forwards as though the bags under his eyes were weighing him down like sacks of potatoes, the Jinchuriki turned his bleary vision upon the rough-looking trestle table that had been set up on the edge of the training area some 4 days later. The squat from sat on the side of it, glancing up and smirking as it beheld the listless form of the child approaching him. "So you want to be Hokage then, do you, kid?" Rimaru chuckled genially, glancing around as the rest of his squad dispersed around the training area to start repairing the damage the exercise had done. "Well, first rule about being a ninja, doesn't matter if you've not slept in a week, you've got half your lifeblood pooling around your feet and your wife's at home giving birth, you don't move from the big man's office until the debrief's done." Stifling a yawn as he looked up at the small pile of hated paperwork, Naruto let an eyebrow rise before glancing over and smiling tiredly. "Which big man? When you're my height everyone's a giant," the Uzumaki groused before glancing up at the amused Inuzuka. "Something I hear you've had in the past." Orange squares on his cheeks creasing in a grin, Rimaru snorted with laughter before nodding. "True enough, though just remember that people might laugh at you when they see your heads level with their chest, but when you point out that means your fists are level with their groin they soon change their tune. Usually to soprano," he chuckled again, remembering some memorable times when this had proven to be true. "Yes, the Sharingan was your ultimate bloodline with no flaws, wasn't it, Hashina? Hard to see anything through a veil of tears though, wasn't it? Hard to think we ended up as drinking buddies after that second sparring session." Hastily tearing his mind away from the past, the Inuzuka shook his head and carried on. "Still, enough of that. You've done your part, Naruto, go back to your home and rest up for a few days. You remember where I said to meet for your payment?" "Hi, 6 days from now, I remember." "Good," Rimaru said shortly, a clear sign of dismissal as he turned back to his paperwork. Naruto, however, didn't move, instead plucking up his courage to speak as he watched the head of the training exercise pick the first sheaf of paper off his little stack. Rimaru-san?" The retired ninja looked over the top of the paper, clearly expecting the boy to have cleared off by now. "Hi? One of the Chunin who tested, her name's Kurenai something, did she make it through?" Keeping his crossed fingers discreetly out of view, Naruto said nothing more as Rimaru steepled his hands in front of his chin, glancing up as he tried to recall one of the many who'd come to this test. He considered for a minute before quickly leafing through the papers by the side of him before alighting on a particular name after muttering under his breath about the need to get a decent filing system sorted out in his head. "Yuhi Kurenai?" he questioned as he came upon a likely name. As Naruto nodded quickly he sighed and shook his head. "She was knocked out on the morning of the 3rd day, fractured wrist," he informed the young Chunin's small admirer, a slight flicker of admiration in his mind as he saw the kid's face fall. "If nothing else he's got his bar set high, especially if from what I heard she's still attached to a Baysai's kid. She'll be back though, I'm sure. She's got the fire in her belly. Apart from that though, anything else?" At this Naruto shook his head and found himself summarily dismissed as Rimaru turned back to his papers. As he walked back towards the village, though he recalled some of the desperate snatches of ninja fighting he'd seen earlier in the exercise and rationalized that, for a new Chunin on their first go, lasting 2 days outright was a pretty impressive milestone for his former teacher to make. "Though I'm gonna have to do much better than that if I want to be Hokage. It's gonna be really tough to do, but I can make it, and Rimaru-san will help me later on this week. That's something to look forwards to, right after I get a get-well card for Kurenai-sensei and find out where Ebisu was when his girlfriend was taking this exam." XXX. Naruto's sleepiness lasted a little less than 2 days. By the time he was leaning on a corner of the Inuzuka compound outer wall, it had been extinguished so much that he was able to hear the door opening and position himself to play a trick on his soon-to-be sensei. Hastily scaling a little way up the wall, he made a clumsy kind of turning maneuver to allow himself to look down on his quarry and, as Rimaru passed underneath him, he dropped to the ground beside the small shinobi with his most fearsome roar. The thought that this person might not actually be Rimaru came the second after he landed and realized the person not 2 feet from him was actually too short to be mistaken as even the vertically challenged Inuzuka from this distance. The fact the other child leapt up about 6 feet in the air with a yell that rivaled one of Ino's in terms of loudness and duration simply confirmed the Jinchuriki's suspicions of mistaken identity. Oops, sorry, Naruto offered contritely, scratching the back of his head as the other child landed and whipped around to face him, glaring through a pair of brown eyes that reminded him of one Kunoichi in particular when her two Baka brother team mates had been irritating her. Thought you were someone else, Inuzuka-san. Well, I'm not, I'm Kiba, future head of Konoha's tracking division. The clan child shot back crossly before something under the bulky coat he was wearing suddenly started wriggling in a manner that both caught Naruto's attention and made him feel slightly ill, and there was a sudden relieved yip as a fluffy white head poked itself out the zip of the jacket and turned to regard the stranger that had jarred it from its recent slumber. Is Akamaru, the world's strongest Ninken puppy? Right, determined to make a better impression on the young Inuzuka than he had the Yamanaka heiress, Naruto slowly brought a hand forwards and allowed the puppy to sniff him, the motion noticed and encouraged as Kiba leant forwards, bringing his Ninken's nose closer to the encroaching hand. Well, I'm Naruto, I think Rimaru-san might have mentioned there'd be someone else. Naruto, the other child interrupted, his chin in his hand as though trying to remember something though before Naruto could ask what it was his eyes opened wide and his fingers dropped from his face, instead pointing out towards the Jinchuriki. Wait, Naruto, you're the mouse. My sister told me all about you, you're the one who beat her and her partners at finding stuff in the academy. Oh, and what did you do to Kaa-san a few months ago? She was spitting tacks after that clan meeting, and Kuramaru-san wouldn't stop laughing for days, but then they said you beat him as well. You must be some kind of awesome ninja. Having come to such a conclusion that was completely irrefutable by the rigors of childish logic, the Inuzuka stood to his full height and half-demanded, half-asked politely, teach me your moves, show me what you can do. Now this is new. In his short life Uzumaki Naruto had been subjected to a wide variety of human interaction and reaction, the vast majority of that experience having come from the unfortunately negative aspect of the spectrum, so unsurprisingly he reacted rather awkwardly to his first exposure to such potential hero worship. It was such an unexpected request that it was only when Akamaru barked that he was able to blink himself back to full awareness and try to answer Kiba's expectant but suddenly suspicious face. Well, I might be able to pass on a thing or two, Kiba-chan, but you should ask your Kaa-san first, and anyway I'm sure Rimaru-san can teach a lot more than I could. Kiba seemed to consider this for a moment before nodding, one hand coming up to cradle the puppy that was nestled in his jacket, protected from the cold. I guess so, everyone in the clan says Fleo-basin's the best. Wait, the Inuzuka suddenly tailed off as something in the Uzumaki's previous words erupted back to the forefront of his mind and he reared up to his full height, towering over the blonde by several inches. What do you mean, Chan? I'm a boy, you baka. Huh? Oh, Gomen, never one to not admit when he'd put a foot wrong. Naruto bowed apologetically. Couldn't tell with the jacket, not when you've got your hood up. Seemingly mollified by this, the Inuzuka scion nodded and knocked his hood down, revealing a mop of shaggy brown hair that Naruto definitely thought he recognized, especially when coupled with the twin fangs that appeared to be newly tattooed on the future ninja's cheeks. Your Kaa-san, Tsum-san by any chance? I knew she had another kid but I've only ever met Hana. You must be her son. Kiba grinned, revealing the traditional fangs of his family. Yep, I'm the second in line to be clan head. Kami forbid that should ever happen. The youngster shivered and glanced upwards as though making a silent plea before speaking on. But yeah, that's how I know you. Hananichan said you were okay, and Kaa-san. He paused for a minute, biting his lips before leaning forwards conspiratorially. Well, I'd never say this to her face, but anyone who could put that big a flea in her and Kuramaru's ear has to be someone worth knowing, if only for the entertainment value. Naruto did his best to hold in a chuckle at that admission but couldn't hold it completely, his shaking shoulders accompanied by a snort of mirth that was echoed a minute later by a softer laugh that made both boys straighten up and look around, just in time to see the shadow of Inuzuka Rimaru detach itself from the wall of the compound and step towards them. I'd be careful who you admit that to, Kiba. I'd put better than even money on you ending up a lot less of a boy than you think you are if Tsum-chan were to hear you saying things like that. The younger Inuzuka went pale as milk. You wouldn't, would you, Oba-san? I might, unless you drop the Oba-san right now and start calling me sensei, Rimaru warned him before walking past to stand in front of the two boys. While I'm teaching you two how to survive out there for the next few days, you'll address me as sensei, understood? Good, he nodded to himself briefly as both Kiba and Naruto nodded. Now, if there are no other questions, go on. Lowering his hand, Naruto grinned sheepishly and pawed at the back of his neck. Heh, sorry but this just came up and I really have to know. He spun around to regard the boy beside him, eyes fixed on the small head peeking out of the thick jacket, aka, Maru? Yeah, well, Kiba shrugged, a wheedling tone in his voice as he sought to explain. Shiro was already taken, and Neichan's got the Haimaru, so Akamaru was the best name we could find for him. And anyway, the larger child rubbed his dog's head affectionately, causing the puppy to whine and nuzzle the warm skin. he wouldn't answer to anything else now even if I wanted to change it. Fair enough. Now then, curiosity assuaged, the unassuming Jinchuriki looked back towards his teacher, the older man waiting for the childish questions to die down rather more patiently than might be expected of an Inuzuka. Let's get going, got a lot of ground to cover. Rimaru merely chuckled, turning to lead the two boys away. Very true, ground to cover, beds to dig, streams to wade through and trees to climb as well. It's going to be a rough 3 days, I hope you came prepared. For the first time, but certainly not the last, the marked cheeks of both Inuzuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto creased into a pair of wide, challenging smiles. A few days later, also in an action that was to be repeated several times over the years, one lucky pet shop owner in the more upmarket district of Konoha found himself unexpectedly thanking his ancestors for a lucky sale as a young family, under the enthusiastic directions of what he assumed was their youngest son, selected and purchased a large, relatively expensive glass tank from his wares and instructed the team of genin they'd hired to transport it back to their home, all at no extra cost. To himself. XXX. Once more as he shifted position seamlessly from sitting at perfect attention to standing as the first of the large carts came into view, Niji once more buried the scowl as he watched the sad, shambling little creature that his father had been murdered to save stumble forwards, completely lacking the natural Hyuga grace as she carefully rummaged through one of the large carts containing the recently returned Hyuga laundry and fished out her own clothing. Pathetic and arrogant, as always it was a hard struggle to stop his lips twisting into a sneer. Not only is the heiress weak, she feels her clothing too good to be sullied by lesser hands. Once more the main house shows its true colors. Even as the younger girl thanked the two older branch members that were sharing the shift with him and even sent a smile his way, a gesture he didn't reciprocate, he turned towards his task, hoping to get this chore out of the way so he could go back to the training dojo, hoping to strengthen his eyes to prove his superiority over the pampered children of the man who had sacrificed his father, though he couldn't fight the hand of fate. In an oblique way he felt this would be his way of illuminating to the world one truth, that even though spurned by fate's hand in station could still be considered a genius and that fate would never allow a failure like the main branch heir to defeat a genius. He took several cleansing breaths as he watched Hinata-sama, and as always those words taste like acid on my lips, depart, her clothing folded haphazardly over her arm as she tottered away. Only when he was certain she was gone did he reach for the first of the small carts filled with clothes and, with a grunt of effort, start to wrestle it onto the small tracks that led to the soakage pit. You all right there, Niji boy? Give me strength. Much as he loved his family, or at least, his branch of the family, sometimes the familiarity they all showed for him could be a bit much. Hi Zurashi-san, I am well. The older Hyuga simply chuckled, the band around his forehead keeping his long, dark locks of hair from his eyes as much as it covered the unsightly green scar that disfigured the brows of all three Hyuga present. No need to be so formal with us Niji boy, the heiress is gone now, he pointed out, hefting his stirring pole at the door Hinata had exited through, and truth be told she did us a favor, even one less set of kimono to rinse through is a bonus. Niji felt his hackles rise at the mention of the cousin who'd been too weak to protect herself and as a result had cost his father his life, but before he could mention this the last one of the three Hyuga present, a woman some years older than Zurashi with a few streaks of iron in her formerly midnight hair, looked over and through the plume of steam that had just started rising from the lip of the shallow pool in the middle of the modified onsen. Are you two lollygaggers about done? I want to get back to my niece before the night's over and her Kaa-sans had another panic attack about her having a coughing fit. Honestly, the parents of today and their phobias, children are just children, if they ever get seriously ill they'll let you know. I have no doubt of that Yuria-san, Zurashi spoke for the pair of them, as always careful to use the correct suffix when the older woman was in this kind of a mood before lowering his voice just as he heard the telltale clink of the metal wheels of the trolleys being set onto the runners that led to the soaking pit. Okay Niji boy, ready? Now! The rituals of the Hyuga clan were many and myriad, half a result of the action and decisions of ancestors centuries dead and half derived from a need to adapt and survive in a relatively new area of stability such as the village of Konoha. Much was made and said, usually out of jealousy or jest, of the way the Hyuga lived their lives within their compound, though as with all true ninja half of what was said was misdirected and the other half wholly false, or at best concealing only a tiny fraction of the truth. What was going on now was one such example of clan-wide deception. Everyone, or at least, the vast majority of Konoha thought that the Hyuga were so uptight that even though they sent their washing to external laundry processors, they always washed them again when they came back to ensure their clothes hadn't been touched by other people's hands. That, however, would have been not only a waste of time and money, but also a grave insult to the families the Hyuga clan knew and trusted with their clothing and paid a handsome wage to reinforce such trust. instead what happened was that the dirty linen, all white as dictated by the Hyuga standards for purity and innocence, as well as the fact it matched their legendary eyes, was sent outside the compound to be washed and, when it came back, was given only a cursory soaking in hot water to ensure all the washing products used by the cleaners were removed from the clothing prior to being re-dried, pressed and worn. It was quick, efficient, less time-consuming and expensive for the contractors the clan hired and in some cases necessary for the Hyuga. The last thing the noble clan needed was some of its members, especially the elders, being unable to set foot outside the compound due to red, itchy lesions on their sensitive skin. For that reason both Niji and the Zurashi pushed the cart of linen towards the onsen, the water within it gathered by their companion using a suetun jutsu and heated from beneath by a large but smokeless fire. As the cart hit the end of the track both Hyuga leapt away as the cart flipped upright and over, the clothing inside it spilling over and into the water, its journey aided by the long pole of the 3 branch members. This chore was one of several usually handled by the branch members of the Hyuga, though it was true the occasional member of the main house sometimes appeared to pitch in as hefting around the heavy wet clothes on the end of wooden poles was actually a good way of improving upper body strength, especially for the older clan members who were less inclined or able to walk far. And it's been happening a little more often than before. That would never have happened in Huyari's day. Zurashi was so long used to readying up the linen carts he didn't even need to think about it, instead recalling how, ever so slowly, the Hyuga clan appeared to be drifting slightly closer together following the death of Hisashi's father and the deceased man's twin claiming leadership of the clan. The death of his brother must have really affected Hayashi in some way, a shame the price was so high though. A lot higher for some than others. He rolled his pupilless eyes to the shorter figure who was straining by the side of him, Niji with his face as blank as ever as he helped push the third-to-last cart towards the onsen, and bit back a sigh. Such a shame he never let go, though seeing his father die like that must have been a terrible burden on one so young. Perhaps even one as great as little Hinata-chan bears. Like most branch members Zurashi thought words he would never say and, also like most of the branded Hyuga, he had a bit of a soft spot for the stuttering little child who'd been forced by happenstance of birth to wear a heavy cross about her neck. Leadership of such a cold clan as the Hyuga was never going to be easy for a soul as gentle as Hinata's. Putting it from his mind, he gave a last heave and hopped back as the cart toppled, one hand already around the steering pole as Niji flipped the cart back onto the track and gave it a gentle shove to push it back towards where the other empties lay, pole already thrust forwards into the damp morass of cotton. Soon be done Niji-kun, Zurashi commented idly, rolling one arm forwards before he lowered his own blunt lance, not noticing the sudden thrashing from just under the surface of the water. Maybe I can help you with your jukin after we're done here? That would be agreeable, the child answered in the voice of an older man, one who had known loss far too early, before his brow suddenly creased and he looked forwards. What's? It was a question he never had the chance to ask as the tight bundle his steering pole had hit suddenly seemed to develop a life of its own. Before the Hyuga knew what was going on something had seized the wooden rod in a tight grip and given a hard yank forwards. Off balance and too shocked to even think about letting go Niji was jerked forwards, had a second to admire the effect of the bright sunlight dazzling on the surface of the water beneath him, then he completely shattered the beautiful scene with a picture-perfect faceplant. Gasping as the lukewarm liquid drenched his clothing, Niji floundered for a second before getting his feet underneath him and looking up, just in time to see a second figure arise from the depths, whip forwards a single arm and throw off the kimono that had covered its head. You know, it said semi-conversationally, fixing the stupefied Hyuga in front of it with a baleful glare, rubbing some of the water off its face. A quick whap on the head would have worked just as well. Niji gawked, stared and then gawked some more as he came eye to Byakujanai with the stranger who had, by some miracle of dark magic, somehow appeared in the Hyuga clan onsen while he was helping rinse through the clan laundry. The shock was so intense, and the glare of the other child so disconcerting, that the spell was only broken when a thin brown something snaked into Niji's eye line and caught the other figure on the shoulder. Ow! The stranger looked over to his right and glared venomously. Crazy geisha lady, I'm awake already. Ouch! What do you mean geisha? Yuria demanded as she raised the pole away from the other boy's attempt to catch it. Get out of there, your dye's starting to run and you'll ruin the clothes. Huh? Ah nuts, finally seeing the spots of darker water running down from his hair as he touched his face. Naruto quickly made to wade towards the edge of the pool, shoving past Niji as he did so in an effort to get out before he lost too much of his disguise. Though mostly waterproof, hot water was more effective than cold at rinsing it out, and the residue of cleaning liquid the Hyuga had wrung from previous clothing bundles wasn't helping matters. The contact seemed to jar the sopping Hyuga out of his funk as well as Niji blinked before following in the Jinchuriki's wake, both children quickly dragged clear of the water and brushed off of any clothes they might have inadvertently dragged out with them, Naruto receiving this treatment with a little more haste and indecency than Neji did. When he was finally free of the slapping and brushing hands, the sneak thief in training simply looked around and noticed where he was with a casual shrug. Not too bad, I was hoping to get a bit further in but… He tailed off, a sheepish sort of smile on his lips as he realized exactly where he'd gone wrong this time. Nah, not too bad. Ingenious, Yuria was the first of the Hyuga to react, looking up and down at the bedraggled specimen before her as Neji stood up with his bloodline, already well advanced for his age, blazing in full, terrible glory as he stared at the commoner who dared invade his home and personally embarrass him. You are who we've all been warned about, I assume. I assume so, if you've been warned about a small rodent that had a tendency to go squeak, the boy answered obliquely. So then, where's the big cheese of yours? Have to let him know. You'll do no such thing, Zurashi cut him off, a hand on Niji's shoulder as he gave an expression that showed the youngster he'd explain everything later. Hayashi-sama would forbid you an audience and flay us alive if you appeared before him in such a state, and besides you've ruined all those clothes. He pointed behind him as where some of the linen was obviously stained with the remnants of Naruto's disguise. So you're not leaving until they're as white as they were before you crawled in. Underneath them. Beneath them? Neji parroted, not moving to look at his fellow branch member as he took in the older man's words before, unable to make sense of them. He turned to the one who had caused all the confusion and, at the same time, landed him in a soaking just for good measure. Who are you and why are you in the clan grounds of the Hyuga? That's a question we'll answer later, Neji-kun. Yuria spoke quietly before raising her voice and dismissing his look of frustrated curiosity. Go and get changed, then inform Hayashi-sama of our inquisitive guest. That should be enough to let him know what has happened. You, on the other hand, standing to her full height, the eldest Hyuga present fixed her matriarchal eyes on the disguised Uzumaki and had to hide a grin as he flinched. Still got it. You will wait right here and help Zurashi-kun and I clean up all the clothes you've befouled. You will not leave this place until every spot of that dye is gone. Are we clear on that? For a long moment it appeared Naruto was ready to argue, but, perhaps seeing a slight resemblance between this woman and the imposing visage of one particular woman of the Nara clan, thought better of it, merely standing where he was and hiding a guilty smirk as he watched Neji turn on his heel and, with as much dignity as he could muster while completely sodden and in a state of considerable disgruntlement, squish his way across the grounds towards the main compound. After the juvenile Hyuga was gone, Naruto turned around again, fully expecting to feel a bucket of soap powder thrust into his hands with some clipped directions as to how to use them. The sight of the two bloodline wielders having to wrestle down smirks and holding themselves upright via use of the poles they'd been prodding the clothes down with was therefore a sight that had him scratching his head in confusion. Mastering herself slightly before Zurashi could pull himself together, Yuria looked down at the interloper and, to his amazement, smiled. I stand by what I said earlier, ingenious, she stated simply, nodding towards the now empty cart that had been filled with linen. How long have you been planning this? A few weeks. Figured it out when I tailed one of you clan with a suspiciously large scroll to one of the outfitters you use. As always when he adopted his sneaking persona, the mouse was very direct and to the point. At first I thought it was a bust because of the sealing until I realized that the civilians can't use fuinjutsu at all, not even sealing scrolls. So they had to deliver the clean laundry back the old-fashioned way, and they weren't even all that watchful. A quick diversion and it was easy to dive into one of the carts. Weird being carried in one of them though. Those things aren't like merchant caravans, no suspension, he complained, stretching out his back to emphasize the point as Zurashi, finally fully under control, stood up and looked over. I see, so you didn't so much sneak in as get delivered. I have to agree with Yuria-san, an ingenious way of doing things. But, he had half an idea but wanted to hear the answer direct from the mouse's mouth. Why did you stay in there? You have plenty of opportunities to make a break for it and got deeper into the clan compound. At this Naruto, or at least the boy Naruto was hinged into, a relatively nondescript child with a lean, lanky build and sallow skin tone, looked down at the ground, mumbling under his breath. Yuria looked like she was about to open her mouth to ask for him to raise his voice before Naruto managed to glance up and, with cheeks slightly reddening, mutter a few words of explanation. I fell asleep. Look, he made a lame attempt to justify himself as Zurashi ducked down again, trying to contain his laughter. It was really warm and whatever conditioner those guys use really works, makes the linen soft as anything. I didn't even know I'd gone under until you lot literally threw me under. Look at this, he pointed down at his still dripping clothing. How am I going to get home dripping? Well, that bit's easy, Zurashi managed to choke out as he overcame his second laughing fit. Working out around here should be enough to dry you off, especially if we've got to redo all the clothes you dyed. While you're doing that, Tell Yuria-san and I about what happened to get Hayashi-sama to sign up to this idea of yours. Huh, I thought you already. We knew? Ha, the innocence of the young. Yuria chuckled as she started trying to fish the damaged clothing out the pool. The only thing we know was that you did something that forced all the clans in Konoha to pay attention to you, and knowing Hayashi-sama as we do, short of walking up to him in the street and chucking a custard pie in his face, none of us can figure out how you did it. There have been virtual wars fought where he raised little more than an eyebrow. Naruto considered this for a minute before smiling slightly. Well, I can't tell you that, not least because I don't want to mysteriously disappear one dark night and turn up mangled beyond recognition 3 months later, but I can give you a couple of hints, I guess, Naruto wheedled, trying to work out if there was a way he could somehow walk this tight tightrope without slipping and risking his most essential assets at the hands of Hayashi's wounded pride. Just for the love of Kami, don't tell anyone how you know, or the next time you see me, the mouse is going to be squeaking in a much higher voice than before. XXX. Blood pounding in his ears, Sarutobi raced up the stairs of the apartment block at a speed what would have been the envy of a ninja a third of his age. Vaulting up to the landing and taking a hard right, the venerable Hokage comforted himself that at least this time he hadn't been able to smell any smoke and the potential fire therefore wasn't as serious as he'd first feared. Just as well, or Buika-chan and I'd be starting a few blazes of her own to try and catch whoever may have tried to burn my older grandson alive. Having been able to take the luxury of a slightly longer lunch than usual by happy coincidence of a council meeting going completely smoothly and with no interruptions, the Sandaime had decided to have a leisurely walk through the village that was his responsibility and, as a side bonus, have a chance to drop in and, if he was lucky, catch up with Naruto or, if he wasn't, at least see that the boy was living well. It was a crisp day, not particularly cold but not particularly warm either, though as he hurtled up to the floor where Naruto's apartment lay, Sarutobi could feel cold sweat running in rivulets under his robes, terrified that something had caught light in the young child's apartment. Hitting the door and trying the handle without noticeably slowing down, the third Hokage was simultaneously relieved and wary that it opened without the need for forcing the lock, relieved because it meant Naruto was in and therefore more likely to have the situation under control, and wary because if there was a fire it was likely that foul play was afoot. After all, Naruto's quite fond of this place, so why would he burn it down? Naruto, the Sandaime called, glancing left and right down the hallway and trying to sniff out the source of the smoke. Naru, answer me. Gigi? Praise the ancestors. Not for the first time when dealing with the blonde maelstrom, the Hokage had reason to give a sigh of relief as he heard the answering voice. Oh sorry, I'm in the lounge, hold on a sec. Not waiting despite that being the polite thing to do, the Sandaime crossed the hallway in 3 fast strides and wrenched the door open, seeing the sight before him just as his legendary brain finally managed to puzzle out what was wrong with the scenario in front of him. The smoke looked real from a distance, but, this close, it had absolutely no smell. It was also too light and gray for it to be wood smoke and far too light to have come from a charcoal-based fuel, so that left only a single explanation that came easily to mind, barring genjutsu, which Sarutobi knew Naruto was likely never going to have any aptitude in due to his tenant. Placing his hands on his hips as he controlled his formally spiraling heartbeat, the god of shinobi looked around and wafted the air in front of him as the last lingering wisps of chakra smoke vanished into nothingness to leave their creator and a clone sitting in the floor in front of him, beaming brilliantly. Hi Gigi, what brings you here? Apart from the fact I was under the illusion that one of the residential blocks of my village was about to go up in flames? Naruto looked quizzical at this before, having followed his grandfather's eyes to the window and worked out what must have ruffled the old man's feather, promptly slapped his own forehead. Oops, sorry, he apologized, standing up and trying to ignore the smug told you so look his clone was giving him. Should have pulled the curtain shut. Indeed, but what exactly were you doing, Naruto-kun? Well, it's something to help me when I'm trying to be sneaky, the Uzumaki explained, realizing the best way to let his grandfather know what he'd been up to this time was to start at the beginning and work his way up from there. I've been trying to smoke out traps, you know, like people putting tripwires on windows, put smoke under them and you'll see it curl around the wire. Problem was, when I was using a lighter it was really obvious because it smelt as well as looked bright, so I was trying to think of how else I could do it when I realized something. I've always got smoke handy if I need it. Because we tend to go pop a lot, the clone butted in, rolling up a scroll dotted with what the Hokage realized were small storage seals. Chakra smoke was perfect, nice and light, doesn't smell and disappears easily. Problem was, how could I get it to the clan grounds to use it? The boss can't pop out a clone very time he needs to check a window after all, so he started sealing the smoke from us expired clones into these seals and cutting them up, just enough to use when he needs to. Until I got this jutsu down right, the original Naruto took back over, Sarutobi just about familiar with the Jinchuriki's habit, mostly unnoticed by Naruto himself, to chop and change who was speaking in his conversations with a convenient clone if one was corporeal at the time. I can blow smoke now, but I keep making too much, like you just saw Gigi. So until I can finalize it I'm just breathing on the scroll while Mugen's over there. The clone stuck his tongue out but said nothing as Naruto wrapped up the explanation, seals in a few seconds worth of smoke. Interesting, even since his own genin days, one of the few things guaranteed to garner Sarutobi's full and undivided attention was a novel jutsu, not so much the practical demonstration of the technique, but more the theory behind it and how the jutsu actually worked. Even now he continually spent a lot of his free time, what little there was of it, perusing old scrolls and tweaking the techniques recorded on them. More than a few hundred of the fabled 1,000 techniques he knew weren't so much his own inventions, but more a subtle improvement on an original template. What Naruto was suggesting was something new, at least to him, a jutsu that did nothing but simply create chakra smoke, something most ninja regarded as simply a waste of chakra and the sign of a shoddy technique, though, as always, to the mind of a child nothing can be wasted. I see Naruto-kun, leaning against a nearby wall. The Hokage cast a critical eye over his younger charge, feeling the warm sensation flowing through his old bones as he realized that he was again to see something new even after a lifetime of ninja service. Would you mind showing me this technique, both as Hokage and your Aji-san? Sure thing Gigi. Okay, it goes like this. Standing up as the clone scooted off to one side with the scroll of filled seals, Naruto spoke as he carefully molded his chakra through the painstaking hand seals, ram, or sheep I guess other people would use, to get chakra, then hold for a second to focus it, then saru for transformation, deep breath and Naruto exhaled and a rush of chakra smoke erupted into the room, looking like a katan technique but with a stream of gray smoke instead of the traditional flickering fire as Naruto choked off his technique and gasped down another deep breath, coughing slightly as he recovered from the technique. Wafting the worst of the smoke away, Sarutobi blinked as he looked around as the rest of the smoke dissipated after a moment or two and digested what he'd seen. So far it all seemed to make sense to him, as usual due to his reserves and tenet, he's powering a lot of chakra into the jutsu. It gives results but, in this case, he noticed the last few lingering wisps of the smoke flitting in the light, making the room appear opaque, rather defeating the object. He's trying to determine if traps are present in a room, not smoke out the occupants. Well looking at the technique I can see nothing wrong, however I would recommend adding a bird seal, probably into the middle of the sequence. This may reduce the quantity of smoke produced to more manageable levels, but apart from that the only advice I can offer is practice. He gave a resigned sort of shrug as the boy grimaced, the thought of yet more work in his future making him sigh. However, when it's down to a more focused jutsu that you're happy with, come and see me again and we'll see about having it properly documented and work out the payment you're due. Payment? What for? Naruto's confusion melted away suddenly as the Hokage raised an eyebrow towards him and he recalled some of the work he'd done to help keep the Sandame's desk clear of the paperwork that infested it. I just made a jutsu. This is mine now isn't it Gigi? No one else has ever created a smoke jutsu have they? Not that works in the same manner at this one. As far as I can tell it's unique in that regard, and certainly novel even to me, the Hokage admitted freely, watching on amused as his Jinchuriki charge capered around madly in excitement. Calm down you little kappa, you're making me feel dizzy. Sorry Gigi, Naruto managed, coming to a screeching halt, just got a bit head over heels there. It's to be expected, the old man pointed out affably, standing to the side and indicating the door as Naruto fell into step with him. Not many children your age come up with jutsus on their own Naruto, most are barely even learning any clan techniques they might have. However, as I'm now well aware you're not most children Naruto-kun, so how about some ramen to celebrate? Sarutobi didn't have to offer twice and, the next time he smelt smoke, it was at the bar of the Ichiraku ramen stand, mixed in with the scent of salty noodles and the tang of other ingredients and half drowned by the chatter of Naruto and the Ikarakus informing him animatedly of his recent cookery lessons and the dishes that had resulted of such endeavors. Eating his own order as he listened, the Sandaime couldn't help but feel slightly pleased with himself as he saw, as well as future Hokage, a happy young child smiling at him from the stool adjacent to his own. Minato, you might recoil at what the village has done to your son, but even your heart would swell with pride if you could see what he's made of himself despite that. XXX. About a week later Naruto's face was once more wreathed in a fog of his own creation, though this time rather than cough and splutter he inhaled deeply, letting a sigh of contentment pass his lips as he turned to his instructor. Smells good. It does indeed, half the battle won, the Akimichi agreed, having leant over to catch a whiff himself. The majority of a person's appetite is governed by scent, most of the rest by sight. so the aim of a chef is to create a meal that both smells and looks appealing to the target audience. Taste is actually only a very small part, though an important one, of food, and even then the major tasting organ is the nose, not the tongue. Get away, Naruto snorted, knocking the over door shut with his elbow as his mitt-covered hand slowly lowered the cooling bread to the heat-resistant surface of the worktop. It has to be the tongue, that's what the food lands on when you chew. True, but you've only got 4 different taste buds, one of which tastes bitter foods, the Jinchuriki's compatriot from the Chubby clan continued, warming to his theme. Those ones are there to detect natural poisons, most of which have a bitter aftertaste, such a deadly nightshade. The tongue only gives a very rough idea of the actual taste of a food. What fine-tunes this picture is the action of the nose. As you swallow, air from the mouth is dragged up into the sinuses and hits the nasal receptors, which transmit the smell as taste to the brain. It's the same reason your mouth starts watering when you smell something delicious. Your brain is anticipating a good meal. Blown away by succinct explanation by someone whose knowledge of the subject utterly eclipsed his own, Naruto merely blinked before nodding his head deferentially. Wow, Chuji, you really know your stuff. With a gruff chuckle, the heir to the house of the Akimichi nodded and looked over the bread loaf Naruto had baked under his watchful eye. Of course, when Dad feels the time's right, it's going to be up to me to make sure the honor of the Akimichi clan is kept spotless. No man who enters these hallowed halls will ever leave behind an unclean platter while I'm in charge of these kitchens. That promise, as well as the pose the rotund would-be ninja took as he held his spreading knife aloft and adopted a serious look, was enough to drive Naruto into helpless splutters of laughter, though there was no malice or mischief in it, instead an honest belief that Chuji would be able to do exactly that should he be given the opportunity. Much as the Akimichi as a whole were the epitome of gentle giants unless provoked, once in the kitchen they all morphed into stern taskmasters who overlooked every action any would-be chef took in their domain with a hard, critical eye. As far as Naruto could tell, cooking in the eyes of the Akimichi was something like a cross between an art form, a hobby, and a competition that they were the undisputed masters at. Since he'd begun his unofficial studentship in this most sacred art under the guidance of none other than the clan head's son himself, Naruto had been taking tiny, shuffling little baby steps towards becoming, in Chuza's words, almost semi-competent in the kitchen. It wasn't like learning with the Ikarakus, where Tuchijiji and Ayam-nichan were focusing on teaching him how to come up with quick, easy and cheap meals that were also enough to sustain him even on his most strenuous days. Instead, toiling with the Akimichi was a whole different animal. After being meticulously quizzed on each and every ingredient he was to use, its properties, value and uses, he'd spent hours, literally hours, learning exactly how to properly blend bread mixtures using a variety of utensils, from wooden spoons to common forks, though as an added bonus, some of the ninja of the clan had given him useful tips of how those same implements could be used as improvised weapons in the right circumstance. The image of Chuza casually swiping a butter knife imbued with his chakra through a leftover pork thigh bone was one he wasn't going to forget in a hurry. Now he was putting it into practice under Chuji's watchful guidance, the Akimichi helping him put together the first cookbook any Akimichi was supposed to have learned by age 6, and Naruto, though forbidden from using his shadow clones, was now working overtime to master and make up for lost time, especially as the next book gets into preparing vegetables instead of just breads and pastries. If I can get this first book down before I turn 8, I'll only be 1 volume behind Chuji-kun. He has to wait before he joins the academy before the clan lets him in on the meat and fish recipes. For now, though he'd done all he could, all that was left was to wait for the bread to cool and then, after Chuji gently prodded the top of the loaf with a mammoth but still sensitive digit and nodded, take a small knife and reverentially peel away a sliver of the top of the loaf. Naruto mused as he swirled the morsel around his mouth, considering before swallowing. I see what you mean, you can really taste the egg and the glaze actually gives it a bit of a crunch. Yeah, important that last layer slathered on nice and thick, Chuji informed him, handing him a larger, thin-bladed knife that the Jinchuriki slid down the sides of the tin, separating the loaf so it could be turned out. Anyway, let's get it turned out and sliced off. All's well and good down here, but we'll leave it to the rest of the clan to see if this one can be ticked off your list. As always at the Akimichi dining table, the general air in the place was something akin to a relatively relaxed rugby scrum. The pace could be frenetic and at times appear violent to outsiders, but overall there was only a relatively small chance of someone getting hurt. Ducking out the training kitchen and into the hubbub of noise, Chuji avoided a few seats as they came backwards to allow their occupants to stand up before beckoning Naruto, the mouse following with careful steps and a watchful eye, ready to spring aside should anyone stand up suddenly and place both him and the new bread he carried at risk. It was slow, stately progress towards the top of the table where Chuza himself held court. the Akimichi patriarch ruler of all, he surveyed from the top of the main table and smiling benignly as he looked out over his clan and the guests of the day, though he wasn't so caught in his musings that he didn't glance down at the touch to his elbow. "Ah, Chuji-kun," the great man's face creased into a smile, "you've finished for the day in there? And Naruto-kun too," he added, belatedly recognizing the small orange figure trailing in his son's wake. "Hi Tu-san, we've cleaned up as well," Chuji assured him, as always never wanting to be accused of the cardinal sin of leaving an untidy kitchen in his wake. "Still, Naruto-kun needs to know if his latest work is up to scratch or if it needs a bit of extra polish before we can add it to his resume. Is that so?" The elder Akimichi glanced over and Naruto stepped forwards, lifting the covered tray onto the table at Chuza's right hand. As the leader and, by default, head chef of the Akimichi, it was ultimately up to him to decide if any recipe had passed or failed his own personal inspection. "Well then, let's dig into this loaf and see, egg bread, am I right?" "As always Chuza-san," Naruto nodded, realizing the Akimichi's nose would be potent enough to determine the dish even with the cloth covering it, hopefully baked for long enough, and with enough slices to mop up even the biggest of dog bowls. That comment made both Chuza and his son chuckle a little, though a little archaic now. That saying had never truly gone out of fashion for the calorie-consuming clan. Naruto had been told the story while sitting in through his lectures on the correct way to sift ingredients together. Apparently during the formation of Konoha, it had been decided by mutual agreement that, though each of the clans would have separate living accommodation, the Uchiha, due to the terms of their joining the village and equal status to the founding Senju, slightly more separate than most, but the clan grounds themselves would be relatively close together to allow for mutual protection between the different ninja and the civilians who lived between them. However, not even the Shodaime was immune to the law of unintended consequences and, though by and large the whole construction of Konoha had gone off without a hitch, it became apparent fairly soon afterwards that it had been a mistake to cite the clan that had been granted a genius touch in the kitchen right next to those with the most sensitive olfactory senses in Konoha. As Chuji had said, appetite was determined mostly by scent, and in those olden times the delicious odors wafting out the Akimichi cookhouses had been a virtually irresistible lure to the Inuzuka clan, who'd been drawn in their dozens almost against their will to the Akimichi table. Then as now, the Rotund clan had a reputation for generosity with their meals and easily cooked enough to keep both clans fed, though the situation was far from ideal for either clan. The Inuzuka, because it was dulling their hunting instincts at the same time as making their clan grounds a virtual no-go area for any Inuzuka who was feeling even remotely peckish, while the Akimichi, though they'd never admit to such a thing, were eventually becoming slightly resentful of having to feed a second clan, a practice that would lead to the Akimichi constantly oversizing the food portions they produced just in case unexpected guests turned up, and became known as filling the dog bowl. In the end, by mutual consent and a great deal of equal parts laughter and apologizing on either side, the Inuzuka swapped positions with the Nara clan at the opposite end of the village, both clans having relatively similar requirements in terms of space, but, crucially, the Nara laziness preventing the deer-breeding clan from consistently migrating towards the Akimichi clan house every time the dinner bell rang. Since that movement, the situation of having to feed so many people had never quite gotten as bad as before, though it was tradition for the Akimichi to constantly produce extra rations, both to help their ninja fuel their clan jutsus and, as was more often the case than not, in case unexpected guests showed up. Chuza's great-great-grandfather himself had coined the phrase that "none who enter my house with empty hands shall leave my house without a full belly," and it was a saying his descendants adhered to religiously. Anyone from the leaf, be they ninja or civilian, was welcomed at the Akimichi table, and many did attend, usually shinobi returning from mission who'd been living off field rations for a prolonged period of time and were desperate to forget the taste. The Akimichi allowed them all in and all ate without charge, though it was considered usual for the recipients of such generosity to show their appreciation by, as soon as they were able, leaving a generous tip at the next Akimichi-owned or rented stall they ate in. It was a system that had worked for as long as Konoha had been a going concern, and, as he watched the current head of the clan cut off a generous slice of the end of the bread loaf and, after inspecting it briefly, moved on to the acid test, speaking in between long, thoughtful chews. "Good consistency," Chuza began, running the masticated mixture across his tongue, "possibly a little dry but perfectly acceptable, and the top layer is nice and crispy, well made. All in all," he finished the last of the end piece and nodded his thanks towards his current guest, a deferred pass Naruto-kun, "I'd like to see another to make sure you've got it cracked, but, if it's as good as that one, you can easily add it to your book." About as good as I could have hoped for, though in earlier days Naruto may have railed at this seemingly harsh judgment, he now knew better just how seriously the Akimichi took their food and, having tasted the difference after Chuji had offered a comparison between his first effort at a loaf and one the heir himself had baked, was smart enough to take it on faith that Chuza knew what he was talking about. Instead he beamed proudly and bowed slightly from the waist. "Thanks Chuza-san, an honor it is to use these famous kitchens for my own stumbling efforts in your clan's domains." The Akimichi laughed and made a shooing motion with his hand. "Ah, be away with you, you'd make me blush given too much more of that and Chimeheim would never let me live it down," he declared quietly, his wife thankfully absent at the moment due to a prior engagement with the Yamanaka clan. "Enjoy the meal Naruto-kun, but remember to come back and take the last slice for yourself." Nodding at the reminder, the Jinchuriki leapt at the chance to ask something that had been bugging him for a while. "Why is that? Don't get me wrong, I can understand the chef always eating the first bite, shows the food isn't poisoned, but why the last as well?" Good question, Chuza conceded before glancing over to his son. "Go on Chuji-kun, why is that?" Recognizing his chance to flaunt a bit of knowledge, not something an Akimichi got to indulge in often, the clan heir prepared himself. "It's a token of appreciation. It's not so easy to see with the things you've been making, but with dishes based around meat or seafood the last bite has stewed in the juices for the longest time, giving it the most flavor." By granting this to the one who cooked it, the diners show their appreciation for a well-prepared and presented meal while the chef only samples what he's made, important for someone who might be cooking for a long time and preparing a lot of meals because that way he tastes them all but won't get full up on any one of them. Naruto digested this for a minute before, realizing the sense of the idea and reasoning through how it both could and would be useful, especially to a chef working in a hot kitchen. Last thing you'd want to be feeling back there is bloated, before nodding, thanking both Chuza and Chuji for their help and offering to race the Akimichi heir to the spring roll plate, a contest he didn't have a hope of winning as spring rolls were Chuji's all-time favorite food. Chuza watched them go, smiling as he saw the mouse dart along in his son's wake, Chuji bulldozing people aside in his rush to stake his claim on the remaining rolls. Kuramaru was right in one thing if nothing else, he must be Kushina's son. Turning back to his own meal as the children were lost from sight, the clan head recollected one of his own memories of the woman who surely must have been the last Uzumaki's mother. "She had the best sense of taste out of our year, short of myself of course." And judging by how her son turned out, he glanced down the table as Naruto just about managed to snaffle a single spring roll of the plate before Chuji could scoop them all up. Her taste could only have got better when it came to men, whoever his father is. XXX. Had she not gone for a glass of water in the night, Ino might never have heard the whispers and, had she not been a true Yamanaka with gossip in her blood, she would almost certainly never have followed them to the door of her parents' bedroom, listening intently before hearing something she really didn't agree with and taking action to make her point of view known. Had it not been for the prima donna in her of course, she'd probably have done this by more subtle means than simply throwing the door open and striding inside. Inoichi and Kanisa hurled themselves apart, Inoichi with the kunai he habitually kept hidden between the mattress and the head of the bed already in his hand, before they saw who had burst in on their formerly private conversation and relaxed slightly, at least until Ino opened her mouth. "And what's wrong with me training to be a ninja mummy?" she demanded crossly, hands on hips. "Someone's got to kick that lazybones Nara into gear, and it's the only way I'll be able to keep beating Naruto baka." "What's wrong, Ino-chan, is that, well look at you," Kunisa demanded in a tone similar to her daughter, not quite able to meet her recently blackened eye. "There are plenty of things you could want to be apart from a ninja. I'm sure you'd be a perfect flower girl, or anything else you wanted to be, so why a ninja?" "Because," Ino began before stumbling to a halt, the question lodging in her mind and fouling her mental gears. I'm doing well at it at school." "You're doing well at a lot of things at school," Kunisa pressed her advantage, Inoichi by the side of her letting her say her piece for now as he knew that if his daughter really was serious about following in his footsteps, though in truth he was proud that she had been applying herself in the lessons he'd been teaching her, this was the time she had to prove it. "Your teachers have nothing but good things to say about you when I talk to them. You passing into the Shinobi Academy is little more than a paperwork exercise, so they say. So why do you want to be a kunoichi in the first place? I admit that I've never been one and can only go off what I've heard or seen from your father, but it seems like a dangerous, ugly job and it looks like you've got off to a nasty start with what that little beast did to you earlier." "What? Oh, you mean Mouse Baka?" Ino joined the dots after a minute. "Well, that was my fault. He got me because I should have blocked him, but I got him better. He's got a pair of fat lips and a thick ear, goes with his thick head, and I made him say it as well." Flushed with her triumph and with glee shining from both her eyes, even the black one, Inoichi couldn't help but feel a little proud of Ino's progress, though he'd have preferred it somewhat if Naruto hadn't been her preferred punching bag when it came to practicing the sparring and taijutsu techniques he'd taught her. Not that the little rodent didn't deserve the occasional thrashing mind, but the fact of the matter was that despite having no formal taijutsu training, the last Uzumaki apparently had a vicious streak as long as his arm in a fight and had absolutely no compunctions about fighting in the gutter to prove a point and pull out a win. More than once while he'd been supervising the two pre-genin sparring following the mouse being stopped in his tracks trying to break in, Ino had looked to be on the verge of a win before Naruto had pulled some trick to turn the tide. From a vicious hair pull to throwing a cloud of dirt in her eyes, there appeared to be no low the younger and smaller blonde wouldn't stoop to. Good practice. The elder mindwalker kept his mouth shut and face neutral even as he mentally complimented his daughter's sparring partner. You learn more in a battle with a ninja who fights pulling out all the stops than you can in 100 hours of sparring. Ino-chan's not stupid, she's learning well in these fights. Naruto's last attempt to blind her didn't work, and she now knows she has to keep her eyes on his hands as well as his face in a fight to see what he's planning. Now all I have to do is nudge her into finding a few tricks of her own and she'll be well set for the future, Naruto as well when I get time to drill him in basic stances and techniques. Realizing there appeared to be a temporary truce between mother and daughter, the clan head took a chance to clear his throat and raise his voice as the two most important ladies in his life looked over at him. Well, Inohime, as always it's your decision in the end. Kunisa shot him a nasty look, but, ultimately, she couldn't disagree with that statement. Until you get around to make it though, I'm giving you 2 minutes, no more than 120 seconds, to get what you need and then get back to bed, lest you face the wrath of. He paused for dramatic effect as Ino leapt 3 feet backwards, the pocket money monster. There was a squeak of fright followed by the sounds of footsteps rapidly receding away down the hallway that brought a guilty grin to Inoichi's face. Take after her mother as she might do, threaten her ability to buy that new to die for dress, and Ino would fall into line as meek as you please. You're a cruel parent. Kusina's mock accusation made him chuckle as she curled up against his chest, but you're right Koi, it will be her choice much as I wish I could make it for her. As do I Haim, if it was up to me neither she nor Naruto would need to sign up for that kind of life. Still, this is the world we live in, all we can do is try to protect them as long as we can and make sure they're as well prepared as possible for when we can't look after them anymore, Inoichi told her sagely, wrapping the closest arm around his wife's shoulder and hugging her close, and, curse as we might about it, there's no denying Naruto's one of the best kids around Ino's age to teach her a few life lessons. That made Kunisa sit up, staring at her husband as Inoichi did his best not to chuckle at her expression. Yes, I know he caught her in the face, but he didn't exactly mean to. But the fact remains that he's teaching her lessons from the school of hard knocks, and there's no finer place for a ninja to learn. He's got no formal education in fighting and, okay, in the end he lost against her superior skill, but he made her work for it and he made her work hard. And you know as well as I do Haim, he wrapped his arm around the smaller figure of his wife, pulling her on top of him and grateful for the feeling of her warm body atop his as he breathed in her heady perfume before tasting her lips. Nothing's more satisfying than something you really have to work for to get. Kunisa did answer this, he was sure, but as to what that answer was exactly he had no idea, and, as his lips drifted further down her sensuous body, he shortly afterwards found he didn't much care either. XXX. There was something oddly endearing, Yoshino decided as she watched on, at the sight of a child who would cling to the ceiling of her house like a spider or swing from a thin rope anchored only by a bolt he'd fired from his flimsy crossbow without a care in the world, looking up at the ambling figure she'd led into the sunlight behind her and then turning to her with an expression that expressed profound doubt that what she was suggesting was entirely sane. Are you sure this is safe? She laughed, didn't have a choice really as she patted the tall horse by the side of her on the neck, affection in her tone as she straightened and regarded the soft brown eye she could see with tenderness. Ah, you couldn't get safer than with this old crowbait. He's called the hangover horse for a reason, she explained, remembering the few times she'd seen her husband in the saddle after he'd been won over the 8 the previous evening and stifling a second chuckle. Anyway, daylight's burning and I'm sure you want to give your arms a bit of a rest after today? Yeah, and get a bath as well, the Jinchuriki groused, once more wondering exactly what he'd been thinking when he'd been suckered in by the manipulative Nara's request for a little extra help for the rest of the day, and if he couldn't be a dear and keep his diary clear. Well, at least now I know why Shika was smirking his head off when I said I'd do it. Lazy-ass baka, next time I sneak in it won't just be soldier pills that get into his deer milk. How many horses do you keep in there? Only a half dozen, though sometimes we have to use the spare stables for sick deer. Wow, looking slightly past Yoshino to the sizable dung pile the two of them, as well as a few extra unwilling helpers from the matriarch's clan who'd sloped off as soon as they had the chance, had added to while mucking out the stable throughout the day, Naruto felt obliged to make a comment. You wouldn't think that judging by the size of the crap mountain over there. Language, Yoshino warned him sternly before softening her tone. anyway I said I'd show you something special if you helped out and, much like you in a way, I'm as good as my word, so with that in mind, welcome to the Nara riding school Naruto-chan. It struck Naruto as slightly odd that a clan such as the Nara, who generally detested hard work with the same fervor that Hana, Kotetsu and Izumo reserved for one particular cat they'd told him about, would shelter animals as troublesome as horses, even if riding meant they wouldn't have to walk anywhere. There was a lot of work involved in keeping the animals fed, watered and cleaned out as Naruto had just found out. The questions were in his mind as he watched Yoshino disappear into the stables and emerge carrying a few pieces of heavy-looking equipment, though he held onto them for now as he darted in and helped her steady a few. Right then, first things first, she explained, throwing something over the back of the horse beside her though animal barely flinched at the contact. This is the saddle, the bit that makes riding even someone as docile as Gashikuin here possible. Tighten it up around his belly Naruto, but don't do it too tight and try not to go underneath him, he won't like that. Nodding at the advice, Naruto reached underneath the tall horse and, after a bit of fumbling and ducking down to try and see what he was doing, managed to get the saddle attached. Very good, now this, she held up something else that Naruto for the life of him couldn't make head nor tail of, is the bridle. You're a bit too short to put this on at the minute, so watch how I do it. Over his head, Yoshino worked as she explained, Gashi once more remaining completely docile as she did so and even opening his mouth for the next stage of the process. This bit, which is actually called the bit, between his teeth and flip the reins up so you'll be able to hold them, okay, ready to go as soon as we've got the stirrups set up so your little legs can actually reach them. Bending down to a knee, the Nara woman cupped her hands and looked over expectantly to where Naruto was once again considering exactly how good an idea this actually was. Right, you'll need a boost to get up there but when you do, grab the saddle horn, that bit at the front of the saddle, and swing your leg over. When you're comfortable with that grab the reins and we'll try walking you out from there, okay? Knowing from experience, or, at least, Shikamaru's advice, that arguing was not only pointless but possibly a danger to one's health, the blonde simply nodded, placed his foot in the cradle of the taller woman's hands and, as he was propelled upwards, made a quick grab at the target he'd been directed towards and braced himself. Thank the kami for Anko-sensei's flexibility training. Not for the first time and certainly not for the last, Naruto had cause to thank the snake mistress for her excellent, if somewhat barbaric training regimen. Sitting atop Gashi's broad back was like trying to hold a continual half-split and the jostling motions weren't helping any as he was bounced around in the saddle. Had it not been for his heeding Yoshino's advice about sitting back in the saddle he'd have doubtless been mourning a pair of crushed nuts as the day went on. Still it wasn't so bad and, as he continued to he led around in a circle by the rope the Nara held, he found himself slightly more at ease with the world as Gashi clip-clopped along in his very slow, stately way. So, this is the walk, Yoshino called over, rotating slowly on the spot to keep tension on the guiding rein. Not much to it, but remember you control how fast the horse goes by your legs, squeeze the saddle with your thighs and he'll speed up, relax and he slows down. That's why horsey people have such strong legs. Never one to miss an opportunity when it was presented to him on a platter like that, Naruto simply grinned and shot back his answer. Guess that comes in handy for kicking the rest of your lot into gear. Yoshino gave a small smile before his next words made her look up fiercely and fight down a blush, though I bet Shikaku-san doesn't mind or complain about how strong your legs get. I don't think he'd dare. Not if he knew what was good for him, the wife of the clan head grumbled before raising her voice, less of the innuendo you cheeky gaki, you're not on the training grounds now. Fair enough, knowing better than to poke the sleeping dragon that was Nara Yoshino too often, the mouse relented and fell back quiet in his seat before asking the 100-ryo question, so, why is it the Nara actually own any horses? You clan don't look like the type. You do but the rest of the clan doesn't. Believe it or not they've always had them. Not many but always a handful, Yoshino told him, casting a glance at the sky and starting to reel in her rein. After all Gashi's getting on a bit, not good to exercise him too much, there's a tradition of horsemanship in the clan. Comes from having to round up deer in the olden times and trust me that's really tricky unless you can either move faster than the deer can or you know a trick or two to stop them from moving. The shadow techniques, Naruto could fill in the blanks himself. I thought there'd be some labor-saving reason behind the clan developing them. Catching deer seems like as good a one as any. I should have known my ace was developed by your clan. Who else would create a jutsu that only uses one hand seal? It'd probably be too troublesome to have to do any more than that. Not that it helped the baka who came up with it escaping his wife, Yoshino chuckled, remembering the story as Shikaku had told her. He only invented it so he could sleep in while the clone placated his wife but didn't realize it was completely autonomous. It bubbled where he was to his wife and she tracked him down. The men still talk about what she did to him in hushed tones. I can imagine, never piss off a Nara woman. I learnt that lesson within about the first 10 seconds of meeting you, Naruto reminded his temporary teacher, ear-throbbing in phantom pain as he remembered just how hard a pinch the woman before him had. Still, I guess it was my fault, I could have handled that better. Still, what got you involved in the equine pursuits? Yoshino laughed. I've always been involved with horses. My parents were traveling merchants until the Second War forced them to go to ground in Konoha. I grew up in the saddle until I put down roots here and found I couldn't cut them off when the storm blew over. The Nara clan pretty much adopted me when we, my parents and I that is, realized they were pretty much the only clan who kept horses in the village, and I've been here ever since. Eventually Shikakuin woke up for long enough to pop the question, and for my sins I became part of the clan as more than just a lodger. Worst mistake of my life, saying yes to that question turned out to be. At this point Naruto felt compelled to stand up for the absent clan head's honor. Don't talk like that, you must love him. Only very sparingly. The fact you've got Shikamaru kind of disproves that statement. A second later something heavy clunked off his borrowed riding helmet and Yoshino waved a warning finger. And don't you talk about that, the love life and relationship of a woman is a very complicated and private thing, he advised before checking the sky again and wrapping another length of rope around her arm. Still, enough of that, bring him to a halt and help me get him away for the night, Naruto-kun, then we best get you away. Look on the bright side though, she smirked as she lent an arm to allow the boy to slip off the saddle without tumbling to the floor. At least you won't have any trouble getting home tonight. Take it from me, nothing works better at clearing a path through a crowd than a perfume derived from old stables. XXX. That is a rather personal question, Naruto-san. How come? His confusion must have shown on his face as the eldest of the other players set down his hand and, after having the veins on the side of his face expand for a second, speaking again. You have heard, have you not, of the distinction between the members of our clan, traditionally referred to as the main and the branch houses? Yeah, but I thought that was just a clan thing, the Jinchuriki admitted, stretching up as it appeared the game had paused while this new explanation came out into the open. I didn't know there was actually a difference between the two houses. I just thought you wore those headbands to keep your hair out your eyes while you worked. Hell, that's what I do, and my hair isn't even as long as yours. It was a fair point, since striking his clan bargain, and, incidentally, becoming something of a cross between an embarrassment and an icon of almost hero worship amongst the Hyuga clan as tidbits of how he'd managed it and simultaneously ground the pride of their leader into the dirt filtered down to the common clansman. Naruto had found his work a lot harder than in the beginning. Rather than almost waltzing in as he felt like it, he was having now to contend with overlapping guard patrols, liberal use of the Byakugan, and an almost clandestine language used in private between members of Konoha's most august clan, a language he wasn't privy to and was occasionally caught out by. It was a challenge, one he relished but now failed more often than he passed. However, not even that was a bad thing overall, as Hayashi had been as good as his word and he was learning important lessons from the Hyuga, though I have a sneaking suspicion that he made his decree of bottom-up infiltration just so he could get me skivvying for his clan. If that had been the case though, in all honesty he wasn't that bothered by it as, quite apart from learning exactly how a servant to someone important such as a feudal lord or daimyo would be expected to behave and press clothes, wash, service and iron other linen and equipment or serve food to their lord, the crash course in basic servitude had gotten the unaware Jinchuriki into contact with the majority of the branch house Hyuga. Sharing labors with them in the depths of the Hyuga mansion had been an eye-opener for him, least of all as it had become quickly apparent that contrary to their usual cool demeanor, most Hyuga were actually relatively approachable, perhaps even affable in the most extreme cases, when you got to know them. However, Naruto, for all his progress, didn't know all there was to know about the many mysteries of the clan, and, with his innocuous question about why all the other participants in his game were wearing embroidered clothes around their foreheads, it looked like he'd just blundered into another barrier that separated him from the ways and customs of one of his employers. Having finished ironing the last of the kimonos to have creases in the sleeves that could cut hard cheese, or, if appropriate, an enemy throat, he and the quartet of branch Hyuga that had cleared some space around one of the workbenches and broken out the cards. In contrary to the common perception of the clan, most Hyuga had a fondness for games of chance. As a result of this addiction, Naruto had been given an eye-opening education in several card games and, due to his uncommonly good luck, was becoming quite an accomplished player in many of them. Having asked about why they didn't remove their headgear, however, as enough to freeze the atmosphere of camaraderie that had settled over the playing quintet until, slowly, the eldest Hyuga present, for where there was a conflict in the clan the typical response for the Hyuga was to look to the oldest Hyuga present, either main or branch house, for guidance, answered the Jinchuriki's question. These bindings are partially for that reason, he conceded, once more questioning the reason behind the clan decree that all hair should be grown long, as such long, flowing locks could be a hindrance both to ninja and civilian alike, but they also mask from outside eyes the main distinction between the main and branch house Hyuga. Oh, okay, if his time amongst other people had taught him nothing else, it was when he was treading on dangerously thin ice and, as a result of that, when to hold his hands up and back away slowly. Sorry about that, I won't pry. No need to apologize, the woman off to his left spoke, picking up her hand and scanning through it again. You weren't aware of the issue. Under these headbands lies a seal, which we will not reveal to you, known as the caged bird seal. The purpose of this seal is to safeguard our bloodline limit. On the event of the death of the bearer of this seal, it will activate and destroy the Byakugan, preventing its theft. It is a relic from the time before Konoha, where families possessing jujitsu such as the Hyuga were targeted by rival clans who sought to steal our eyes for themselves or, worse, steal our bodies to produce new Hyuga recruits. The idea made Naruto feel ill. They would really, you know? Yes, even in these relatively safe time, kidnapping attempts are not unknown, most recently the one which has earned Kumo our ire and cost our leader his life. Mastering his emotion as he remembered the bright young child who had been cut down in his prime in service to his clan and for the love of his brother, the former spokesperson carried on, and to control this the second aspect of the seal was crafted. If activated, the seal can cause pain or, if necessary, death to those who possess it. It is the presence or absence of this seal that determines a Hyuga's place within the clan. Those who bear the caged bird seal make up the branch house, the remainder are the main house. But, trying to wrap his brain around this, Naruto, someone who had never known a family, drew a blank. So the main branch, they pretty much control the branch house because of that seal. That's awful, but that's not fair. To his surprise, rather than agreement, the Hyuga simply chortled at his conclusion, though he was reasonably sure he wasn't the target of the mirth. As he was left scratching his head in confusion, it fell to the only woman in the gathering to master herself and favor him with a smile. Ought to be a child again and see things so simply. Don't be alarmed, Naruto-san, we don't mean any malice to you when we laugh. At one time we all thought as you did. However, with age and experience comes a different point of view. Though the seal can be used to cause the branch house pain, what do you think would happen if the main house used it liberally, hurting anyone in the branch house anytime they felt like it? Naruto thought for a minute this was a trick question before, deciding he couldn't see any skullduggery in their expressions. He decided to go with his gut on this one. Well, I don't know about you, but I'd get really upset. Try to find a way around the seal and make sure it couldn't happen again. Very true, and I am reasonably sure this would be the result if the main branch were the ogres some people think they are. The eldest Hyuga spoke, a trace of a smile on his face. The branch house outnumbers those in the main at least 3-1. If we were to leave or, worst come to worst, be culled by the seal, the clan would cease to exist as a power within Konoha. The main branch know this as well as we do and police themselves in the seal's use. As far as I can remember, the seal is only now used for training the youngest main branch members in how to activate it should it be necessary in the field to prevent the loss of the Byakugan. So, it's not used at all? Nowhere near as much as in the past, the Hyuga woman answered with a nod. Indeed, in Konoha I sometimes wonder if the main branch don't bear the heaviest burdens despite being free birds. They provide the majority of the Hyuga jounin, those who are most at risk, and due to internal and external politics, they are the one bound into contracts and often left to rail against fate due to unfortunate marriages or dowries to be paid. We are an old, honorable clan, Naruto-san. Sadly, the price of such honor comes at the cost of personal happiness. Children of the main branch, even those of the clan head such as Hinata-sama, are often used as little more than gambling chips in village or even national power games, given as brides or grooms into childless, and often loveless, marriages. Compared to that, she shook her head, the seal seems a minor burden. Childless marriages? All of them, is that to make sure the Byakugan never leaves the clan? The eldest branch member spoke once more. Unlike most other jujitsu, the Byakugan is a dominant trait, so most of the children born to even one Hyuga parent will be born with the all-seeing eye. It would be unseemly, and potentially a great insult, for our clan to threaten branding children of noble families with our caged bird seal following their birth. Much neater to ensure the wedded child is, for want of a better word, gelded, quite painlessly, prior to the marriage to prevent the bloodline spreading. For us though, well, who of any importance would want to marry a lesser Hyuga? Almost all branch house marriages happen for love, and strong love at that. That's certainly true, Naruto boy. Content to let the others speak up to now, Zurashi felt compelled to chip in his 2 ryos worth at this point. I never managed it, but my sister did. Her husband walked into the union with eyes wide open, knowing any children from the union who possessed the Byakugan would be sealed, and he married her anyway because he loved and still loves her that much. I've got 2 nieces now because of that, both members of the branch house and both a bit too young to think like you do, but when they're the right age I or one of the other branch members will be on hand to explain to you exactly what we've just said to you. I believe it's fate's way of having a laugh on us all. We who are often considered slaves by outsiders are often happier than our so-called masters, simply because we are less bound by rules and dictation of tradition. Remember that on your infiltrations, Naruto boy, he advised with a second chuckle at the same time as weigh up his options in the game, the Jinchuriki paying his rapt attention as he drank in the situation as he turned the problem over in his own mind and saw that, odd as it might appear, the branch members were speaking sense. Unless some fours come up, I'm bowing out of this hand. Compared to the chains of the past, shackles of iron or fuinjudo can appear to be made of less than grass. A good lesson, one that I pray some, a vision of one particular branch member in particular, one whose skill at the gentle fist was advancing at such an alarming rate that even the upper echelons of the main house were starting to pay attention, sprang up in his mind as he finished his melancholy thought. Will open their ears to before they become too consumed in following a path he is certain fate has dictated for him to the exclusion of all others. XXX. If I'm right, I'm about 70 feet from the outer circle of homes, where most of the jounin are bunked. Creeping through the undergrowth, Naruto ducked behind a nearby bush and took in a slow breath, the air warm enough not to give him away by a puff of smoky breath. Missed most of the Ninken so far, so I'm going okay now, just a little further and we'll see if I can't rub it in Patch's face that his pack's got my number now. It was certainly true that throughout the warming spring and balmy summer all the clans Naruto had worked for had all improved when it came to trying to stop him, so much so that even his much-vaunted mouse henge was now having trouble bypassing the Aburame defenses, but there were still loopholes he could wriggle through if he were careful, and, even if there weren't, he couldn't have called himself a ninja in training if he didn't at least give it a go trying to get to his objective. Hence why, after butting heads with the leader of Inuzuka pack yet again following the last time they'd met, he was once more inching his way towards the grand prize of the Inuzuka clan homes and yet more bragging rights over the grizzled old wolf. Having strained his ears for a minute and heard nothing, Naruto took down a last breath and cautiously crept out from behind his cover and made his way forwards, hugging the shadows and hopping around to break up any scent trail he may have been leaving, though hopefully the mud he had smeared liberally all over his body and grass all over his jumpsuit should have blunted his natural odor to the point where juvenile Ninken wouldn't be able to pick him out easily. Reviewing where he was, or at least where he thought he was, he consulted his mental map and made his way towards his target home. Okay, break up the trail. They'll probably be expecting me to go direct or even back off a bit, but I doubt they'll think I'll get closer here and then go through. Oh nuts. Cursing mentally, Naruto froze, still as a statue as his night vision adapted eyes belatedly picked out the still form lying concealed in the bushes just before him, the Ninken obvious having preempted him and lying in a wait that had definitely proven fruitful this time. Realizing there was absolutely no way he was going to outrun a Ninken from this range, Naruto merely huffed and folded his arms, waiting for the dog to approach and gently nip him, symbolic capture of the mouse. After a long minute though, Naruto began to wonder if the Ninken was actually asleep or something, as it hadn't yet moved, unless it actually wants me to get through. He grinned at the thought of one of his long-term strategies paying dividends, win or lose at his nightly escapades. Naruto always made a point of making a massive fuss of any Inuzuka partner he could, up to and including sneaking in tasty treats for them to snack on when the two-legged members of the clan were otherwise engaged. Poor Tsum and Patches, wondering why I keep dodging their patrols when it's the Ninken letting me through, hoping I'll spoil them rotten later. Still though, his sense of fair play kicked in and he realized this time he had to hold his hands up and admit he was had. This time I got collared, no two ways up. That train of thought crashed into the buffers, going completely off the rails as Naruto felt his entire body freeze, a fear he had felt only once before in his life rising up in a great, smothering wave as the slight breeze shifted suddenly and he caught a scent on the wind he would never forget or misplace. More hurriedly now the boy approached the dog, not fully believing what he was seeing was real until, with a low moan of horror, he came too close and saw too late the precise wound left in the dog's neck, the small pool of congealing blood that was feeding the forest floor. The Ninken hadn't moved not because it was asleep, or that it wanted him to succeed in its mission, it hadn't moved for the simple reason it was dead. No, not dead, wrestling down his mounting panic by biting the inside of his lip, drowning the fear in pain until he could think straight again, hands moving without him really thinking about it as he activated his usual defense in case he was ever surprised during infiltration. That's a stab wound, someone murdered this dog. Think, for Kami's sake think, this is just like with the honey bear, you have to clear your mind, think for a minute, work out what's going on and make sure people are let A howl echoed moonward from a distance away, an angry, fearful howl that threatened nothing but death and bloody dismemberment for the target of its ire. Before answering calls broke out around the forest, Naruto heard someone far too close to him, no more than 20 feet away through a thick patch of forest, let out a frantic curse and start to move towards him. He recalled with numbing dread one of the first lessons Flea himself had taught both him and Kiba: when a ninja enters enemy territory, 99 times out of 100 the route out will be exactly the same as the way in. Whoever had committed murder on the Inuzuka grounds and infiltrated the clan for whatever purpose was now leaving in a hurry, heading right towards him with most likely a pack of hunters on his heels and a kunai in his hand. One he had already shown he was able and willing to use. Naruto didn't have a minute to think. He barely even had time to act before the intruder burst into the clearing, saw him there, spat a second curse and hurled a kunai with lethal accuracy right into his chest. Chapter 13: Missing the Mouse. As expected in the Land of Fire, even the season of winter was much milder than in other climates. It was a rare time when any more than a light dusting of snow would cover the ground, though the relative flatness of the land meant that wind chill often enhanced the bite of the season to a bitter cold. This year, however, many in the village looked out of their windows and saw the gloom of the early darkness enhanced, the world appearing a little grayer and more threatening than usual as the events of the past 4 months had rocked Konoha back to its foundations. As the leader of the clan most associated with emotions, none were more painfully aware of this than Yamanaka Inoichi, the tall straw-haired man, letting out a sigh as he looked out the greenhouse window and shuddered a little as the chill crept in. Even in this place, the room that housed his happiest memories save his bedroom. Watching with dispassionate interest as his exhalation fogged up the glass overhead, Inoichi worked on autopilot, repotting a few of the bulbs of his clan ready for the spring, even as he pressed down the soft loam around the hard, knobbly nodes that would one day grow into beautiful flowers. He had to bite back a bitter laugh as the analogy jarred him into unintentional reminders of just how many people in this village of his would now never have the chance to grow and bloom as these flowers would. Despite having been retired for several years, Inoichi still felt the cloying hand of guilt close tight around his chest, as even by proxy he felt the blood of the entire Uchiha clan on his hands. Had he still been overseeing the psyche evaluations of the serving ANBU, would he have been able to see the madness hidden by Uchiha Itachi's porcelain mask and dispassionate demeanor? Despite the teachings of the will of fire, traitors and betrayers from Konoha were not unknown, but they were rare. Few, however, had ever written their names in infamy with as much blood as the Sharingan-wielding prodigy. His entire clan, his whole family, dead, to the last man, woman and child, save one. Even now, a month after the event, he could scarcely believe that the Uchiha were truly gone. Okay, he had never exactly seen eye to eye with several of the clan, least of all literally and certainly never during a sparring match, but he respected them for being powerful ninja and possessing unparalleled skill with fire ninjutsu and strengthening Konoha by stealing the techniques of the other villages, just as they had grudgingly respected his clan for having a brand of ninjutsu that circumvented their bloodline simply because it affected the mind, rather than the eyes. Even now, some 5 weeks after the attack, Sasuke still wasn't waking up from whatever hellish attack his brother had put him through that night. Despite not delving into the boy's mind for fear of what he might find there without some confirmation from the last Uchiha himself about what had happened, Inoichi was relatively sure that the treacherous ANBU must have inflicted some kind of genjutsu-based attack on Sasuke, the strength of it only reinforced by a fully mature Sharingan and, against the impressionable psyche of a 7-year-old who just walked into the scene of utter horror with his family dead all around him, the Yamanaka clan head could only shudder at the thought of what would be awaiting his clan when the Hokage cleared them to try and heal the trauma the child had gone through, and as if that wasn't enough to be getting on with. Finally finishing with the last of the seeds, the tall man rested his head on the fingers of his right hand for a minute, massaging his forehead and uncaring of the smudges of soil he left there as a result of such ministrations. The feeling of brief relief from a headache that seemed to have lasted for weeks well worth the hassle of washing his face for a minute. The removal of the Uchiha clan in such a barbaric fashion hadn't just cut Konoha's military forces to a level worryingly close to the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack, it had also completely removed most of the command structure of the civilian police force. Admittedly, this was not as great a setback as it could have been. Only the most cold-blooded and callous of calculated minds could have even thought of considering it a good thing, as the vast majority of the Uchiha clan ninja played a role in this force and therefore the pool of ninja available for missions hadn't noticeably shrunk. But at the same time, the loss of that force meant the other clans had to pick up the slack and the Hokage had to oversee it all to ensure no internal politicking fouled up the recovery too much. Retired and inactivated ninja from all clans, his own included, had been drafted in to shore up the public morale and put a brave face on things, Heck, last he had heard Shikaku was about ready to rip his hair out at the amount of running around he was having to do covering for the late and, to his credit, rather lamented Uchiha Fugaku abdicating his responsibilities as chief of police by jumping on the point of his eldest son's ninjato. Now that's not nice. Despite himself, he fought down a smirk as he recalled the aloof clan head, never satisfied with his lot in life and pushing for all sorts of concessions during council meetings. Just because he put a whole new meaning on the phrase, impaled on his own sword, doesn't mean you should laugh about it. If Itachi was feeling pressured, there's no reason he couldn't have gone to anyone, even outside his clan, for help. His internal monologue was cut off but a sharp tap on the greenhouse door. Huh? Kunisa-chan, what? Oh, even the blurry picture granted through the greenhouse door was enough to let Inoichi know it wasn't his wife trying to get his attention. Sliding the door open after brushing the worst of the mud from his face, he nodded as the Anbu bowed and turned an otter mask towards him. Yamanaka-san, Hokage-sama calls council, Vermilion level. Vermilion, taken temporarily aback by this, Inoichi gaped for a second before shaking his head and regaining control, regarding the masked ninja seriously. Regarding? Unknown. Hi, I'll be there as soon as I've cleared up. The Anbu nodded and disappeared in a swirl of leaves while Inoichi breathed in and out slowly, wondering what could have ruffled Sarutobi's feathers this much and fighting down a rising tide of excitement as one thing immediately sprang to mind. Vermilion, council to be recalled immediately and convene as soon as possible, surpassed only by Albus, where the nearest capable Yamanaka will be used as a conduit to engage the other council members in telepathic communion, something that's only happened once in the history of Konoha. Once more Inoichi was both profoundly grateful and wretchedly ashamed that the Yamanaka in question hadn't been him. His father had never fully recovered from the mental trauma of having so many voices in his head on that dark night 8 years ago, something that he was certain had played a part in the older man's death at the young age of 57. Shoving all other considerations to the side, Inoichi swiftly crossed the yard to the outside tap, roughly washed water over his hands and face after gasping at the icy bite of the freezing liquid, dried himself off with his sleeve and hastily walked up the side of his clan house, jumping to the next roof towards the distant spire of the Hokage Tower, where Sarutobi had convened the ninja council. He did not arrive alone, though had the moon not peeked through a slight gap in the cloud to silhouette the ninja who'd slowed down enough to let him catch up, he might never had recognized his companion until he bumped into her. Like most of her clan, without the familiar four-legged figure by the side of her, Tsum simply didn't look like Tsum. Catching up with the dognin, Inoichi asked the most pressing question first and promptly ducked the retaliatory fist it provoked. Where's the flea bag? Kurokuin, Tsum snarled before softening her tone as she realized what the Yamanaka was doing, is at the clan house settling the pack down. He'll catch up as soon as he can. A silence fell between them for a moment before, crossing his fingers out of her eye line, Inoichi took a deep breath, his life in his hands, and spoke again softly. How is she? To her credit, the only visible reaction Tsum had to this was the slightest of stumbles in her stride, one that she recovered almost instantly before plowing on. For a moment the Yamanaka clan head was sure she wasn't going to answer before, in a tone so quiet he'd have missed it had it not been the late evening and the traffic of the street so muted. The answer came back to him. Heartbroken. There was a quaver in the Inuzuka's voice that he'd heard there only a handful of times before. The most recent one he could remember following the death of her husband. One piece of her soul got ripped away from her and she hasn't recovered from it. I doubt she ever will really. It's like a scar that won't stop itching. I'm only grateful she's got such a good team. There was a gruff snort of laughter that quickly curdled into a choking cough. Those two bakas, she said they were stupid, but kicking down her bedroom door was crazy even by my standards. Despite himself, Inoichi chuckled. Yeah, I heard. What was it the two of them said to get her moving? Last I heard it was something along the lines of, we passed our test by teamwork and we can't work as a team if you're not there. Now are you coming out, or are we going to have to come in there and be brutally savaged? Something like that, and they did. I'll be forever grateful to them for that. For the first time in what felt like a long time, Tsum chuckled, recalling racing into the hallway of her clan home in time at the sound of splintering wood in time to see one of her daughter's two team-mates slam a second side kick into the structure and break it apart completely, sending the sundered lock spinning into the room as the door banged open. No sooner had this happened, in fact while the sawdust was still in the air, a furious, frenzied brown/black blur had boiled forwards from the darkness within and pounced on the closest of them, dragging him to the floor. Hannah had been beyond words, beyond everything but raw, unbridled fury. She had hammered at the prone boy with her fists, screaming in her rage as the unlucky victim, Izumo if she remembered right, could only curl up and try to defend himself as best he could before catching the Inuzuka as her rage deserted her and she fell forwards, a marionette with cut strings as she clutched at her victim and howled into his shoulder. grieving for her missing partner in the arms of her team mates as Kotetsu knelt by the side of the entwined duo and rubbed her back comfortingly, his brother underneath her whispering words of comfort and condolence as the remaining two Haimaru came to the doorway and whined in time with their mistress. The intrusion and subsequent abduction from the Inuzuka clan grounds, coming as it had no more than 6 weeks before the Uchiha massacre, was the first in the combination of punches that had rocked Konoha over the past third of a year, even though the investigation had had to be cut short following Itachi's genocidal episode, the theft of over half a dozen ninken, including one of the 3 triplets belonging to the heiress of the clan, had been a bitter, stinging blow. None knew how the thief had been able to penetrate the Inuzuka ground so deeply and leave behind not a trace of scent or a trail, but either way the end result had been a high tally for the dog-breeding clan to bear. 8 ninken taken and all young at that, the eldest being the Haimaru at mere 4 years old, 3 killed either on the way in or way out and, Inoichi knew, though most of Konoha did not, a third lost that Tsum, though blameless for the cruel hand fate had dealt out, was still castigating herself and her clan's failure to track the abductor for. It had been bad luck, nothing more and nothing less than that, but it had cost Konoha dearly both in terms of potential military might and current village stability, when one of the ninken tracking the thief had suddenly gone rigid after catching a very familiar scent around the body of one of its murdered pack mates and growled out a warning its human partner had quickly spread the word and the search redoubled, the Inuzuka mobilizing en masse to hunt down any route that could have led them to the disappeared dogs and missing mouse. Fire Country had been inundated by hunter-nin squads, sent out by a Hokage who had never appeared to be more formidable or mighty, though at the same time so hollow and weary within, and instructed to leave no stone unturned in their hunt for the Jinchuriki, the few voices who whispered that it might have been the boy who committed the crime swiftly silenced by harsh glares or, if necessary, harsh beatings from ninja who knew better. Every day since he had been made aware of the loss following a council meeting on the morning after the theft was discovered, Inoichi had been silently praying for a safe return for Naruto, but as the days had rolled into weeks and even longer, it appeared the deities weren't listening and they had all been forced to face the truth, that it was likely he was never coming back. There had been no blood, no body and no sign of a struggle, and therefore it was likely the boy was still alive, but, as to where he was now, none could say, though wherever he is, Inoichi felt a familiar cold, unpleasant knot of sloshing cold roll around in his belly as he thought of the absent child. I hope he's happy there, and that he knows we all miss him. It was strange, in a way, just how true that last point actually was. It had been Shikaku who as always had seen the potential danger and pulled the other clan heads apart from Tsum, who'd had enough on her plate to deal with at the time, aside after the council meeting that had informed them of the thievery that had gone on. From a purely military point of view, Naruto being taken was an unmitigated disaster curtailed only by the fact that he himself didn't have the faintest idea that he contained the most powerful being to ever stalk the elemental nations, but if someone ever got a good look at his stomach and figured it out, there was a very good possibility that Konoha would be receiving an astronomical ransom note or, more likely, one of the Leaf Village's many enemies would have a very powerful weapon delivered to their doorstep, and, regardless of how strong his will and love for both Konoha and the people in it was, Naruto was still a child who could be broken, remolded and reforged into a weapon more terrible than Kyuubi had ever been. However, the loss Shikaku had taken into consideration was more personal and, as a result of that, potentially even harder to cover up from those that had no business knowing it, because of the quick details the 5 of them had thrashed out over 5 minutes and told Tsum about later. All the clan children the mouse had been introduced to knew about the situation was that because of rumors of surviving family being reported on the borders of Fire Country, Naruto was out of Konoha for a little while, possibly forever if he was adopted by his remaining kin. It was a lie, and a blatant one, but having been faced with a lie or the thought of telling his little princess the truth and risking not only Sarutobi's wrath but her tears as well, Inoichi had once more found himself grateful for the Nara genius's quick thinking. Not that it was easier for us without him there. That much was certainly true, though he'd never realized it. In fact, none of them had really. Naruto seemed to have made things fun in the Leaf Village and kept the clans on their toes. He was a breath of fresh air who'd thrown a little chaos into the nice, steady, orderly and boring lives of the clan heads and the clans, and this had never been more apparent than during the monthly gathering that had occurred between the kidnap and the Uchiha massacre. No one had said a word as Chime, grim-faced and fighting back tears with a steely resolve, had symbolically laid out a second empty chair at the gaming table, and a mood of gloom had settled over the assembly, one that no amount of cheer or victuals or even the news from Tsum that Hana was starting to recover from the loss of one of her partners, again taken by nothing more than bad luck as she had let them all run with the pack on the Inuzuka grounds for just that night, and was starting to attend team training again, had been able to banish it. The atmosphere had been best summed up by Chuza towards the end of the night, the Akimichi strangely off his food as he nibbled at a pork ball and kept darting his eyes to where the larger-than-life orange-clad future Hokage should have been sitting before Tutang and speaking his mind. "Damn kid was like your virginity," he'd said aloud to the table in general, explaining after Shikaku had stopped spluttering in shock as he'd been halfway through a pint of beer at the time. "Hate it like hell when it's there, miss it like hell when you lose it." And it was true, he might have been a royal pain in the neck who caused me more marital strife than the Third War and the rest of the clan combined, but he was who he was and he wasn't afraid to make sure people knew it. That much had certainly been true, and as he stepped to the side to allow Tsum to enter the Hokage tower first, he once more had to check his excitement in case it led to more disappointment, and right now, I'm just hoping he's made it known to whoever's taken him and we catch wind of him doing it, because the second we do, Inoichi clenched a fist, a kind of protective instinct settling over him that he thought he'd never feel for the jailer of the great beast that had nearly leveled his home. Konoha goes to war. XXX. Strangely enough, Inoichi found that both he and Tsum had been beaten to the tower by the laziest ninja currently serving Konoha's forces, at least until his son graduated the academy. Seeing the bags under his teammates' eyes, the Yamanaka thought better of making a comment about this, instead sliding into his council seat after bowing to the Hokage and waiting for the old man to bow back and gesture for them both to be seated. It was a process Sarutobi repeated several times as the Shinobi Council appeared on the scene, including the advisors and former teammates to the Hokage himself, with the scarred, scowling form of Danzo turning up like a bad smell as always and forcing Inoichi to fight hard to avoid curling his lip in distaste. There was little love lost between the Yamanaka clan and the former commander of the Root, the shadowy organization that had mirrored ANBU and been made up, in Inoichi's opinion, of little more than brainwashed child soldiers stolen from their cribs and raised to heed only their master's commands. The Kiri way of doing things, an abomination that should never have been considered in the land of fire. One of Sarutobi's few mistakes was rubber-stamping Danzo's idea to create that division, though he made up for it by repealing it after the Third War. Still, that was history and old news now. The fact of the matter was that Danzo, as well as the other two ancient figures who now sat flanking the venerable Hokage like angelic pages sat before the throne of the god of shinobi, were all vastly experienced shinobi who knew what they were talking about and had, on occasion, provided sage instruction to not just Sarutobi, but also the rest of the clans as well. Though he was unsure of the details, Inoichi had a sneaking suspicion that Chuza would never have made such a fine clan head had he not had Koharu in his corner when he first inherited the post. Some 7 or so minutes later the council was convened, all 6 remaining clan heads completed as Shibi arrived last, the Aburame as always hard to contact when he was away from the rest of his clan. As soon as the leader of the Kakashi-wielding clan was seated, Sarutobi, his face inscrutable, spoke to the council as a whole, not looking at anyone as his tone was colorless. "I have received news," he began, and despite himself Inoichi felt his excitement rise. Could this be the news they'd all been waiting for? "Regarding one of our long-standing adversaries, new intelligence has come to light." No, obviously not. The hope was once more crushed in the cold, iron grip of reality, and Inoichi had to force himself to pay attention to the rest of his leader's words. "The source of this intelligence is the reason I have called you all here. When we have heard all he has to say, I will require your advice on the next steps to be taken." The council members all swapped glances before nodding in concerted silence and, seemingly happy with this, the Hokage made a signal with his hand. There was the slightest rush of displaced air as an unseen ANBU disappeared until, a couple of seconds later, the main door to the council chamber opened and the so-called information source appeared, flanked by an solitary ANBU wearing a frog mask. Information source, seeing the thin face that was currently roving around the council halls and picking out the adults facing him with sharp-looking eyes the color of a lime, Inoichi found himself slightly confused. He's just a kid. In fact, if he's a teenager I'd be surprised. That was as far as he got in his initial inspection before those very same green eyes widened dramatically and the boy suddenly dived behind his escort with a yell. "Ah!" A single finger shot out as though impaling one of the council members, the justification for such a fearful reaction being declared a second later, "Mamare." What the? Not that he'd fault the boy for being wary of Danzo just on principle, but the curse he'd spat upon the bandaged shinobi veteran was completely alien to the Yamanaka, though not, he realized as he heard movement to the side of him and glanced over to see Tsum's shoulders shaking with mirth, to all present. Noticing his scrutiny, the Inuzuka leant over slightly as she mastered herself and whispered out the corner of her mouth. "You need kids of a certain age to understand Inokuin, probably boys," she elaborated after realizing her son and Inoichi's daughter were the same age, give or take a few months. Deciding this was one of things he'd have to ask about later, Inoichi left it alone for the moment, settling back in his seat as Sarutobi, recovering himself from his own smirk at seeing his long-term rival wrong-footed so unexpectedly, took charge again. "Forgive me, Informer-san, but that is Shimura Danzo, one of my advisors and, despite the resemblance, not related to your cartoon evildoer." Tsum was once more afflicted by shaking shoulders and had to hide her quivering lips with her hand even as Sarutobi became more serious, regarding the child before him with a stern, serious eye. "However, this is not a place for frivolity. You have come before this council saying you have news of the utmost importance for us all to hear. We of the council will now hear what you have to say and judge for ourselves the validity of your claims." I hope I don't need to say this, but a modicum of killing intent seeped forwards as the Hokage leant forwards in his seat, the child before him paling slightly before pulling himself together with a shiver. "The penalty for wasting the time of a Kage and his attendant clan council is severe." The voice was quite deep for a child, but his eyes were still slightly nervous as he fought to keep them on the suddenly ominous figure of the Hokage before him. Not that I can blame him for that. An angry Kage of any kind is enough to make a grown man cry, never mind a teenaged kid, if he even is that old. "I got it, Hokage-sama." "Good." Sarutobi settled back down in his seat and nodded, his killing intent dispersing like smoke as he reverted to his usual, more kindly nature. "Now then, please tell us you." The venerable shinobi was cut off by a strange scraping noise that had the supposed informant looking around in confusion, though no one else so much as twitched. Due to the clan traditions and the techniques they involved, the door to the council room in the village of the Leaf was likely unique in the elemental nations insofar as that it could be opened with a paw or, if necessary, a mob of Kikeichu working together. "Enter," Sarutobi called out, inclining his head a moment later as Kuramaru nosed his way inside and performed the canine equivalent of a bow in apology for his lateness. After taking in the situation with a glance from his single eye, the Ninken began slinking his way towards the foot of his partner's seat around the edge of the council room as Sarutobi faced the child before him and made to speak again. Once more ill fortune played its hand. Though he saw the Ninken freeze in place for a moment, the necessity to stifle a sudden sneeze forced Inoichi to look away from the scene and, when he forced his suddenly bleary vision forwards again in response to the rising gasps and shouts of alarm, he found himself joining in at the scene before him. Kuramaru was a moving shadow, darkness with teeth as he sprang, hitting his target full force and driving it straight to the floor. In less than a second the so-called informant had been tackled and pinned prone, the Ninken staring down at him with every fang bared. The surprise and execution of his jump so perfect the chair he'd leapt over to take his prey hadn't even wobbled and the ANBU supposedly guarding the boy hadn't had enough time to blink. As expected, a quiet pandemonium erupted as most of the assembled ninja leapt to their feet, each demanding Kuramaru explain himself and Tsum to get her partner under control. The Inuzuka herself was growling in the canine tongue even as Inoichi, forcing himself under control, noticed the child's lips move and caught a glimpse of a pained smirk on his lips. He was just fast enough, channeling chakra to his ears in time to listen in. "My what, large teeth you have." "What?" Before he could question exactly why someone looking down the teeth of a hacked-off ninja dog had a reason to be, if not cheerful, at least sarcastic, he found himself half-deafened as Kuramaru, ignoring the growing demands around him, slashed his gravelly voice through the chaotic atmosphere like a kunai through butter. "Change," he demanded, single eye flaring as he pressed more of his weight onto the prone child's chest, bringing them virtually nose to nose and making his prey wheeze and turn his head to the side, face screwed up in disgust as he tried to answer. Okay, just stop breathing on me," the child croaked, desperate to be away from the foul odor and heaving futilely on pair of paws pinning him. "Off, get off, you're squeezing my lungs though my back." After leaning on his prone opponent for a second longer, Kuramaru pushed himself off and the would-be informant heaved down a deep breath, coughing harshly as he half sat up and stared a hole through the glaring ninja hound, apparently not noticing as someone else saw through his deception and slammed a hand on the table before him. Teeth gritted so hard it was impossible for him to articulate the truth his eyes had seen before the disguised child spoke again and ruptured the illusion completely. "Bloody hell, Patches, you weigh a ton." At those words, even before the plume of smoke emerged to shroud the figure, true bedlam broke out as the clan heads belatedly berated themselves for not checking the form before them for the telltale chakra signature or, in this case, the lack of one. Once more they had underestimated the boy who appeared as the smoke wisps dispersed, wearing clothes slightly too large for him but with a big, beaming grin on his face, and it had cost them. Even as the Jinchuriki coughed a little more and struggled up to a sitting position, still not fully recovered from Kuramaru's crushing him into the floor, the council found its voice in the form of Chusa, the Akimichi, asking the burning, white-hot question by dint of drowning out the competition with his impressive lungs. Naruto, much like the other shinobi around him, Chuza's voice was torn exactly down the middle between relief and rage as he saw the one who had given them all so many sleepless nights quite literally reappear in front of them. Where the bloody hell have you been? At this demand the Jinchuriki's expression faltered to a wan, exhausted smile as he rasped out a breathy reply, his hand slipping out of view into one of the pockets that had made up the disguise that had served him so well for nearly 3 months. Good question, he gasped before finally recovering himself and evening out his breathing. Tell you what, here, he withdrew something from his pocket and tossed it towards the seething Akimichi, Chuza catching it in one meaty hand. You tell me. Looking along the table, Inoichi wasn't able to get much of a look in, but, in the silence that fell over the chamber as his larger friend spoke again, his tone more subdued, and, was that awe in the Akimichi's voice? Allow me to rephrase that question, the red-haired giant demanded blackly, not breaking eye contact with the returned Jinchuriki as he slammed something down on the table before him, the seal that was on top of the packet visible for all to see and bringing several gasps out of the assembly, least of all from Inoichi himself. What in the name of the darkest pits of Makai were you doing in Kumo? Oh, you know, this and that, met interesting people, made a couple of friends, had some really crazy adventures and watched a sister of mine get married, put the fear of Kami into her husband as well. Don't worry though, retaking his seat Naruto grinned once more, fishing in a different pocket for something else, like any good showman, reel them in, give them a tidbit or two. I brought some souvenirs, here Hayashi-san. His hand whipped forwards and Inoichi had enough time to see a flash of gold twinkle in the light as it flew towards the table. Thought you might like this one. It was simplicity itself for the Hyuga, sitting one over on Inoichi's right just next to Koharu, to pluck the object out of the air. What it was though the Yamanaka couldn't see as Hayashi suddenly went very still, a statue carved from alabaster as he regarded whatever Naruto had tossed to him. Any color the Hyuga had ever had in his cheeks was gone, leaving him looking paler than ever as he slowly tore his eyes away from the trinket to the boy who had delivered in and, after wetting his lips for a second, spoke as though the words were being unwillingly torn from him. I ask because I have to. Naruto. The fact that Hyuga Hayashi of all people had forgotten his P's and Q's gave them an idea of how serious the situation was as the clan head went on. This is no joke? The child in question looked for a second like he was about to get affronted but seemed to think better of it, a solemn expression on his face as he shook his head. On my word as a future Hokage, no joke Hayashi-sama. The Hyuga lord nodded, just once, before doing something that every member of the council present that night would remember until the end of their lives. Forcing himself upright, Hayashi stood up straight before, after meeting the Jinchuriki eye to eye, he bent himself forwards at the waist in a formal bow, a gesture of absolute respect towards the village orphan. What in the name of every ancestor? Inoichi's mind was completely blank, jaw open and virtually unhinged as he watched the virtual royalty of Konoha abase itself before someone the vast majority of the uneducated masses considered to be worth less than the dirt of their shoes. A sense of palpable disbelief rang throughout the chamber, an emotion that affected everyone, even the one the gesture was aimed towards, as Naruto appeared to be as paralyzed as everyone else, eyes wide and unseeing as he gaped along with everyone else. For how long Hayashi remained in that position none could say. In fact it fell to the one who usually had the least to say to resolve the situation as Shibi turned his collared face towards the bowing Hyuga. Hayashi-san, may I ask what? It is something I have seen only once before. Equally unusually Hayashi cut off his fellow clan head as he stood upright, brushing the sleeve of his robes over what looked like suspiciously damp eyes as he opened his hand and showed a small gold circlet, one edge flattened, sitting in his palm, once, and I have never forgotten it. I have researched where the mark that signed the death warrant of my brother came from and I would recognize this ring anywhere. It is the only one of its kind in existence and a family heirloom of one of the most noble houses of Kumo. He placed the ring of the table, his Byakugan eyes never wavering as he picked out the coiling dragon wrapped around the mountain. A seal that had been the cause of such strife and grief in his clan as he once more pictured the man who had worn such an item. 100 questions as to how Naruto had come to possess it flowing in his mind even as he finished the introduction of the dreaded article. It is the family ring of the Sandaime Raikage. Thunderstruck, that was the only way Inoichi could describe himself and the council at large at this revelation, even to a shinobi who had lived his life on the sharp edge of combat far too many times to remember the idea that Naruto, even if he was the Mouse of Leaf Village and going into what to him would count as virgin territory, could have infiltrated one of the most military villages in the elemental nations and swipe a treasured heirloom from the very finger of its leader truly boggled a mind even as prodigious as his. Naruto for his part only smiled again, a little more sheepishly as he scratched the back of his neck, not used to being the center of attention in circumstances like this as Sarutobi. He must be in on this. Inoichi decided this in an instant after seeing the Hokage's face and the equal parts proud and sly expression it was wearing. If he wasn't, he'd probably be in the emergency room fighting off a heart attack by now. Leant forwards and spoke again. "You have expensive tastes, Naruto-kun," he admitted breezily before steepling his fingers, already anticipating the reaction that was sure to come next and looking forwards to it for more than one reason. "So, leaving aside the explanation of how you managed to pull this heist off, I'm sure there had to be a reason for you heading into the land of lightning apart from wanting some new jewelry." "Oh yeah, that." Naruto shrugged before his face became more serious, unbuttoning the top button of his too large shirt and pulling out a slip of paper, regarding it before facing the council again. "Well, it wasn't a planned trip, put it that way, but in the end I'm glad it happened. Turned out and above that Konoha as a whole, had a fair few reasons to go to the mountains this time." One of Anko-sensei's lessons came back to him, and he was never more grateful than he was at that moment that he'd been able to learn, if not master it. Despite locking eyes with Hayashi, still his ability to compartmentalize his body meant he threw the second-to-last piece of dynamite he held towards its target. Tsum taken aback but not so shocked that she couldn't catch the fluttering slip and unfurl the small scroll he'd tossed her way. Surreptitiously glancing over the Dognin's shoulder, Inoichi saw the small but intimately familiar symbol of a traditional storage seal before Tsum swiped her thumb over it, and it was destroyed, replaced with a puff of smoke as something larger clattered to the council table. Another scroll, a few memories of the time in the academy involving practical jokes, as well as a few traditional party games for ninja children in which scrolls sealed in scrolls featured prominently, flashed through his mind as he watched Tsum unfold the much larger sheet of paper, revealing another, slightly more ornate design. That was as much as he was able to see before the paper it was on started to shake and he glanced to the side of him. "Tsum." When she gave no reaction to his voice, he steeled himself before reaching over carefully and gently touching her closest arm, the shock pervading her entire body easily visible to even a villager. If Hayashi had gone pale, the Dognin was bloodless. "Tsum-chan, what?" He never finished, instead half standing as his fellow clan head appeared to slump sideways off her seat, landing on her knees as she pushed the scroll open, the pristine white paper covering the floor until it was completely unraveled, a number of the same storage seal designs visible on the parchment. He was about to ask the question he could hear rising from the other members of the council who hadn't had such a good view of what had gone on, but, as Tsum seemed to look upward slightly from her kneeling position, perhaps mouthing a silent prayer to Kami and the ancestors, Inoichi's observational skills finally reasserted themselves and he realized something about the seals laid out before him. 8, the number echoed around his head like a thunderclap. There are 8 seals, surely it's not. It was a question he never had time to even finish formalizing. Tsum's clawed hand hit the parchment, her chakra flaring through the reactive inks atop it, shredding the painted chakra constructs and disgorging the cargo they'd carried all the way from Kumo back into the council chambers in an explosion of smoke and fur, quickly accompanied by delighted yelps and the noise of the remainder of the council members' jaws dropping as Tsum, fierce tears of relief in her eyes, simply wrapped her arms around the closest four-legged form to her and felt her heart pound like a drum as her nose told her a wealth of what had happened in the time her pack had been so badly fractured prior to this unexpected but oh so welcome reunion. XXX. It had been a hard struggle, almost 3.5 solid months of constant worry and living behind skin that wasn't his own, but, as he watched the most powerful ninja in the village swap their gazes between himself and where one of their number was being virtually buried beneath the Ninken, he'd, perhaps foolishly, risked everything to go after. Naruto wouldn't have been able to call himself human if he hadn't felt a warm glow of pride suffuse himself as a single sentence, a mere 2 words, replayed themselves over in his mind, each time sounding more glorious than the one before. Mission accomplished. Naruto. There was no mistaking the awe in Chuza's voice this time as he looked between the returned ninja hounds and the one who'd returned them. "You, the Ninken, you brought them home?" Such was his almost euphoric joy, Naruto couldn't even deliver a snappy comeback to this blunt statement of fact. "Yeah, more by luck than judgment, but I was the only one who could when I realized what was going on. Lucky I did actually." He opened his eyes before looking across at the Akimichi, a hint of seriousness slipping across his formerly triumph-filled eyes. "If I'd been any slower I'd have ended up as a mouse kebab rather than just a mouse." At this point one of the voices from the council, rather less aware of Naruto's unique circumstances than the clan heads and the Hokage, spoke up as they regarded the boy before them through thick spectacles with wary respect in his tone. "I don't presume to understand what has happened here, Uzumaki-san." As with everyone in the Hidden Leaf, Hamaru knew who Naruto was even without having spoken a single word to the boy since he'd been alive, but I believe some manner of explanation is due as to how you have procured not only the missing Ninken but also the ring of a rival Kage. Sarutobi glanced over at his former companion, a twinkle back in his eyes that had so recently been so cold and crushed by the losses his village had endured. Very true, Hamaru-kun, but I believe such an explanation can wait until all present are ready to hear it, he counseled, inclining his head towards where Tsum was still knelt, embracing her pack and with tears of joy flowing freely down her face and over her fang tattoos, the salty liquid lapped up by many ecstatic tongues as the 8 ninja dogs spoke in their own language to their alphas, Kuramaru tasting their scents as he met each of them nose to nose. However, hearing her Kage speak in such a manner pierced Tsum's euphoria and, much as she loathed to leave the pack behind after they'd been separated for so long and she had so many questions left to ask them, she forced herself to stand up and dry her eyes. No, this is enough, we have to know, Kuro-kun, she murmured the first part half to herself before her eyes snapped open and she looked down at her partner, the one-eyed wolf glancing up from where he was rubbing his neck against the youngest Ninken present, marking the pup with the scent of his rightful clan and pack once more. Take them home, I'll fill you in later. She said far more than that, of course, but in a language no one else at the gathering save one could understand at all, and even the one who could only had a rudimentary, pigeon grasp of the bestial speech as Kuramaru nodded and barked out a few commands, the rest of the Ninken reluctantly falling into line after giving one last lick to their two-legged alpha. When all were assembled, the grizzled veteran led them to the exit of the council room before pausing momentarily to swing his head around and set his solitary eye on Naruto. Boy and Ninken met gazes for a long moment before, with the canine equivalent of a nod, Kuramaru looked away, hitting the door before him with his shoulder as it hadn't swung properly closed when he'd entered the room what felt like a lifetime ago and leading his family back out the corridor towards the streets of Konoha. And, beyond them, to their home. As he watched the Ninken leave and heard the telltale noises of claws on stonework receding away, Naruto once more settled himself down in his seat and faced the council, trying hard not to blush or squirm too much as he found himself at the epicenter of attention once more, though this time, he recalled the few times this had happened before and realized with a slight jolt that there was a difference between this and pretty much every other time. They're staring because I helped them out, not because I freaked them out or embarrassed them. Naruto-kun, as always. Gigi's voice simultaneously calmed him down and made him look over, the old man's face once again radiating the same look of both pride and thankfulness that he'd seen there the first time he'd told the Sandaime his story upon re-entered his village late the previous night. You have the gratitude of the village and the thanks of its Kage for the actions you have taken to safeguard its people, either four or two-legged, before anyone, even the ever-watchful, ever. Taciturn Shikaku could puzzle this last comment out. Sarutobi had carried on, though as my advisors have said, this council will require an explanation as to both where you've been and how you managed to return bearing not one, but two items no one in this building was expecting to recover. Would you assuage our curiosity and explain both the actions surrounding your disappearance and your movements these past 3 or so months? Not to mention how you managed to tweak the dragon's tail like this, Chusa rumbled, still glancing at the ring in front of Hayashi as though expecting it to wink out existence at any moment. I've no love for the mountain village, but I respect them on the battlefield if nowhere else. Kumo is an unforgiving land and its ninja and village are among the most paranoid in the world. At best you shouldn't have got within bowshot of the walls without being stopped by their patrols. Naruto nodded as he heard this, taking Chusa's words and comparing them to the very true, the Kumo nin I met were highly skilled, not that I saw a lot of them directly. He silently thanked Kami that this was the case, especially on the last frantic dash back to the land of fire with his priceless cargo and partner in tow, but apart from that I guess I'd better start at the start or you'll all get lost. So then, he clapped his hands before breaking into the first act of the play that had been the last quarter of a year of his life. It was an Inuzuka night. I'd gotten in and dodged a couple of Ninken. Sorry Uzumaki-san, the first of several interruptions brought him juddering to a halt, but, as the lady who asked the question looked to ask a question rather than demand an answer, he didn't react other than to cock his head questioningly at her words. What do you mean when you say an Inuzuka night? I'll handle this, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi took the reins before Naruto had even opened his mouth, turning to his former teammate and explaining the bare bones of the situation glibly. After all, I can't stop Danzo becoming aware of the situation if he isn't already, but I can at least control how much he knows of Naruto's little business. He has an agreement with the clans by which he is allowed on their lands at certain times, though the details of what transpires there are matters of a clan nature and I haven't delved into them too deeply. Obviously on the night the Inuzuka were attacked it was merely luck that Naruto-kun happened to be present, though what happened beyond that I know as much as you do. Carry on, Naruto. Knowing a command when one was issued, the Jinchuriki did just that, while the men who Sarutobi had been talking to once more felt a glimmer of respect towards his oldest adversary despite nothing showing on his face. Very clever Sarutobi, clan business indeed. Right, well I was in the grounds and heading towards the outer clan structures when I thought I'd been spotted. A Ninken was in the grass near a tree just looking towards me. At first I thought it was going to let me go and hope to get a bit of extra bacon out of it when oops, Baka, way to go giving up one of your strategies. He mentally berated himself at the same time as kicking his own rear end. Never mind. Anyway, I was about to hand myself in and give myself up as caught when I realized, the dog, even now, over a quarter of a year after the event, Naruto couldn't quite hold back the quaver from his voice as he relived that first horrible time he had seen something larger than a mouse or a rabbit recently dead before him. He'd already stabbed it. Who had? I don't know, never knew. Naruto shook his head at the same time as wiping his eyes. I heard him when one of the Ninken in the compound howled and he swore. I only had time to prepare one jutsu to keep by but in one piece. XXX. Durazaki Itoru was a proud shinobi of lightning, but that didn't mean he was a heartless man. He'd thrown the kunai before he'd got a good look at what he was aiming at and, as he saw the huge eyes of the terrified child before him, he'd have given anything to be able to snatch the kunai out the air and back to him. As it was though he could do nothing beyond observe, a helpless spectator as he saw the lethal blade arc towards the target. In dreadful slowness he saw the tip of the hurtling projectile first pucker and then pierce the vulnerable flesh, the child's eyes almost mimicking those of the dog he'd snuck up on during his infiltration and the face of the dying child turning towards him. Before it burst into smoke. What? Caught completely out by this sudden disappearance, Itoru lost precious seconds before he remembered where he was and what he was carrying on his back. If the wolves of Konoha caught him now carrying what was held in the thick hempen sack on his back, he knew he would never leave these grounds in pieces larger than his littlest fingernail. Now more than ever before the need to extricate himself from this mission was paramount. For the sake of a brighter future for his country he had to get away, but at the same time he had to ensure there was absolutely no trace of Kumo's involvement in this mess. And if that means I have to find the damned kunai I just lost taking out that clone, then so be it. And that was a shadow clone as well, there was no doubt about that. He recognized the clone popping into chakra smoke rather than decomposing into its base element, a telltale characteristic of that Konoha Kenjutsu. So if the information we have on that jutsu is accurate, that means whoever made that clone might know where I am. That was a chilling thought, and not for the first time Itoru found himself devoutly hoping Kumo's intelligence division had got it wrong on this one. They only speculated the shadow clone allowed the creator to see through the eyes of the clone to a limited degree based on observing Konoha ninja in the field and how they appeared to have some idea of potential ambushes or traps after those clones had been used to spring them, though they had no hard proof as of yet, and I'm not sticking around to prove a damned theory. Letting the sack that contained his prize and Kumo's future glory slip off his shoulder to the floor and keeping his tread light, the Kumo shinobi quickly crossed the ground and followed the path of the kunai, obscured as it had been through the smoke. Urgency lent him speed as he quickly but carefully grubbed around in the undergrowth until, relieved, he picked out a silver gleam in the moonlight and hastily stashed the kunai back in his pouch, never once dropping the jutsu he had developed that made him the perfect choice for this S-ranked mission, assigned to him by the Reikage himself. As a newly minted jounin, this was a great honor, and Itoru had been rigidly at attention as he stood before the great man's desk until the Sandaime himself had all but ordered him to relax. As the Sandaime had explained, Kumo still lacked many of the bloodlines enjoyed by their competitors, and Itoru was in a perfect position to help rectify that imbalance with the jutsu that instantly gave him an edge in infiltration. Itoru, like many in Kumo, had been born with an elemental affinity to lightning. However, unlike many of his fellow shinobi, rather than invest this chakra in highly visible jutsu of mass destruction, he followed a different route and, quite by accident, developed what was now his signature technique. By using precise but constant amounts of lightning chakra emitted mere millimeters from the entire skin surface, anyone using this jutsu would instantly ionize any organic matter that entered or, more importantly, exited his personal space. As the hunter-nin who'd trained him had grudgingly admitted, his jutsu meant that he shed no skin, lost no hair and, most essentially, left no scent trail behind him while using what was, in essence, a low C-rank technique at most, but one only a ninja with a small chakra reserve and very refined chakra control could use effectively. Hence why I got this mission. Not even the hounds of night can track what they can't smell, the Kumo ninja thought as he replaced his weapon and reached for the sack he'd abandoned. For all the things the Kumo war machine had, one thing they were lacking was a seal that allowed them to transport living creatures in scrolls, so until then I'm stuck dragging these furry carcasses around like a bundle of old washing. Bloody hell, he had to bite down a swear word as he had to pull the sack upwards quite a lot harder than he'd anticipated. Is it just me, or did these guys turn to rock all of a sudden? I must be more nervous than I thought. XXX. As soon as he burst back to his regular size following Gigi explaining to those not in the know what his henge actually did and asking for a demonstration, Naruto picked up where he left off. It's a habit Aburame-san helped me get into, Naruto explained, nodding towards Shibi before carrying on. When I get caught, henge into mouse form and use the smoke and confusion to try and get away. Actually, it was a bit more than that. His actual advice was to make a shadow clone then use the mouse henge to make sure I'd have a chance to escape while the bad guy was going for the clone. True as this was, Naruto wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud with unfamiliar ears listening into the conversation, and this time, luckily, it worked. The kunai the guy through missed me by a hair and, when I got my bearings, he must have assumed I was some sort of distraction or diversion. I was about ready to get away, try and run for it when I heard him drop something heavy and felt a shadow move over me. While he was busy doing whatever I ran towards whatever he'd dropped, that's when I figured this whole thing out. How? Naruto tapped the side of his nose. Been on to Inuzuka lands for the past 9 months or so. I know what nin can smell like, and in mouse form my sense of smell is even keener than normal, he admitted, shrugging to disguise the memory of worry and shock that had gnawed at his belly as he'd scrambled over bracken and underbrush in the dark, following his memory and then his nose towards where the sack had been dropped and feeling his guts churn as he realized in a flash what was inside the container. But when I realized he must have been the one who killed the ninken, I also figured out he must have been trying to steal the ninken. I didn't really think, I don't remember what was going through my mind all that well. I must have nibbled through the bag at a corner and squeezed inside. Next thing I knew he must have come back and picked us all up. There I was at the bottom of a sack covered in knocked out ninja dogs. Believe me, I've had more comfortable rides, but at the time I was just grateful he didn't notice the weight difference. There was a sniff from the table and he looked over as the old lady sat next to Gigi pushed her glasses back up her nose and regarded him. I doubt any ninja, no matter how expert, would notice the weight of a single mouse in a sackful of ninken, least of all when in a desperate hurry. Huh? But he should have. Oh, sorry. He scratched the back of his neck again sheepishly. Should have explained the henge a bit better. When I change I keep my original weight, so he should have noticed something as heavy as me weighing the sack down. I was just lucky he didn't. And so were we all. What eludes me though, Shikaku spoke, as he always did, in a slow, drawling tone that suggested his lips were engaging in a constant struggle just to move enough to let the words out, much as his eyelids always seemed to have to strain to stay hovering above being fully shut, is how the Inuzuka managed to get a scent off you but failed to follow the, I assume, Kumo shinobi's trail. I don't know, I never knew. Naruto shook his head, holding up his hands. I didn't see anything else for I don't know how long. All I remember was being jostled around in the bag, continually getting fallen on by the ninken and generally feeling like half the Hyuga clan were stirring me around in their clothes pit. Hayashi managed to keep his face completely straight at this mental image, though he did sit up straighter, wondering exactly what the Uzumaki was going to come up with next. I don't even know where we went or who we were with. I still can't hear things properly when I'm henged into a mouse. I think we, or the sack I was in at least, were in a wagon at least some of the time, but every time they opened the sack they only took out one dog at a time, must have been feeding, watering and drugging them because none of them woke up during the entire journey, so I was able to run around and stay hidden under them. I heard and smelt people around, but what they were saying was a mystery. All I could do was try to put up with it all until I could find out where they were taking us. So that was how you managed it? You basically piggybacked into Kumo on the back of one of their own ninja? No, and I was lucky I got out before we got through the gates. It gave me time to prepare. Naruto answered Chuza's assumption with an answer of his own, now sounding more serious as he recalled the Dragon Village, so called because of its affinity with the lightning element. Knowing what I know now, I can safely say that going into that village like that would have been a death sentence. The second I went into my regular form I'd have been found out and caught before I could have gotten my bearings. No, I waited until, well, I'm not sure exactly where we ended up, but I could smell wood smoke from nearby, heard crackling and assumed whoever was carrying us was making a fire, must have stopped for the night. I wriggled through the ninken and out the hole I'd made earlier. After checking as best I could it was safe. Luckily I came out in the shadow of the bag, facing away from the fire. Because of that I was able to glance around without people seeing me, and one of the ninja in the squad was sat some feet away from me, just the right distance and lit up by the fire. Mouse eyes aren't as good as a person's at range, least of all against things that are higher up than they are, but luckily this guy wore his headband on his arm and I could see the pattern picked out in the firelight. The two joined rectangle-like thingies and a small circle. For a minute I thought it was IWA, but then remembered theirs looks like mountains, so I realized it had to be Kumo. At this point a very slow grinding noise rent the atmosphere as Tsum's claws involuntarily scratched the surface of the desk in front of her. though she had known the perpetrators of the crime against her clan as soon as Chuza had shown the symbol on the pilfered soldier pill packet. To have it confirmed like this was a white-hot iron rod to both her pride and her yearning for vengeance. Doing her best not to let a growl slip into her tone, the Inuzuka turned to look up the table. "Hokage-sama," she somehow spoke without moving her lips, the muscles in her face as rigid and unyielding as those in her hands. "This is too far. Once could be excused as ignorance, but this is proof of Kumo's treachery and policies of bloodline abduction. There can be no diplomacy now. I ask you, Sarutobi, release us." There was a hellish light in her eyes, the fire of a predator that has been wounded and now hunts for vengeance rather than prey or sport. "Let the pack go and the rivers of lightning will run red with blood and tears within a month." The Sandaime was on his feet so quickly most in the chamber completely missed it. "Stand down, Tsum." He too shinobi locked eyes and, though she held the gaze of the god of shinobi for many long seconds, eventually the will behind those steely irises brought her passion for revenge to heel and the head of the House of Dogs dropped her gaze. "This is not the time or the place to discuss our next move. We must have all the information before we can plan again. I promise you this though, I agree with you on one thing." There was flint in his gaze as he looked forwards and gestured towards his adopted godson. "This is too far. Carry on though please, Naruto-kun." The Jinchuriki blinked a little at the speed in which the old man cowed one of his most volatile council members before turning to and addressing him like the grandfather Naruto knew, but he quickly recovered and picked up his story where he left off. "Okay, well, once I realized that I also knew I was in a bit of a tight spot. I had no idea where I was, how long it had been since the Ninken had been taken or anything like that. On top of that there were shinobi, at least 2 of them, between me and the Ninken, and I know I'm nowhere near good enough to take on a genin yet in a fight, and these 2 weren't genin. Instead I decided the best thing to do was stay low and get information. I couldn't get back in the bag because if I did there was a risk I'd have been carried into Kumo village itself and they'd have seen me as soon as they tipped the Ninken out the bag. It was quite easy to slip away and there were a few trees around. The campsite was quite secluded. I ducked under a raised tree root and stayed there until the morning." "You were awake all night?" "Yeah, managed to sleep in the bag a bit, and it was cold that night so sleeping would have been hard anyway," he explained to the other advisor, the man with the large square glasses that regarded him solemnly from the Hokage's flank. "But when morning came the ninja packed up and moved out. I waited, don't know how long before I dropped my henge. Mistake that turned out to be, took me 15 minutes to stretch off the cramps afterwards." "I can imagine," Sarutobi stated dryly. "Very true, even in my youth I wouldn't have wanted to stay in a Campakina henge of something so small for so long, never mind at this stage of my life. What did you do after that?" The Jinchuriki's expression was as deadpan as his voice. "I located and utilized a convenient tree. XXX. Though nothing would or could ever come close to mimicking the satisfaction of a well-made bowl of Ichiraku ramen, after Kami knew how long wrapped up in a sack with nothing remotely even close to privacy or even room to answer nature's call, Naruto was inclined to believe that the sheer bliss of relieving a painfully fully bladder ran a close second. The euphoric expression on his face for long, glorious moments as he covered the hole he'd made the way he'd been shown. "If I ever get back to Konoha I need to remind myself I really owe Flea for showing me that jutsu, Kage Bunshin's the best but Chikyukawa no jutsu comes a close second." Now, he decided as he placed back the blanket of grass the E-rank Doton had pulled back from the ground over the results of long-postponed natural necessities. Next job, get a wash, get masked up, and after that, get my bearings. Time was essential. Though the campsite the Kumo Nin had abandoned appeared deserted, Naruto knew enough about looking beneath the beneath to know better than to assume it would stay that way. Right now he was a lone child in enemy territory. He stank like he'd been living in a kennel most of his life and he was covered in flaky camouflage paint, not a good situation to try and talk his way out of should he come unstuck and end up apprehended. Luckily even his mouse eyes and nose had seen and smelt steam earlier as the ninja had cooked breakfast before departing, so there was water nearby. Summoning a single clone to keep watch and taking several breaths after he'd done so to make sure he wasn't going to feel any ill effects from doing so due to his past few rough nights, Naruto quickly withdrew a scroll from within the pocket of his infiltration uniform and scanned through the contents, unsealing what he'd need for the next few minutes and handing the most important item to the clone with a clipped, curt instruction. "Read it, memorize it, and I'll do the same when I get back. 2 heads and all that?" "Right, go. I'll pop if anyone's coming." The original nodded and then left at speed towards the noise of running water he could hear off to the left. The iciness of the shallow, fast-flowing stream made him gasp. If it had been any colder he'd have sworn there would have been chunks of ice in the water, a legacy of the glacier the stream must have originated from. Stripping off quickly, Naruto scooped up handfuls of water and washed fast, scrubbing away the mud he'd streaked on his face to help infiltrate the Inuzuka grounds and washing off the canine odor before donning his new clothes, unsealed from within the scroll and brought with him for just this event. They were too big for him, much too big, but in a minute that wouldn't matter as he mentally recanted the same 2 words over and over in his mind, the memory crystallizing into clearer and clearer focus each time. With his breathing evening out, he looked into the water and watched his own reflection closely, the 2 words still in his mind as he brought his hands together. The seals formed slowly but without conscious thought as Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and felt the technique take hold. Then found himself looking into the clear, cold water straight into the eyes of a very familiar stranger. XXX. The new figure that sat where Naruto had once sat, the same one Kuramaru had seen through and intercepted, smiled across the chamber at the council before making a motion as though doffing his cap. Thank you, I'll be here all week and all donations are welcome. Tell your friends, tell your family, the Kyarabankyo Mamaru Zaki is in town until further notice. One lesson I'll always be grateful to Enko-sensei for, the child, much taller and rengier than the Naruto all present knew, admitted with an expression of fond remembrance, always carry at least 3 masks on you at all times. Enko? As in Mitarashi Enko? That's the one and, thankfully, the only, the now named Zaki admitted to a stunned-looking Koharu before hastily checking over his shoulder as though scared the snake mistress was going to come slithering malevolently out of the stonework to get him for his harsh words. She taught me all I know about masking up and writing out a decent alias. Hell, she helped me put Mamaru Zaki together in the first place. Took a long time, but seeing how this mask kept me alive and in one piece since the day I put it on, I'd say she's a damn fine teacher. Indeed, Danzo mused, the first word Naruto had heard him speak and one that sent a shiver running unchecked down his spine. You had the material necessary for this, Zaki character sealed on you. Always do, and from now on, always will have a deep cover mask with me all the time. It saved not just my butt but a fair few others as you saw earlier, and will again in a minute, though gently does it. Don't ruin the surprise now, though how she's resisting the temptation is beyond me. So I got dressed, got back to the camp and reread the backstory of the mask. There were a few gaps to do with what I was doing in Kumo, but I was planning to do a bit of digging to get the information I needed. As far as I could tell though, I was ready. I burnt all the clothes I'd had on in the sack as well as the backstory of the mask and any sealed items I had on me I couldn't easily explain, and then set off towards where I hoped there was some kind of civilization. But why? Chusa glanced around as his voice cut across the Uzumaki's, though it was hard to picture the wry, worldly-wise teen's face being the same wide-eyed, blonde-haired child he was so familiar with. Why didn't you try to come straight back home, back to Konoha? Because I didn't know where I was exactly. My original aim was to get to somewhere, even a village, and catch up on the gossip. If I could figure out where I was, I could plan my next move and, let's face it, you'd expect a Kyarabankyo to home in on the word on the street like a fly to the Nara stables. Rationalizing this story over in his mind, Sarutobi felt his eyes narrow for a moment. And just how did you become so familiar with the, work of the Kyarabankyo? In fact, more to the point, how do you even know who they are in the first place? Remember the carnival that came to town, in fact both the most recent one and the one before that? As the Hokage nodded, so did Naruto just before explaining, well, those were the first 2 I went to. Both times I was with the Hasawada family and both times we had a whale of a night out. However, what they didn't know was that when I got the chance, as in when I could sneak away from Tenchan for a minute, I was asking the caravan workers and performers about themselves, where they came from, how they got involved in the traveling life and all that kind of thing, all to help with the mask of Mamaru Zaki. From them, after they told all the old jokes about kids not being allowed to run away and join the circus, I found out about the Kyarabankyo and realized it was perfect, or at least, an almost perfect cover for a mask. As soon as I was able to, I jotted down what I'd heard and integrated parts of the story into the history, if you like, of Zaki. But, excuse my ignorance, Hayashi inclined his head, fingers still clutched tight around the small band of gold Naruto had thrown to him, a representation and, if fate were to favor him, perhaps a way to reconcile with his brother's kin in the branch house. What actually is or are the Kyarabankyo? Naruto, or at least the face he now wore, turned to the Hyuga Lord with a crafty smile. They're the caravan children, born to traveling groups. Of course your standard carnival, circus or kabuki group can't really cope with too many youngsters at once. It's too easy for them to get in the way, get hurt or simply be forgotten about and accidentally left behind when the show moves on. Instead, most of these children are left behind in special homes, a lot like orphanages, run by old carnival workers who are too old to stay on the road anymore, mostly retired ringmasters or former lead performers of kabuki groups. There's a whole network of these homes, runs throughout the elemental nations and funded by the carnivals themselves, though how the system works exactly I don't know. All I was able to learn was that the children in these homes don't tend to have the best reputations, often thought of as little more than camped vagabonds, and that when they get old enough, unless claimed by their birth parents, most Kairabanko go wandering down the roads of the world, working or, if they have to, thieving as they go until they meet a traveling show they can become apprenticed in. It sounded unfair to me, but when I thought about it and especially as I lived it, I realized it was like that because it had to be. Life on the road teaches these kids a lot of the tricks of the trade they'll use in the ring, tricks that might make even a shinobi wonder how they'd done it. After taking a second to process this, least of all the idea of a Jinchuriki of all things calling the lives of other people inherently unfair, Hayashi nodded and allowed Naruto, or Zaki, as he appeared to be now, to continue his tale. So, there I was, out in the middle of nowhere with nothing in my pocket save a few battered-looking jars of makeup, a couple of Rio and an old crossbow. Perfect. No one would have even looked at me twice had they seen me, except maybe to check I wasn't going to shoot at them. The campsite was off a road a few miles. I followed the way I'd seen the ninja go and came to it in an hour or so. Traveling down that way was easy enough. I came to a hamlet after a few hours of walking and, okay, I got a few odd looks, but their local bar served me food and a glass of cold water as long as I left the bow behind the bar. I ate there, realized where I was and picked up a few other things while I was eating. These two panhandles, he touched his ears, hinged to be slightly larger than average, most precious tool a Kairabanko can have, teach you all sorts of things on the road. After I'd eaten and had heard enough to be getting on with, I had to get the last thing I needed off the barman. XXX. Looking up from his glasses, the brawny man casually counted the coins slapped down onto his bar by the smaller, leaner figure with a practiced eye and noticed, with some surprise, a slight tip amongst the copper. Strange, he didn't look like the type. Thanks, he muttered gruffly, placing the clean jars under the bar. The crossbow, right? Unless you've got something better under there you could give me? The reply was sharp and enough to tempt a slight snicker from the barman as he stooped to locate the weapon he'd confiscated from his customer. No such luck. Only shinobi and samurai go armed with high-grade weapons in this land, and I've not seen one of them for some time. Not that they'd have any reason to stay in a spit of humanity like this. Bit hard on yourself and your fellow men, aren't you? I've not seen anything to put me off so far. Then be grateful you're not staying here long. Despite his tough demeanor, the tattooed figure was observant enough to know a traveler when he spied one and had scoped the child, if you could still call him that. Kami alone knows what goes on with these children after their so-called masters get through with them, out from the second he'd entered the bar. I'd have laid better than even odds that by the time night fell you'd have been going out of your mind looking for someone who could even get a joke, let alone tell 1 inch. Green eyes crinkled in mirth. Perhaps, but I'm sure a man like yourself would have saved me from going completely insane. You seem sharp enough. Flattery will get you nowhere. Even as he folded his arms, however, the barman couldn't quite stop the hint of a smug smirk creeping over his face from the compliment. Though points for trying. Anyway, you seem like a man who knows where the roads from here go. I'm looking for Kumo. Which way do I go from here? At that the barman gave a low whistle and for a moment Naruto feared the worst, that he'd made a mistake that would see him thrown in jail until Ninja came to collect him for snooping, but luckily the taller figure didn't notice as he went on. You're brave. Not many try to cut their teeth in the Cloud Village. Ah, but as the old saying goes, a faint heart never won a fair lady. Not that I'm looking for any trouble and strife at the minute, but I'd settle for a minor role in any caravan with the metal to set up shop in the maw of the Dragon Village. A second gruff chuckle followed and Naruto, known now and for the foreseeable future as Zaki until he could return to the land of fire, breathed again. Ha, and if you can survive there for long enough to get picked up by one you deserve it. One well-muscled and hairy arm pointed towards the door of the bar, its owner speaking up. It's 2 days walking, but if you hang around, there might be a merchant traveling that way. If not, turn right, follow the road until it forks and follow the left path. It'll take about half a day, but don't turn off and you should come to signs for Kumo from there. I think the first sign in right next to a tree. Hit by lightning, black and scorched as a Kirian's heart. Zaki shivered. Ouch, don't speak too loud or Kami might think you're giving lighting a bad name. So then, shouldering his crossbow, the teenager dipped his head and made to leave. It's a good day, the sun's out despite the cold and I reckon I could make it in a day and a half. If I come back this way I'll tell you about it. You do that, as long as you pay from your food and drink while you do it. As he reached for and started polishing a fresh glass, the barman heard the door to his premises open and close, the youngster departing without another word and leaving him alone with his regulars. As it turned out, it took Zaki a lot less than half a day to reach the first sign to Kumo thanks to a fast bit of bartering to earn passage on the back of a farmer's cart, sitting atop bales of hay and keeping his balance with his crossbow in his lap. keeping a weather eye out for bandits that even the farmer and his son admitted were unlikely to appear this close to the ninja village, Kumo being positioned quite close to the border between the lands of lightning and frost for the exact reason of protecting the daimyo's trade routes. Hopping down from the back of the wagon and thanking the bidding the land workers good luck for the rest of their journey, Zaki read the signposts hammered into the soft loam and, following the arrow, squared his shoulders and set off towards his destiny. He was actually expecting to be stopped well in advance of the gates of the ninja village, but to his amazement, just as the sun was vanishing behind one of the banks of mountains that lined the vertiginous land, he crested a slight rise in the ground, wiped a little sweat off his brow and blinked as he saw both the gates before him and the sigil carved into the bare rock flanking them. Kumo's sign, this is it, this is the village of lightning. I made it. Well, I got the feeling I was being watched a lot of the time, but since they didn't stop me I guess they thought I was no threat, so that much worked at least. Breathing out slowly, not just due to nerves but also because the roads he'd walked up and down were not the flat, smooth paths he was used to but rather more winding over hills and dales, Zaki approached the main gates, squinting as he thought he saw movement at the base as he came closer. This was borne out as a ninja appeared from what must have been a concealed gatehouse, built into the rock of the path and, under the gaze of the village's defender, Zaki made sure his crossbow was well slung over his back, completely inoffensive as there was no way he could have drawn, loaded, and aimed it before the shinobi, or kunoichi he realized as he came close enough to pick out more detail of the waiting ninja, could use the fine blade at her side to kill him. Good evening ninja-san, he greeted breezily, raising a hand with a wide smile on his face. I've been walking and riding all day to get here, any chance of a pillow and a blanket for the night? That depends, she replied through eyes that were as blank and inexpressive as the bank of rock surrounding them. Who are you and what's your business in Kumo? Me, I'm the daimyo of Frost Country, here for a visit, no? He did his best to look innocent and disappointed as the kunoichi merely narrowed her eyes. I was hoping that'd get a rise out of you, you must have ice in your veins even for shinobi. Anyway, Mamoru Zaki, here looking for enough work to tide me over until a decent traveling show comes in and offers me an apprenticeship in their performances. Traveling show, she repeated her words like an akimichi rolling a new, faintly unpleasant tasting treat in her mouth, expression changing for the first time to a raised eyebrow as she made the connection. You're one of those canvas brats? Guilty as charged, Kairaban KO, canvas brat, road grubber, heard most of them and been called them all, Zaki admitted breezily before becoming slightly more serious, though contrary to a lot of opinions we're not all pickpockets and cut purses, so no need to check your change while I'm around. I kind of need both hands attached to my body to practice my craft. There we go, I knew you could smile if you tried hard enough. Despite herself a bare quarter of said expression had peeped onto the kunoichi's lips and even as she ironed it flat there was no hope of her hiding it in time. Instead she wrapped the blade hanging in the scabbard at her side before speaking again. Good, I'd hate to have to blunt my blade on your scrawny bones. She almost smiled again as Zaki did his best to look exaggeratedly innocent, but why here? You'd have more luck in fire, or even the civilian cities rather than here, not many shows ever pitch up here. Very true, that's what our old Kaa-san told us all before I set off to seek my fortune, he admitted before shrugging, but she also said only the best shows can cut their teeth in Kumo. You've got the highest standards. If I can get picked up by a ringmaster plying his trade around there I've got it made, I'll get the best leg up and hopefully be able to become a ringmaster myself someday. So then, he clapped his hands, rubbing them together as though in glee, any chance of getting in? Maybe tomorrow. Too late to try and process you now, even the paper pushers have to sleep occasionally, the kunoichi admitted with a slight shrug. Got some lodgings down here for people like you who get in late. We'll send you up to the village tomorrow at first light. As she turned away, obviously expecting him to follow, Zaki simply fell into line and glanced around as he was led through a side gate cut into the main structure and pointed to a long, low-ceiling building cut into the rock. Looks better than some of the lodgings I've been in since the spring, he muttered, just loud enough for her to overhear before, seeing a couple of new kumonines step out from what he assumed to be the guardhouse of the holding area and the large, flat penned-in field next to it. Ah, that must be for the horses and wagons in case they get a trading convoy through, or a big delivery. So then, where do I have to sign and where can I get my head down? Bright and early the next day Zaki gave one of the overseeing Kumo guards a bit of a shock by almost bumping into him in the main corridor of the center. Wha? Oh, it's you, Zaki-san, right? If I say yes to that will you put the knife away? Oops, sorry about that. Replacing his kunai and recovering his professional appearance, the Chunin spoke again. Wasn't expecting you to be up and about so early. I know Duru's squad told you about first thing in the morning but I didn't think you'd pay attention to it. Zaki grinned, having lost his trepidation now that the shinobi was no longer holding the sharp bit of metal that seemed to have sprung into his hand as though alive. Ah, but as our old Tusan used to tell us, early to bed and early to rise is good for what ails you, also means you're first in the queue for breakfast and get a good meal rather than ending up fighting your way through the other ankle-biters for it. The ninja chuckled before, to Zaki's surprise, offering his hand. I guess so, though I'm an only child so I couldn't say from experience. Shitsi, by the way, no need to bother with any of that clan stuff. Gripping and shaking, the Kyaraban nodded before replying. In that case just call me Zaki. I don't even know who my parents were so couldn't tell you my real clan name even if I wanted to. Kaa-san just called me Mamaru because I used to be as quick as one when I was crawling away, or at least that's what she told me. Tricky one she was though, always had to believe half of what she said when she said it, and chances were you was always ended up heeding the wrong half. Sounds like me during my academy days, though it was more like listening to a quarter of what was said, Shitsi admitted before beckoning the younger child through. Anyway, since you're up we might as well take you up with us, you're the only waif who was blown in during the night. Second on the left, the chef will treat you to the delights of breakfast, Shitsi shuddered before carrying on, and from there it's a half-hour hike to Kumo. Hope you've got your walking boots on you. Born on the road Shitsi-san, I've got soles like cured leather and twice as tough. If it weren't for that fancy plate of metal you're wearing I'd be worried about leaving you behind. Reaching up and tapping his engraved headband plate with deep respect and affection, the Kumo-nin nodded. Not while this is still around my neck Zaki-san. I've sweated blood and tears to earn and keep this and take it from me. Compared to that a quick run up this hill is nothing more than light exercise. XXX. So that was it? Once more it seemed Danzo was determined to bring everything back down to earth with a bump. You just walked straight into Kumo, one of if not the most military of the 5 great hidden villages, without a care in the world in just a henge? Ah, I guess so, the Jinchuriki offered weakly, rubbing the back of his neck. I just played the character as best I could. Enko-sensei always said over half of infiltration is about the preparation to bring your mask to life, the rest's all confidence. Don't wear a mask, become the mask was the way she described it, and I tried to do that the best I could, though it took me a long time to be confident in this face. While I'm Zaki, Uzumaki Naruto is just someone I know, a person I've heard of but nothing more than that vague memory, he admitted before someone else seemed to step in to lend a hand against Danzo's skepticism. Added to that the fact that Kumo had no reason whatsoever to expect Konoha to suspect them for the Inuzuka's loss or, even if they did, to react so fast and in such an oblique manner, Shikaku pointed out logically, once more his sharp mind picking holes in the Warhawk's logic, a single ninja against a village with no backup, it would be suicide, a mission with risks so great no Kage would ever stamp it legal. Small wonder they never suspected a thing as this Mamaru Zaki walked up to their village. And on top of that, Inoichi spoke up as well, his experience and knowledge of what made different people tick aiding him as he looked over at the henge child and gave his opinion. I think all the clan heads present here tonight would agree that Naruto-kun, despite rumors to the contrary, can plan quite complex strategies almost as well as he can fly by the seat of his pants. If I were to guess I'd say he's been working on Zaki for years now to get that confident in a form that's not his, and he was carrying all the extra paraphernalia he'd need to make his henge seem believable on him. Make no mistake Danzo-sama, he used the honorific in the loosest sense possible but there was no sense in ruffling the old buzzard's feathers if he didn't have to. This was not some child playing make-believe. This was a child who's been rehearsing his lines for years in case an occasion such as this cropped up and, when the time came, gave the performance of his life. Ah don't, you'll make me go red, the aforementioned boy admitted, fishing in his pocket for something, but Inoichi-san's right, I did work hard to get this comfortable in this skin. I watched the performers on carnival nights, as well as the teenagers in the village to see how they acted, how they moved, taught myself to try and tumble in this form. Wouldn't be much use saying I was going to be a clown if I couldn't walk in a straight line because I wasn't used to walking around like this. There was a flash of copper as Zaki withdrew his hand from his pocket and sent a coin dancing across his knuckles. Even taught myself a couple of cantrips, little magic tricks. The coin vanished into his palm before, opening his hand, he revealed it was empty before leaning back in his seat and appearing to pull it out of a fold in the attendant ANBU's robe. Nothing major, just enough to make it look like I'd had some practice in the carnival arts. Practice that was well justified. Naruto-kun, if the way you magicked what you have out the land of lightning is anything to go by, the Sandame smiled again as Naruto put the currency away, still, ignoring the history of this Mamaru mask for a moment. What happened when you entered Kumo proper? At this the henged Kyaraban leant back in his chair again, folding his hands behind his head while grinning widely in fond remembrance. I got sent to processing. While they judged I wasn't a threat there was no way they were going to let me wander around aimlessly. Shitsi and his squad took me to the Raikage Tower to get a temporary working permit and, believe me now if you believe nothing else I ever say, Shikaku-san. The Nara glanced over as Zaki looked over at him once more, an eyebrow cocked teasingly. No matter how much you complain about Yoshino Abakan being a nag, take it from me, if you'd been born in Kumo you could have ended up with someone a lot worse. XXX. Taking in the scene before him, Zaki let out an appreciative whistle. Wow, now there's a sight you don't see every day. Turning to the shinobi who'd accompanied him on the trek up to the plateau Kumo was built upon, the Kyaraban-ko inclined his head towards the Raikage Tower before them. So you actually carved that building from the mountain itself? Well, the Shodame Raikage did, though how is still a mystery. The Kumo Chunin filled him in before stepped back slightly. Still, we have to report in now, so this is where we part ways. Go in there and ask for the permit department, they'll see you right. Just make sure you keep that permit on you at all times in Kumo or you'll be arrested by the bolts. Bolts? Internal security, they're shinobi but they wear armbands with a lightning bolt stitched into them, you can't miss them. Ah, the nuts division, nuts and bolts, get it? Shitsi looked confused for a second before the penny dropped and he chortled, clapping the smaller figure on the shoulder. I think we're going to get on like a downtown bar brawl, Zaki. Look out for me once they find a place for you to stay. With that, Shitsi and his section moved away, leaving towards a building slightly aside from the Raikage Tower, and Zaki, after taking a breath and composing himself, headed into the stone-crafted tower, hopped up the steps and, after testing the door was open, let himself in. Typical, upon seeing the scene before him he could do nothing more than fold his arms and huff, all that trouble to get here early and no one's about. Seeing the empty seats in front of him, Zaki resigned himself to a bit of a wait as he slouched towards one of the chairs in the hall, though no sooner had he made to sit down a strident voice broke into his thoughts and made him leap back up. And you are? Currently trying to avoid a panic attack and you ain't helping, lady, he complained towards the straight-laced, matronly figure he could see just emerged from one of the doorways leading off from the main reception area, regarding him with a judgmental but not exactly unkind eye. Anyway, since you asked, I'm Mamoru Zaki, you? Zaki, ah yes. Ignoring his question, the woman appeared to be struck by an epiphany. They said about that last night, waiting for processing? Follow me in that case. Without waiting for a reply she walked away up the stairs, Zaki hurrying to catch up. I'll process you in my office, shouldn't take long. Processing? Never heard it called that before. As the kimonoed form turned to look over her shoulder with a raised eyebrow, Zaki gave a salacious smirk and glanced at his wrist as though checking a watch. Reckon we've got time before the rest come into work. To his surprise she simply sniffed before turning back around, making sure he never caught the slight smile on her face. Sorry to break your heart, Gaki, but I'm very happily married and a kunoichi to boot. Try anything on me and I'll leave you in so many pieces the entire tracking division won't be able to find them all. Besides, you're a little too young for my tastes. You said that, not me. You want your permit or you want to get thrown out the gates? I'll be good. A few moments later Zaki found himself ushered into a quite comfortable office with a great view overlooking the whole of Kumo. While he was admiring the view, the woman who he assumed was a secretary of some kind, though no doubt quite a high-ranking one, sat behind her desk and started rummaging through the drawers of her desk. Just let me get the right forms. Ah, there we go. A hefty layer of parchment thumped onto the desk. So then, let's get this done quick. What's your name? Mamoru Zaki. She looked up at him slightly askance, but, seeing no lie in his face, she carried on. Age and date of birth? That I can't answer. I don't know exactly. I think I'm just over 12, but, since I'm on the road now, I'm considered an adult among the carnival folk. She glanced up before, after ticking her pen in front of her like a metronome for a few seconds, she scribbled something down. I'll say 13, you look about that age. You're not the first one of your type that's come this way, though most of them move on to the other cities after a few weeks. Any idea how long you'll be here? How long until the next show's in town? Just our luck, at least a few months, she sighed. So then, on to the interesting bits. What? Incoming boss arriving in 5, 4, 3. Zaki was just about to ask what she meant by that before he didn't so much hear the heavy tread outside the office as feel it, good sense taking over. He scuttled to a side of the room as, just as the kunoichi sat at her desk finished the countdown, the door to the office was thrown open and a figure marched in, the very mountain itself seeming to tremble at his footfalls. Even without the robes and hat he was wearing, Zaki would have known without needing to be told that the man, if such a term could be applied to the shaved gorilla that had to step through the door sideways to avoid ripping the frame out the wall, before him was the Raikage. Much like Gigi could sometimes, the huge man appeared to radiate a sense of power and danger that no one, least of all an inexperienced Kyaraban-ko, could afford to ignore. Morning Maba-chan. The voice was even deeper than a Kimichi Chuza's, the sound a landslide might make just before swallowing a village whole. How's the family? Not too bad, Raikage-sama. Quiet, the now-named Maba answered with a shrug, though the Raikage smiled evilly as he stepped forwards, Zaki pressing himself into the wall and trying to disappear as he moved past. Your little girl still not forgiven you for handing out her first D-rank mission? Maba scowled. That was your fault, Raikage-sama. I can't prove it, but I know you held back the worst one possible for her team. Oh come on, would I? Yes, her answer came without missing a beat and made the Raikage throw his head back, roaring with laughter. However, the motion of laughing at his subordinate's misfortune meant that he caught a glimpse of the unfamiliar figure out the corner of his eye. Next second Zaki found himself face to navel with the hulking figure and immediately bowed deeply, not raising his eyes as he heard the village leader speak. Maba-chan, who is this? Mamoru Zaki, traveler who came to the gate yesterday and was shuffled up here first thing, just looking for work and a place to stay until some of his kin roll in and take him off our hands. I see, so then, stand up boy, no need to bow for quite that long. Gradually straightening up, Zaki swallowed softly and silently prayed to any kami that might have been listening that the two shinobi in the room put the beads of sweat on his brow down to just being in the presence of the Raikage rather than any other, more suspicious reason. Sorry Raikage Dano, just remembering old Tusan's Naruto principle there, before anyone could ask he'd answered their question, never run the risk of ticking off anyone who looks like they could pound you flat as one, and you definitely tick that box. There was a rumble within that barrel chest that might have been anything from a growl to the beginning of a laugh as the Raikage quirked an eyebrow and ran a hand down his short beard. Indeed, smart man, he leant in slightly and only the wall stopped Zaki skidding several yards backwards. Steal anything while you're in my village, I'll rip your arms off and beat you to death with them, clear? See, Crystal, he managed to squeak before letting out a deep sigh of relief as, obviously satisfied he'd made his point, the monster of a man turned and nodded to the kunoichi who must have been his secretary. Good, Maba-chan, give me half an hour then send the paperwork in. I need a good light workout and a shed-load of coffee before I start slaying the ink dragon this morning. She snorted. Just as long as I don't catch you slacking, Raikage-sama, I will be checking in on you, she called over her shoulder in warning as he disappeared through the ornate doors at the back of her office and was gone. I shouldn't laugh. Even as the thought ran through her mind, Maba had to fold her lips over her teeth to avoid sniggering at the whitened face and terrified expression of the youngster in front of her, but at the same time it's great to know the boss can cow even a road grubber into good behavior. So, the thin, reedy voice forced her to look away, trying to hide the amusement writ large on her shapely face. That's your boss? Yes, the Sandame Raikage, the kunoichi stated, proud in her village and the man who lead it, a great shinobi and a good man at heart. Man? That's not a man, Maba-chan, it's a mountain with feet, Zaki exclaimed, this time succeeding in making the kunoichi snort with mirth. The performing bears in the shows that visited our old walking school would run screaming from him. Proof if any were needed that bears are smart beasts, she commented caustically before tapping her pen against the paper on her desk. Anyway, let's get this done before the rest of the village wakes up. This ought to be rich, previous occupations. As she'd sort of been expecting, Zaki simply clapped his hands together and put on an expression of deep thought as he started ticking things off on his fingers. Did loads of odd jobs around the home, washing clothes, washing pots, bit of cooking now and then, you know the kind of thing? Well, apart from that I picked up a few other cantrips to do with the showman's life, some minor magic, mostly tumbling and clowning around, sharp lines as well as you may have already guessed. Maba gave a wry smile at this but nodded to allow the youngster to carry on. Did a bit of work with animals but not much, got riding down pretty much but I'm a long way from trying tricks on horses yet. Dogs seem to like me for some reason but I've not had a chance to practice with anything more exotic. So not much chance of me becoming a lion tamer. Once I left I went into rice to help with the harvest there. That was mucky work but I got a decent wage out of it. Then from there went into the land of hot water and caught the tail end of the summer season and, after that, remembered what my old Ka-san said and decided what the hell, I was closest to you and frost was easy to get through, why not head into the mountains? So, he clapped one last time, shrugged as Maba picked out the relevant bits of his concise summary of his recent past. Here I am, hungry for work and a decent breakfast. I don't know what the chef down at the guardroom was working with but I've seen more appetizing things on the floors of elephant cages. That did make Maba smile, half in mirth and half in agreement with his blunt assessment. Nutritious ninja rations may be, appealing they were not. Sharp talking, eh? Nice to know not all your education went to waste, she pointed out sardonically before scribbling something down on her paper. Well, despite your varied work I'll have to put you down as unskilled labor. You don't have a specific trade as such so that's the best I can do for you. Apart from that, I think I've got a few ideas for your lodgings. You don't mind animals, you say? Zaki shrugged, hiding rising excitement. Come on, give me something about the Ninken you stole. Nah, in fact, since a few people tend to treat us, that is, Kyarabanko in general, as no better than beasts, I get on better with most animals than I do with a lot of humans. Why, got a job going as a kennel sweeper. Say yes to this and I'll burn incense in your name every day for the rest of my life. Something like that, Maba conceded, keeping a slight aura of mystery about her before stamping the form with a pad on her desk. Now I'm sure you don't know, but as a shinobi village, Kumo operates a policy of supervision. Any civilian who enters the village who hasn't lived here for 5 sequential years must be bunked with a civilian or retired ninja who has. This keeps an eye on you, makes sure you don't get lost, and eases pressure on the bolt forces who'd otherwise have to check up on everyone. With me so far? Mostly. What's sequential mean? 5 years on the trot, Maba explained, moving on in her explanation as Zaki gave a soft "oh" in understanding. Now obviously this won't affect you as you'll only be here a few months, but for that few months we'll have to make sure you're living with someone who fits the relevant criteria. Luckily we have a few places open. What would happen if you didn't? I mean, he amended hastily as Maba looked up, annoyed at being interrupted. You wouldn't just sling me out, would you? No, but you'd have to live in Bolt-observed accommodation until a place opened up, much more intrusive and less pleasant, I assure you. However, while living with your sponsor, the person who's taking you on, your behavior reflects on both them and you screw up, you both get in trouble. Got it? Hi, best behavior and all that. You heard the big man say what would happen if my fingers got sticky in his village, didn't you? He looked like he'd do it too. Maba smirked. And he would, takes his word very seriously, the Sandame does, she warned him before standing up, wafting the paper forwards like a charm to ward off evil. Right, this is filled out and stamped. Wait here while I go and get the permit printed for you. If the boss calls through, just tell him I'll be back in 5 minutes. With a bit of luck I'll be able to get someone to fetch the person who I think could put you up for long enough for a caravan to come through. Not to mention put up with me long enough, the Kyarabanko muttered before holding out a hand. Just out of interest, got a coin I can borrow? Need to keep my fingers supple, but I'm completely dry at the minute. Nice try, but you're about 10 years too early to catch a shinobi out with lines like that. I didn't come in with the milk, Zaki-san. The teenager held up his hands, a smirk on his lips that filled the kunoichi with a sudden trepidation that she'd put a foot wrong. Once again I'll point out you said it, not me. Ow. He wound up, rubbing his head and looking up sorely as Maba strolled past, a vindicated expression on her face. Life lesson, Zaki-san, she called over her shoulder as she pulled the door shut behind her, locking her temporary charge in the office to ensure he couldn't get into too much mischief while she was gone. No matter how fast your tongue is, there's always someone with hands that are just as quick. XXX. Hearing of Naruto's coming face to face with the Sandame Raikage, someone even Sarutobi would have not wanted to face in battle despite having beaten the man once before in his youth, was miracle enough. But, as they saw the face of Mamoru Zaki twist into a smile and he kicked back in his seat to fold his hands behind his head, Inoichi for one felt a sudden tingling in the air, a change in the non-existent wind that, he hoped, boded nothing ill. So that was a bit of luck, meeting Maba-chan like that. She reminded me a lot of Yoshino Abakan when I thought about it. Strict and got things done, but real heart of gold when you got to know her, and I owe her one for fetching me the biggest slice of luck I had while I was in Kumo. Getting out of there would have been impossible, or almost impossible, if she'd not come back into the office with the news she had next. Apparently, he went on before anyone could ask, she'd asked a Bolt ninja to retrieve the person she had in mind. Lucky for me and Konoha in general, the person who showed up was a seed. All eyes swiveled towards the Sandame. As the overall controller of all military in Konoha, he was the final authority of which operatives were their save, possibly, some of his last loyal students' spy network, which was a lot more loose-knit and unofficial than the seeds, code for undercover operatives, that Konoha scattered across the elemental nations. To have uncovered one and have it bear such profitable fruit was a boon indeed, and, after a moment of seemingly weighing up the pros and cons of knowledge versus the need to keep secrets, looked directly at the boy and spoke again. I am unaware of any Konoha forces operating in the land of lightning, Naruto-kun. Without giving too much away, could you give the council more information of your accomplice in this mission? Simple really, she was the best kind of seed in the world, one who didn't even know she was one until I told her about it. Now Inoichi knew something was up. Naruto, even through Zaki's face, was smiling far too widely not to have something up his sleeve, and the Yamanaka felt a strange, electric mixture of worry and excitement swirl into his stomach. Quite ironic really. 8 Ninken went into Kumo, but, thanks to a bit of ingenuity and a lot of luck, he paused for just a second, his eyes darted and all present were left to gawp as the Kyarabanko ducked hastily. 9 came home. The duck was well advised as a split second after that statement his nut-brown hair was ruffled by the wind of a slapping hand, the ANBU by the side of him glaring down before turning the expressionless face of the frog mask towards the council and, after a moment, knocking down the hood that concealed their head. Even before any could speak the 2 hands moved and unhooked the covering plate and lowered it slowly, the woman behind her shaking her hair out as every eye in the council chamber, including the 2 remaining mismatched ones of both her former teammates just before they rolled up in their sockets and the body her were housed in, succumbed to the bliss of shocked unconsciousness, widened at the sight of someone who the Leaf Village had believed to be dead for nearly 15 years, turned to the woman with cheeks marked in a similar pattern to her own and raised a hand in greeting. "Hi Oba-chan."